Delegates, we'll call to order in 2 minutes. Good morning. All right, we are on the last day of our convention. We call this meeting to order. Sister Millie, if I may ask you to do the invocation this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Are you ready for a very, very productive day? Amen. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for our last day together as the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Lord, we pray that you will be with us today as we focus on our future for our future generations. Lord, just bless each and every member here today. Bless those that are on viral. Be with all of our camps. Bless our elders. Bless our children, our future leaders. Lord, we're so thankful that you're always with us, that your spirit lies within us. We pray that we make the right decisions for our organization, Lord. We thank you, Lord, for first loving us. These things we ask in your precious, precious name. Amen.
All right, we are going to try our best to stay on schedule today as we have a packed agenda. First thing we are going to do is establish our quorum, so please be ready to check in as present. And if we can ask Dots to open up the test vote for quorum roll call.
Absolutely. So this is Michael from Dodds. Welcome again on this beautiful Saturday morning. We're just opening up the quorum vote now. So as you did yesterday, you're just going to log into your voting platform. We'll pop that information into the chat one more time here. And then you're going to look for the link that says vote now, quorum vote October 8th. And then you're just going to mark yourself as I am present on that ballot. And just a reminder to click confirm after you've made your selection. It's a two-step process. So once you're done, you will see a green success message with a check mark. That way you know your vote is cast. So for anyone virtually, you can reach out to us in the chat. We've got dots at the start of our name. And you can also email us at credentials@data-on-the-spot if you're having any issues locating your ID and password or anything, or just having trouble voting, please don't hesitate. Thank you very much. And just a reminder for anyone who may have just joined from the virtual world, please go ahead and cast your vote for presence. We're voting on the quorum vote right now, so just navigate to your voting platform. The link is in the chat. And if you're already logged in and you don't see the vote, click next vote and it should appear, as there is an active vote right now for quorum vote October 8th. Thank you very much.
Does anyone in the room need assistance with voting? Just as a reminder, we do have tablets available if you need something else to use to vote.
And maybe just one more final reminder from Dots here. We've just let a couple more people in from the waiting room. So for those just coming in, we're just in the process of the quorum vote. So please navigate to your voting platform and cast your vote for presence. I'm going to put that support information in the chat one more time, and that also has the link to the voting platform. So please go ahead if you haven't already and mark your vote for presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience while we still have a few people having technical difficulties. Is there anyone else that needs additional time to mark yourself present? One more, thank you. Are we all good for the folks online?
We're not seeing any hands up online.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms? Thank you. We are ready to close the quorum vote.
Excellent. Thanks very much. We've closed that up. And you'll see our total on screen there, and I'll be sending that report through a back channel momentarily.
Once we receive the credentials report from the grand secretaries, we will address the agenda. There will be a few changes. Sergeant at Arms, if you can give the grand secretary the microphone.
Good morning. Yes, Carol Dewis, ANS Grand Secretary. DOTS reported that 48 were present at this time. That constitutes a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Carol. All right, let's address the agenda. There will be a few changes. We will be moving the approval of the minutes until after the youth representative, Madison Suits, speaks. We will have candidate speeches after the approval of the budget. And those are the only changes at this time. Thank you. Next, we would like to introduce Keenan Sanderson. He is our guest speaker for today. We look forward to hearing from Keenan.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
yes.
Apologies, I had my hand raised in regards to the agenda item. Can you please identify where the audit report is going to be on the agenda? That was moved from Thursdays to Saturday. Can you identify where that's going to be on the agenda also, please?
Oh, thank you for bringing that up. One moment. We will have the audit report after lunch when we come back to order. Hello, Keenan. Oh, happy to see you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp. Grand Camp presidents, Daphne Albee, Marcelo Quinto, thank you for inviting me today to be the guest speaker, a guest speaker for this convention. It is an honor and a privilege to be here today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Keenan Sanderson. I come by way of Ketchikan, Alaska. Born and raised there. My father, Rob Sanderson Jr., otherwise known as Gustawa. I'd actually like to recognize him today. He's in the audience. He's over here. Without him, I would not be here today without him. So I just wanted to recognize him and say thank you. And I apologize. I'm not the best guest speaker, so you might see me refer to my notes here just to make sure I say everything I would like to say today. My grandfather, his name is Rob Sanderson Sr., also coming from Heidelberg, and my great grandmother Helen B. Sanderson, a two-time past Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp president. It is an honor and a privilege to be standing on the stage where she has once stood before, and also without her, I would not be here today doing what I am doing. I'm proud of all those all the accomplishments that she has done for this organization as well as others around the state of Alaska. For those of you who don't know me, I am a son, I am a brother, I am a partner, but most importantly, I am an advocate for my community back home in Ketchikan and for the state of Alaska. I'm a former emerging leader for the Central Council Clinton and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. I am the current president of the Ketchikan Clinton and Haida Community Council. I am the current vice president for the Ketchikan School Board. And currently, I am the Indigenous Food Sovereignty Specialist for the Ketchikan Indian community, helping the tribe protect its sovereign rights over the traditional foods and natural resources in our area. This year's theme for the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp is advocating for civil rights for all. And I think that fits in really well to a lot of the work that I am doing back home in Ketchikan to help protect the natural resources and traditional food rights for my brothers and sisters back home and around the state of Alaska. The colonized world that we live in today is not friendly to Alaskan Native people and indigenous people all around the United States and North America. Just a few miles north up the road at the Hilton Hotel, I've been attending the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council for the past few days. I think I got into Anchorage this past Thursday. And this is the first time that I've ever been attending this meeting. But this meeting is crucial to a lot of the decisions that are made about a lot of our fisheries around the state of Alaska. I've been involved with other meetings before with the Board of Fish and the Board of Game. But one thing that I can say for certain is that these entities that make these decisions on our sovereign rights and our food are designed to work against us and work for the people that are there just for the money, that don't even live in our state. In these meetings that I've been sitting in the past couple of days, I've been asking myself, how is the average person supposed to navigate these systems? How are my Alaska Native brothers and sisters supposed to compete against entities that have $500,000 lawyers fighting to protect their grotesque wealth? And the only answer that I've come up with is that it is not possible in this current system. So what am I doing to help fight against this system? How am I going to help my people back home and around the state get the food that they need to survive and live their way of life? Today, I'm going to be telling you exactly how I am fighting that. Right now, as I see it, there is a small group of indigenous people that know how to navigate these systems at the North Pacific and the Board of Fish and the Board of Game, and even fewer that actually participate in those entities on a regular basis. So my solution to this is to get new and specifically younger people involved with these processes so that our people all around the state have the opportunity in the future, or have a better chance to practice their way of life, to be able to have access to deer and salmon and moose and everything else that we know as our way of life. These entities do not understand our way of life, and they're not willing to understand our traditional practices, or in a sense, the way that we've been talking about it is learning our language of our lands and waters. So we need people on our side that know our language, that are willing to learn their language, to bring those together so that we have a better chance of getting the things that we need for our people. And I'm doing this in 3 different ways. So something that I've been doing recently, actually as of last week, we are starting to advocate for all entities, no matter if it's Alaska Native tribes, corporations, or even just regular people. If they are going to any sort of meeting that has any sort of regulatory aspect to it where we need to advocate for our own sovereign rights, bring somebody younger with you to these meetings. I speak this from experience. My father, Rob Sanderson, I said earlier that I would not be here without him. I remember as little as the age of like 5 or 6, he brought me into tribal council chambers in Ketchikan, and maybe I was paying attention, maybe I was not, but I was absorbing the things that were going on around me, whether I knew it or not. And because of my immersion into, I guess you could say, the political world, I've had a better chance of doing what I am today with the entities that I work with. So if I can do it, so can any other youth do that as well. One other thing that I'm doing with the Ketchikan School Board is I'm actively trying to get new courses that these students can take so that they have a better chance after high school to advocate for our natural resources rights. As of this moment in Ketchikan, we have science courses are offered for marine biology, oceanography, and introductory forestry classes. However, hopefully by this upcoming fall semester, we're going to be offering a course that is specifically designed to teach young people about the regulatory processes of all the different entities in the state of Alaska, such as the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, the Federal Subsistence Board, the Board of Fish, and the Board of Game, so that they are officially taught these from an, I don't want to say educated person, but maybe more a knowledgeable person, so that they can do these after they graduate high school, whether they go on to college or not. And then one of the other big projects that I work on, and for those of you who don't know me, I'm also a really big science nerd. I love science. The other thing that I'm doing is I coach an ocean science academic team at our high school in Ketchikan. And this is definitely something I can go into a lot. We'll be here all day, but I'll spare you most of that. But my goal with this team that I coach is to teach our students in the program everything there is to know about traditional ecological knowledge and Western science as it relates to our fisheries and our wildlife within the Ketchikan area. Because in my opinion, the only way that we're going to have a chance to fight for our fisheries is if we bridge those two things together. And the earlier the age that we hit them at, and the more often we hit them at with all this knowledge, the better chance that we have more kids being interested in doing the same things that I'm doing and that my father's doing going forward. I understand that these projects that I'm involved with is not a today issue. The Yukon and the Kuskokwim tribes don't have access to salmon going up the river this year. In the past few years, Sitka tribe has dealing with the major herring crisis the past few years, and that's, you know, the projects that I'm working on now isn't going to fix that today. However, the more people that we have interested in this stuff in the future, the better shot we have to protecting our sovereign rights over our resources. And that's why I'm here today. It's, I don't know, in my opinion, this really relates to civil rights for our people and something that we all should be advocating for. I would like to thank you for the opportunity for speaking here today. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. I'm not a huge public speaker, but this is something that I find really important that I think everybody needs to be aware of and advocate for, along with the other things that everybody has a passion for. I'm honored again to be standing where my great grandmother Helen B. Sanderson once stood. I know that she's smiling on me today, knowing that I'm advocating for a better community as she did many years ago. So with that, thank you so much for letting me be here.
Thank you, Keenan. For somebody who thinks you don't speak well and are nervous, you're amazing. Thank you. Do you mind answering a few questions, taking a few questions? Thank you. We'll start with Brother Sasha.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairman. No, stand closer. Your dad learned this and associated with me, so he's going to witness something again that will honor not only him, but yourself as well. One of the many careers that I've had in education is I actually taught in Heidelberg, secured the funds to build their school, worked as an assistant principal and superintendent for them. When your father was there, we had great interaction and started many things which they still do today. And I want you particularly to take note that the course that you have been set on is absolutely remarkable. In terms of keeping those things which are close to us, that the other side kind of looks at you like, really? Well, don't stop. I'd like to present to you a gold A&B coin in commemoration of the efforts that you've done, and keep on doing it. It's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very pleased that you're doing this. As you may or may not know, I serve on the National Tribal Water Council, and we're administered by the ITAP, which is, are you familiar with them? The
ITAP, no, I'm not.
Right, and they have internships for kids like that you work with, and it'd been really wonderful if we could get some kids on as interns to work for the tribes. A couple of things that I'm working on personally is, since we don't have reservations, is we're establishing traditional territories of the tribes, so that, and in the past I've worked with elders and kids to on these maps to establish what we used to in the different areas as far as resources, whether it's mountain goat and seaweed, that sort of thing, which and advocating for traditional ecological knowledge and the different federal agencies, which we are now getting the language put into several government agencies. So I appreciate the work that you're doing, and at your youth, I'm hoping that you'll be involved in organizations that I am in. So, I mean, you'd be a great advocate in the future. So thank you very much for the work you do.
Thank you so much. If I may respond, so just a little bit more about the one program that I work with my academic team. As of this moment, we have more students involved in this program as ever had in our high school's history, which has been about 15 years total, and we have 15 students now within our program, at least 5 of which I know for sure are of indigenous descent, which is, again, more than we've ever had in the program before, which is incredibly amazing that we've made that much growth. And I've only been the coach of this team for a little over 3 years now. So we've made a lot of progress from just a little small program to something really big. And as I would love to get more information for you or from you about the opportunity that you presented to get these kids involved with protecting our resources on a number of different levels. So yeah.
Particular program is there's a new aquaculture program started that's actually being run by tribal kids in the high school, and we're establishing hatcheries in high school, and we've got small grads. We get these mobile units, and there's a number in Washington and Oregon, Northern California, and the tribes. We're going to be building one in for the Russian River and Kenai, and in the Kenai area. These will be totally operated and by the high school kids. And what the idea behind it is that these hatchery salmon will not be hatchery salmon. They'll be wild salmon, and we'll incubate them in our site. And then once they're able to be start swimming on their own, they're released right into the rivers in safe habitat, so that they won't be, I know you know the term playfully, they won't be hatchery fish, so that there'll be wild fish that will be returning. And we're focusing, I'm also going to be working with the Douglas Indian Association on the Taku River, working on this program. So it's another wonderful opportunity for the high school kids to, we need teachers to be able to work with them, of course, but some of these tribes already have their kids working through high school, going into college, and they're Tech 4s, Tech 5s, and know how to operate and manage these hatcheries. So we've got some wonderful resources to look forward to. Thank you.
And I think that's like the thing that needs to be driven home the most. We need biologists, we need chemists, we need advocates, we need economists, we need everybody that knows, that speaks our language and our way of life to be in all these different sectors, so that the federal government, the state government know exactly what we're all about, and therefore can better support our way of life. So I definitely 100% agree. And those kinds of things definitely help with that.
Next, we have Brother McCormick.
Signai La, Keenan. I'd just like to publicly thank you for all that you've done for the community since returning home after your higher education, and you're a prime example of why we need to uplift our youth. I'd also like to nominate Keenan for A&B Grand President. I jokes, but seriously, Keenan, we'd like to see you here sitting on the floor next year so you can have that opportunity as your grandmother once did. And if you haven't already joined a camp, Ketchikan would love to have you. But again, how Gunakshish for all the work that you're doing within our communities. I only sit on one board, Our Way of Life committee with Keenan, and he's an absolutely amazing leader in all his subsistence work with herring egg distributions, and the list can go on for days of stuff that he hasn't even covered that he's involved in. But I would just like to publicly thank him from our own community and taking care of Saxman as well. Gunakshish.
Hawa, for those kind words. Thank you so much. Really appreciated.
Good morning, AB, Grant Secretary Tams and LZU. Keenan, again, it's been an honor to have met you last week and see you here today. I do want you to know I did bring my young person with me. She flew all the way up from Salem, Oregon. So your recommendations are being taken and heard and acted upon, and I look forward to seeing this continued path of your work and the path that you are blazing in the steps of our ancestors. Hawa.
Hawa, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing your youth with you. Granddaughter.
Gunakshish, Madam Chair, Paulette Marino, ANS Executive Committee. Gunakshish for your speech and your words and your work and the foundation of which you stand. I do have a question. This last spring in Sitka, there was an oil spill, and it was devastating to the traditional Shikakwan areas. And there was a command group with 21 multiple agencies that got together. You know, there was some tribal involvement, but the traditional harvesters had to be aggressive to become part of that command dialogue. And as a result of that, when we spoke to them, we spoke about their science said that the herring were not affected because the oil spill was just in certain areas. But as we know with traditional knowledge, everything is affected in the different areas. Your generation, you've encouraged young people to seek out education. And then I know, of course, with traditional knowledge from our elders, how do you see situations such as this as an opportunity where we can insert our voices and be heard? We were heard at the command center, but we had to be really aggressive to become a part of that group. So I hope that we are able to continue that. So do you have ideas or any comments about the oil spill? Right now, we're waiting to get the results back of how it affected our traditional areas. We sent that to a science lab, actually, to look at that. So I was just wondering about your thoughts, and thank you for your good work.
Thank you so much. So I mean, I 100% agree with you. And while I'm not from Sitka, I know there's a lot of knowledge bearers up there that do know that an oil spill, even if it is through the terms of whatever entities that we're speaking, whether it's Fish and Game or the EPA, everything is interconnected with each other. And even if it doesn't seem like it is impactful, it definitely is. I think one of the biggest takeaways, at least thinking about this on the spot, is that and it's not necessarily how do I put this? This is an opportunity to make sure that our voices are heard on every single level and every single state and federal agency. However, I guess I'm trying to figure out how to put this. We should be at the conversation, every single thing, not just when it comes to a disaster. Our voices need to be implemented on everything from disaster all the way to just, I guess, minuscule day-to-day things. And I think Sitka Tribe definitely does that on a very good regular basis. There's some other entities that maybe not so much, but I think that's the one big takeaway. And my response, I should say, is that we need to constantly be hitting these entities hard on everything. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but that's my response to it.
Next, we have Brother Frank Albee and then President Quinto.
Frank Albee, A&B Camp 49. Thank you for your presentation. And A&B Camp 49 extends to you an invitation to join our camp in Portland. And if you're willing, I will pay your first year's dues. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I want to say thank you very much. You're very inspiring as a young person, and I really want you to, because one of the things that this organization really needs is leadership like yourself. And I think you brought up some points. I think that it just hit me really quick, is that when you sat down and said that your father brought you as a 5-year-old to the different meetings. I think that that's maybe our next role as we get a little older. That's an opportunity to help us grow this organization. We need to have people like this young man right here, who's not only taking the time to know the knowledge of what we're fighting for, and that's really very appreciative. What I'd like to do there this year is to find out, how do we keep him contacted with, so that, we bring him and others like him, into our organization to help us find other leadership, because we need them tremendously. Okay. And I want to just, I'm flabbergasted listening to you, because I'm sitting there on top world listening to you, because I really, it's one of the things when I took the office of the Grand President that I wanted to do, is find young people like yourself. And it's a struggle for us, because, as you know, a lot of times, unless you grow up, listening to your elders, your grandparents, it's difficult to find people like yourself who is willing to work in these fields. And I want to say thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And I 100% agree with you. I mean, even in my community alone, there's only a handful of people between the ages of 18 to 30, which, I mean, it depends on what you classify as youth. Some entities classify that as youth, but there's only a handful of people my age that are getting into things that I'm interested in. Fisheries isn't the only thing, or natural resources and traditional foods isn't the only issue that we face today. It's the one that I'm most passionate about, but I could probably count on one hand on the amount of people that are getting into this at my age, and bringing, I think, the simplest and easiest, and the one takeaway I think everybody should have after I leave today and we all leave Anchorage and go back home, is that no matter what you're doing, if you're fighting if you're fighting suicide, if you're fighting the drug epidemic, domestic violence, sexual assault, fisheries, anything else, bring a young person with you. It doesn't have to be, like a 5-year-old. It could be you know, a 30-year-old who's never just been involved with this, but bring somebody younger than yourself to get them involved. So thank you.
Jan Trigg, A and B Camp 70. Thank you for being here and for your words. Can we clone you? We'd like one in each camp at least. My question is, do you have, actually it's 3 questions. Do you have a newsletter that you put out? Is there a way to be updated on the work you are doing so that we can help to use it as an example? And is there a way that others can participate in the training that you spoke of online? Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't have like my own blog or anything like that, but I definitely post a lot about what I do on Facebook. Same thing with my father, Rob. We're kind of active on social media. I have a public page, and it's a really easy way to find me and get into contact with me, or just in general see what I'm doing. I'm sorry, what was your last question? I covered the first 2, but I couldn't remember the last one. Apologies.
Is there a way to for others to participate in the training that you mentioned online?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that I've been doing to like train myself to become more knowledgeable. I actually just came back from one in Anchorage with the Protecting Our Way of Life work group. It's through the First Alaskans Institute, and they've been really helpful in getting people connected with each other to tackle these issues and train people about how to navigate some of these difficult systems for our people. That's kind of the really big one that's like more all-encompassing with at least my my work with fisheries and wildlife management. And maybe the only one that's accessible statewide, I think, that I'm aware of, but I might be wrong. But definitely that group has been really instrumental in my growth of the past year or so.
Thank you. Heather Gerko, A&B Executive, also A&B Camp 49. We would love to have you become a member of our Portland camp, A&B or ANS. I'm losing my voice. I apologize. I have a statement and then a question. So I'm of the group that's over 40, nearing 50. And a lot of people I talk to, we talk about the younger generations and how are they inspiring us? How are they lifting us up? How are we moving forward? And we're asking questions. We're saying, what do you think? What do you think? We're not taking action on what we're hearing. So a lot of people that I've been talking with have been saying, you know what, anybody over 40, we need to have somebody who is under 30, who is our mentor. We talk about mentors like Sasha Sobolov. We talk about mentors like elders, people here who have led our organization. But each of us who's over 40 years old, we need a mentor who is under 30, because we need to be able to see the world through your eyes. We need to see the world through your heart, through your soul, and through how your ancestors are moving you. I want to thank you for bringing your grandmother into the room with us. Her spirit was here. Your ancestors are very proud of you. With that, my question is, will you please be my mentor? Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, it'd be an honor to work with anybody to move forward for the betterment of our community. So I'm happy to work with anybody and teach anybody what I know, and I'm happy to learn anything that I can too. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joe Williams, Executive Committee Member from Saxman. First of all, I want to applaud you for your position that you're taking this morning. You are an encouragement to this body. Whether you believe it or not, you are. A lot of it that you have going for you is your youthfulness. Don't use that against you. Secondly, I want to applaud your father, because of your father, you are here today. He took you, and I don't know if he intended to take you to all those meetings so that you could be here today, but the fact of the matter is, you're here today. And I want to say to Rob, Thank you very much for introducing us to your son. Thank you very much for raising your son accordingly to the way that you have. Thank you very much for raising such a fine, upstanding young man. Earlier days, one would say, behind every good man, there's a woman. I don't know if you have that woman yet, but please keep in mind is that this organization is I remember years ago when I first joined the A&B and attended a convention in 1960, and the delegates at that time would say to me, "Kakishka." It is good to see a young face here, and I'm saying this to you as the elders that time said to me. It is good to see a young face here. When you go back to your community, in this case is Ketchikan, be sure to tell your generation how great this organization is, A&B, ANS. Don't forget your culture. Don't forget your heritage. It's very important to you. That is what was said to me back in the first convention that I attended in 1960. And I'm passing it on to you. And you're the first young generation that I've had the opportunity to do so. So I want to say from my heart to yours, and extend that same invitation to have you join our Camp 15, which is in Saxman, about 800 miles closer to you than what's in Portland. Okay, so keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have two more who would like to speak, and we will call an end to that. We are taking up a lot of Keenan's time. We thank you so much, Keenan. Next, we have Juliana Smith, and then Brother Janet Burke, or Sister Janet Burke. I apologize.
Can everyone hear me? Can you hear
Yes.
me? Okay. Gunesh Jeesh, it's very good to hear our ancestors in your words. I know your father, and he carries the same tone and as you do, and it's an honor to hear those words through you. I'm also very vocal and active on social media, and that's where the youth, that is where the fight is, and I'm there. I'm educating the West, the world, everyone I know about, the issues we have as Indigenous people. So I appreciate it. Well, welcome from Camp 87. We're honored that you be here. If you're interested in being a part of our group, we appreciate it. We're small, we have like 3 members, so we appreciate if you would like to join. Gunesh Jeesh.
Thank you so much for those kind words.
Keenan, this is Janet Sobleff Burke from Camp 76, Tennecky Springs. Well, Devon, I think everybody loves you, and we would love to have you join our camp. And if it's possible, could we have your dad come up and we can get a picture of you up here with in front? Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to do one picture with the most popular person today. One moment.
Madam Chair,
Okay, that wasn't planned on the agenda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Keenan. Next, we have another wonderful youth. We have our very own ANS youth representative, Madison Suits.
Hello. Madison Suits, Yuhatusa, Glen Haiti, Nahatsati, Anchorage, Kayatani. My name is Madison Marino Suits, Camp 87, and I would like to acknowledge this year's Grand Officer members, AMB President Marcelo Quinto, ANS President Daphne Albee, AMB President AMB First Vice President Woodrow Watson, ANS First Vice ANS First Vice President Heather Powell, AMB Second Vice President Paul Johnson, ANS Second Vice President Cindy Reeves, AMB Treasurer Eric Morrison, ANS Treasurer Elias Chase, AMB Secretary. Okay, I am so sorry, Tamsin, if I say your last name wrong. I'm gonna try Azayo. I'm sorry. ANS Secretary Carol Dewis, AMB Sergeant at Arms Chad Titel, and ANS Sergeant at Arms, my really cool mom, Mary Moreno Suits, and AMB Grand Emeritus Heather Gurko, and ANS Grand Emeritus Paulette Moreno. Thank you for all your diligent, persistent, and determined hard work this year. Thank you to our past and future officers and delegates. I would also like to take a moment to thank the Dena'ina for letting us gather on their lands, and I'm so honored to be your youth representative this year. I endeavored to the best of my abilities to be of exceptional service this past year. My leadership skills improved drastically thanks to my mother, Mary, and Aunt Paulette. Without them, I would not have been the resilient and self-assured young woman I am today in front of you. For my service as a youth representative, I donated extra food to the homeless in various places around Anchorage, presented to roaming middle school for information. I helped the Elizabeth Pradovich Day on Zoom and occasionally putting in some volunteer hours at the USO. And I testified to help protect the herring last spring. I'll continue to be of service to the ANS and AMB, ready for whenever and wherever my help is necessary. Thank you.
Madison, you are a treasure. We thank you for being here. We thank you for all the work you've been doing, and we thank you for your leadership. Sister Mary?
Suits, Anchorage Camp 87, and Sergeant at Arms, I'd like to present.
Don't cry. She's wonderful. Oh, here. Sister Mary, you can come.
I made this sea otter hat for my daughter, Madison.
Smile. There you go. Aw. While we have both of you up here, I would like to thank you, Sister Mary, for being such a wonderful mentor to your daughter. And Sister Madison, thank you for taking the opportunity to learn, to participate, and just to carry on. We appreciate you and we love you both. Thank you. Thank you. So in tradition, if you can stand in our new tradition as of 5
Madam
minutes
Chair.
ago, if you, yes.
Executive Min Sasha Subalef seeks
Oh,
recognition.
okay, one moment, please. We're gonna get this out of the way really quick. If you stand here. Our new tradition from 5 minutes ago, take a picture. Thank you. Brother Sobola.
This is an absolutely stunning young member. Absolutely wonderful young member. But especially, she's an absolutely dedicated energy level kind of person. And we have a special coin. You saw me give one to Keenan. We have a special coin for a special member. Would like to present you with a 100th year A&B ANS gold coin. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Sister Madison. Yes. Yes.
In honor of all of her hard work as a youth representative, I am presenting a Raven headband to my grandniece here. And also we have a very special gift as well, which is a peridot necklace that will be presented by Vivian for her as well.
It's okay.
And we also present you with $40. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. Well, Sister Madison, I'm sure you feel the love today. Thank you very much. Sister Paulette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As your auntie and all aunties and mothers that are here, I humbly present to you this gold Elizabeth Wanamaker Peradovich coin for your good works. This coin is a colorized coin. It's very rare. Elizabeth Peradovich has dark skin and dark hair, but she has the same soul and spirit that you have, which is a native spirit and heart. Keep your voice strong. Always believe in yourself. We need to see young people that are strong and have the strength that you have. It keeps us going. But more than that, this is your world, your future, and you will have all of the good things in life, our way of life. I'm so very proud of you and very humbled in your great grandma Harriet, A&B Camp One mother also, and our whole family extends their love and appreciation. Gunux Chish, Sister Madison, for your service.
Thank you. Okay. As you see, we have a wonderful youth representative. This is something that we would like each camp to have, is a youth representative, and to encourage our youth to excuse me, to people are keep waving at me to encourage our youth to participate. So I would excuse me, Brother Joe, Uncle Joe. I am going to recognize Rob Sanderson first. Oh, wait, you have the microphone. You win.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Joe Williams from Soxman. I'm requesting privilege of the floor from my brother, Rob Sanderson.
Okay.
Mr. Sanderson, good.
Oh,
this is nothing to do about my son. This is all about Madison. So I would just like to recognize her on behalf of President Peterson, the president of the Clinton Haida Central Council. We just want you to know how extremely proud of you. I've seen you grow over the last couple of years, even selling cookies to, help your kids in what you're doing down here in Anchorage. And also on behalf of President Fawn Sharp, which I am on the executive committee for the National Congress of American Indians, we want to thank you for all the hard work and effort that you have been putting into what you are doing. And you're an inspiration to us all. Yes, you are the youngest leader in here. And, at some point, I think that we have to start taking off the labels of our younger people when they at least get up into the age of 19, 20, because at that time they are our leaders now. And young lady, I just want to say someday that the keys of leadership will be handed over to you. And I know after listening to you speak and watching you grow and watching other youth representatives talk, I believe our tribes, A&B, A&S, we're going to be in good hands. And so we'll be one time sitting back in the gallery watching you perform and taking us to another level. So thank you very much.
thank you. What time do we have here? 25. Grand secretaries, are the minutes prepared? They're being printed now. All right, we will go ahead and we will adjust the agenda, and we will move on to the resolution committee reports, the recommendations, and the final considerations of resolutions. I call Brother Heather Gurko.
Madam Chair.
Identify yourself, please.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Go ahead.
Can we assure that the minutes are also being distributed through the Google Docs or emailed to the online participants?
They already have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, we went through the resolutions quickly. Thank you, everybody, for serving on committees. We have one committee who has not yet reported. That is the Constitution Committee. And I believe we had one more resolution from the Education Committee. Sister Charlene, was that correct? Did we have one more resolution? Okay, thank you. Are there any other committees that did not report? Thank you. I'd like to call up the Chair of the Constitution Committee, Sasha Sobolov. The two resolutions that were submitted to the Constitution Committee were 2208 and 2209.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Let me say right off the top that the resolutions of 2208 and 2209 were reviewed by the Constitution Committee, and we have a recommendation that of the do pass as a result of any technical errors or maybe our flying fingers pressed the wrong key. But I'm quite sure that the secretary that puts them in final order will take them. 2208 is respectfully this Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 4 requests that traditional hymn honored Christian soldiers marching as to war, end quote, written by Sabine Baring Gould and published in 1864, which is a little bit before my time, remain in perpetuity as an official song of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp. Thank you. For the second one on resolution 2209, the Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 4 respectfully requests the requirement of being vaccinated for COVID-19. Can't believe I said that word. And variance to attend Grand Camp in person be rescinded for the 23 Grand Camp Convention henceforth, hence the recommendation of do pass.
Thank you to the Constitution Committee. We have a motion to accept the two resolutions being discussed. Brother Sobolov, was that to pass them as a block? Thank you. So there's a motion to pass resolution 2208 and 2209 as a block. Thank you. I do see ANS Executive Paulette Marino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. I believe that the first one was called out of order and we are looking at the second one. Is that correct? 22.
Thank you. It was the recommendation of the Resolution Committee that 2208 and 2209 be out of order. 2208 due to the fact that resolutions go year to year. And in the terminology, it does say henceforth or no, in perpetuity. Also 2209 then says the same thing for the same reason. It says henceforth, our resolutions carry year to year. But the Resolution Committee doesn't speak for the Constitution Committee, so that is the recommendation of the Constitution Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there a second on the motion to pass as a block?
Madam Chair, Cecilia Tavalero, ANS
Thank
Exec,
you.
I second.
Has been seconded. Discussion? Brother Jan?
Jan Trigg and B Camp 70. Because there is there's a lot of controversy on these separately. Could I ask that these be separated on the vote?
Thank you. And does the motion maker agree? Okay, and that, who seconded online, Sister Cecilia, do you agree
Yes.
to them being addressed separately?
Yes.
So each will be addressed separately, starting with 2208. Dots, if you could please put 2208 up on the screen. Thank you. I
Under
will go next
discussion,
to Sister
Madam
Rhonda
Chair.
online.
Madam Chair,
Sister Rhonda, we can barely hear you. It shows you're on mute. I'm not sure how I heard you, but I did.
this is Juliana, Camp 87. Can you hear me?
Sister Rhonda, we barely hear you. We show that you're on mute online. I will come back to you. There
Sorry,
you are.
Madam Chair. I believe Juliana had her hand up prior to myself.
Finish, Jace.
Thank you so very much. So you yield to Sister Jamie Ann. Thank you, Sister Jamie Ann.
This is Juliana from Camp 87.
Oh, I'm
in
sorry,
regards-
Juliana, Sister Juliana. I believe Sister Jamie Ann had her hand up first, and then I have you,
Okay.
Wu, and Sister Cecilia Tabliero before you. Thank you.
Okay.
Ganesh Chish, Jamie Ann Hasselquist with Camp 2 Juneau. I am speaking against 2208 and also putting these in as a block. 2208 Onward Christian Soldiers goes against our newly adopted bylaws of inclusivity and the core of our civil rights to respectfully provide space for all faiths, religions, spiritual beliefs. And it personally, to me, creates spiritual harm, emotional harm, mental harm. When this song is sung, it's like brainwashing me. I was taking a shower this morning, and because of the song that was sung twice in one day, it was haunting me. I find it disrespectful that 2208 has been put forward and that it is being indoctrinated continually throughout this organization, even with the new bylaws that were adopted. So I respectfully ask for a no vote and the recognition that the doctrine of discovery of 1493 and the spiritual harm is being placed here on all of us who do not
Point of order.
march forward as an onward Christian soldier.
Thank you. We are under discussion. And as a note, thank you, Jimmy Ann. I will be giving each person a 2-minute time limit to speak to this. There will be many people who want to speak to this, and I will address each person individually. And I will not accept second comments until the first everybody has had a chance to speak first. Thank you very much. Brother Joe, I do have 3 people in front of you. I'll recognize you after that. Thank you. I will go back online then to Sister Rhonda. You have 2 minutes. Dots, would you be able to put up a 2-minute timer? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak against this resolution being presented. As stated with our resolutions committee, this has been identified and recommended through one committee as out of order. The language in the resolution is, as stated, changing a change in our constitution and our bylaws, and it has not been sent out in a notification that meets the parameters of our policies. And according to any amendments that need to be conducted to our constitution or our bylaws. First and foremost, it must be a constitutional year. Secondly, amendments to the bylaws need to meet the parameter of the 30-day notice and sent to all local camps. I did not receive this resolution 30 days prior. My camp did not receive this resolution 30 days prior to today's convention. And therefore, at this time, I move to table resolution 2202, the Alaska Native Sisterhood Onward Christian Soldier song. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It has been moved to table. Is there a second? Seconded by Sister Jamie Ann. Discussion. Oh, is there a discussion on table? Dots, could you please prepare a vote to table resolution 2208? Thank you. Thank you. Table takes priority. Did you have something that spoke towards the tabling? It is undebatable. We will be voting. Thank you.
Okay, and this is Dots. We do have a ballot ready for motion to table 22-08. We've now activated that ballot, so please go ahead and navigate to your voting platform and cast your vote.
Has everybody on the floor been able to vote? Is anybody online having any challenges, or is everybody voted?
Madam Chair, I'm having difficulties right now. I switched devices. I just requested Dots to send me a link in the chat.
Thank you. We'll continue to pause for voting. Thank you. Is there anybody on the floor who needs help with voting? And we are aware that people online are having difficulties. Please reach out to the Dots team and they will assist you. Thank you. As we're continuing to vote, just to note, the cell phone that was missing yesterday has been found. So just know that has been found. Thank you. It was not auctioned off. It was planned to be auctioned, but it didn't happen. Has everybody been able to vote or online dots? Are you still assisting?
Just gonna confirm, we have a couple of people. I just want to confirm that they have been able to get their vote in. So we'll just be a few moments doing that.
Thank you. As we're paused, I'll recognize Sister Elias.
Okay. Madam Chair, I asked permission for the floor. I just have some food for thought and to lighten up the day so far. I have a little quick joke. Why did the baby strawberry cry? Any ideas? Its parents were in a jam.
That was good. Thank you. Better than our, what do the AMB and ANS have in common yesterday?
Hey now. We're still practicing. Madam Chair, we've got to go to Sasha Sobolov's comedy class so we can learn how to present a joke. Oh, Sasha. Uh-oh.
Madam Chairman, Eric, by unanimous demand, asked one more thought. Do you know what the ocean said to the shore? Nothing. The ocean. What did the ocean say to the shore? Nothing. It just waved.
Thank you. Dot's team, have you been able to help everybody online?
Yeah, we just got the last vote in now. So we're going to go ahead and close that up.
Thank
and
you.
we'll display the results.
Thank you. So motion to table resolution 2208 passes. Thank you. We will move forward to 2209. 2209 was recommended by the Constitution Committee as a due pass. The title was Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 4. Respectfully request that the requirement of being vaccinated for COVID-19 and variants to attend Grand Camp in person be rescinded for the 2023 Grand Camp Convention and henceforth. Do I hear a second? I do see two hands up online. Are those raised from the last resolution or this current resolution? Executive Committee Woman Cecilia? Thank you. And it looks like Sister Juliana.
Yes, this is Juliana from Camp 87. I am unvaccinated. So, and I've been this way past the 2
Sister
years.
Juliana, we're waiting for a motion to be, or a second on the motion. Are you making a second for discussion?
Is this to eliminate it for next year so I can be present, or is this to a possibility to block me from attending Grand Camp? That is the question.
The request on this resolution is to lift the requirement.
To lift, then I support it. I second it.
So it is
Ms. Jason.
seconded under discussion, second by Sister Juliana. Sister Carol?
Again, please remember, delegates, that we cannot commit future conventions.
Sister Elias,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to put forth the motion to table resolution 2209 as the rules and guidelines regarding that convention have not yet made, as we are not in the planning stages of that convention yet, as we are in the current year.
thank you. The motion has been made and seconded to table resolution 2209. Dots, could you please prepare the vote? It is not debatable. Thank you.
Okay, and that ballot is now ready. You're just looking to go to your voting platform again. I'll post that in the chat one more time. And if you're already logged in, you may need to click next vote. And then above and beyond that, you're just looking for that link that says vote now, motion to table GC 22-09. And we've just put that link in the chat one more time, as well as our support information. But obviously, the easiest way is to just reach out to Dots in the chat.
Has everybody been able to vote in person? Has everybody been able to vote online? Sister Juliana, I see your hand is up. Were you having difficulty with voting, or is that from your previous comment?
A previous comment. I'll
Thank
lower
you.
it.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, and we
Thank you. We just
currently
need one
have
more.
no. Oh yeah, we
Oh,
have
on the floor, we just have one more is all. Dots. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks very much.
And I'd like to ask the Veterans Committee Chair to be ready to come up as soon as we get a result. Thank you. Has everybody been able to vote? Thank you, Dots. Could you please prepare the result?
Absolutely.
%84.8% in favor. The motion to table 2209 has passed. Thank you. So if the Sergeant Arms could please escort up Brother Albee, and then we will hear after that from the Health and Education. There's one resolution. Please have it prepared to review 2217. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Thank you. Yes, Atu, brother.
I have a question. Just for clarity purposes, I know we just tabled, and I had my hand up, but it wasn't seen. But we just tabled a resolution because the planning for Grand Camp we haven't even picked a camp host, or a host hasn't been nominated yet. But with this resolution, let's say Ketchikan's mandatory vaccinated and Juneau is optional, wouldn't this determine who would be able to host if we pass this resolution?
Thank you for your question. I don't believe it would, based on the fact that the executive committee has not discussed next year's Grand Camp. nor have they been able to make a determination about COVID mitigation.
Okay.
So once that happens, the discussion will happen whether or not COVID mitigation requirements are in place. And the current AMB and ANS executive committees would then make that decision.
Okay, and so it's just tabled until the executive committees decide to pick it back up.
The resolution itself is tabled until the camp brings forward another resolution next year, if they so wish.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have the Veterans Committee Chair. I see we do have ANS Executive Cecilia Tagliero. Is your comment with regard to the two resolutions that were tabled, or did you need to say something before our veterans speak?
It is in regards to procedure of our resolutions. Other resolutions, thank you for recognizing me. Other resolutions had the opportunity for the author to make edits or amendments. And it seems that these two resolutions we just voted to table did not have that opportunity. And that's just not fair. And I'm just speaking those words out. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to have the Veterans Committee Chair address everybody here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Frank Albee, A&B Camp 49. I'm chairman of the Veterans Committee. The Veterans Committee did not have any resolutions to consider this year. However, the Veterans Committee did meet and we discussed some of the things that we could do to help the veterans. First of all, the committee was made up of myself as chairman. Andrew Roberts was a member of the committee, and Paul Young also was a member of the committee. And we did meet and discuss, what could we do to help our brothers. In fact, we even called Willie Jackson in Ketchikan, who is a veterans representative for the Ketchikan area and much of Southeast Alaska. He's done a lot of help. He's been a lot of help to a lot of the veterans, throughout Southeast Alaska, and even to myself down in Portland, Oregon. One of the things that we decided that needed to be addressed was that we need to reach out to the veterans in rural areas, in the small villages, like Minto or Alaktuvuk or Tenakee or wherever. In those small places, we need to get the word out to them that there are benefits available to them that, that they are entitled to and should be given opportunity to apply. And we're figuring out ways, and we're going to try to figure out ways to where we can get that information to them. So that's going to be kind of the project for the year. But we'd also like to thank Grand Camp. We'd like to thank Tlingit and Haida and the tribal organizations and the Veterans Administration, for understanding the needs of veterans throughout the United States, not only Native veterans, but all veterans. Because when you're in a situation, where you're in combat and stuff, there's no Native, there's no blacks, there's no whites, there's no, other races. We're all one. And so we want to work together, and try to help as many as we can. Sister Tam. Brother Tam, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to first thank you for your service as a veteran. I would also like to thank Executive Committee member Willard Jackson for his donation of the Veterans A&B ANS Camp 49 group. And I do believe, even though we were hit real hard with COVID, I will defer, because you are a member of our veterans group, that the intention was that the Camp 49 veterans group be open to all ANS and A&B members, no matter where they reside or their local camps are. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Ganesh Hawa.
And as a member of Camp 49, I'd like to thank Willie Jackson. He donated the American flag and the state flag, to our camp, so that we're going to have a color guard, that we can help other organizations out through the year. There was a question, Mr. Grand President.
Testing.
Okay.
Frank, thank you very much. Really quick one. Thank you for your time and your efforts right now, and certainly to Willie for all that he work done too. What we really need right now, as I see, and having visited with the Bureau of Lands about the lands available for veterans, is that it's very difficult to determine, areas to select from. The topographical maps are necessary, and no one seems to be able to. I've asked several times. I've been to the office here in Anchorage, and would like to know, how we can get a hold of those areas, so that, and they should be available to all veterans. I mean, it's not something that, you can, any vet that picks up that book and says, oh, we got land over here, here, and here. All they are is the whole map could fit inside one of these little things here, and if you're 80 years old, you certainly can't see it. So I'd like something, for the Veterans Committee to look into it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The Veterans Committee will certainly will look into it, and we'll try to make more land available, or ask for more land available. Thank you very much for your attention. That's my Madam Chair. That's my report.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brother Albee. We do have a comment online. Yes, to brother.
Hello. I was just letting people know that Clinton Haida has community navigators now. Each navigator is located in each community, including they have one in Seattle that covers the lower 48, and then they have one in San Francisco. And part of their job is they were trained on how to help our Native veterans with the land allotments. But I was surprised that there wasn't a resolution on the Native land allotments, because if you look at the geographical maps, there's no land allotments in Southeast. So I was wondering if the Veterans Committee had intentions of bringing awareness, because most of our veterans are elders, and they deserve to stay home within their own communities to be cared for. And most of the land allotments are in the north, in near Anchorage and such. So I was wondering if there is a way that we can raise awareness that land allotments can be, and I know our Tongass isn't open, but if there's a way that the land allotments could be in Southeast compared to being more up north. And
Thank you.
Find a resolution on that.
Thank you, brother. And just so everybody knows, the executive committees of the ANB and the ANS have been getting regular reports from our ANB Grand President Emeritus, as well as our ANB Executive Committee man, Willard Jackson, as well as our ANB Executive, Eric Morrison. Brother Morrison, would you like to speak to that? Thank you.
We just put out a Freedom of Information request with the assistance of the Alaska Legal Services to the Forest Service to release the documents of when and where they took our fish camps, hunting camps, trapping camps of the natives in 50s and 60s, of which there were only over 300 sites that were burned down. That belong to families in Southeast. With that information, we're hoping that we can use, and we need the help of each camp to document the families that were impacted, to allow our veterans to make claims on those former fish camps. And the Forest Service finally responded. They said they're working on getting those documents for us. have copied Senator Murkowski and others as well that were working on this. The other area is that, of course, you are aware that the governor said that he's willing to trade lands that we make claims to in federal lands up north for state lands in southeast. And we've had a number of veteran individuals that went to the Department of Natural Resources, and the commissioner refused to work with them. So we need to push that forward as well. And the last issue was that anyone, there's a number of us that work with BLM, and there's been other lands that have opened up, and I'm willing to help. I've taken a couple of veterans to the BLM office here in Anchorage to assist them in making claims. So last point is we've had a rather interesting initiative by Doyon. They took in 60 veterans into the Doyon office, and they sat them down and made claims to over 9,600 acres for their veterans. And I think that's something we should talk to See Alaska about. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. We do have resolutions to continue. I do see one hand up online. Executive Committee Woman Cecilia, did you have a comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do. Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the same folks who were coming against the landless all these years are the same people that caused the veterans to not get their land in Southeast either. Just FYI.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Brother Albie. Thank you for your service, and thank you to all of our veterans. So I'd like to call up the Health and Education Committee for our final resolution. So the Health and Education Committee does need to meet. So at this time, I'd like to request that we be able to come back after that committee meets today. Thank you. Thank you to all committees. Everybody, you've done great work. We have one left to go. We really appreciate your hard work.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother Heather. We will take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
So I have some earrings here up for auction. We're gonna do auction style. So the first earring is blue beaded earrings with green leaf. So we'll start the bid at $5. Does anybody $5? Okay, anybody for $6? $6? $7? Oh, well, no, it's auction. Oh. Oh, yeah, we're just doing like a regular bid. Oh, not this time. So we're just bidding, right? So starting $5. Do I have $5? Anybody? $5 to Sasha. $6. Anybody? 6. We've got 6 over here. 7. 7. No, we're whoever bids the highest will get the so the next one we'll do a dollar auction. So $6 to Andrew. Do I hear $7? $7. 7 to Woody. $8. Anybody for 8? 8 to Janet. $8. Do I hear $9? Oh, $10 to Marcelo. Anybody for 11? 15 to Chad. Anybody for 16? $16. 15 going once. 15. Oh, 20 to sister or brother Tam. $20 to brother Tam. 21 to Janet. 22 to Tam. Anybody for 23? 23. Sister. So what was the highest one? I'm the worst bidder auctioneer. I'm gonna have Albie help the next one. So the highest bidder was at 21, correct? 21 going once, 21 going twice. Sold to Tamsin for $21. Woohoo! So I know. $21. Woohoo! There you go. Thank you. Okay, another set. I'll try that. Okay. So these earrings, let's see. These earrings look like sea beads. It's fish. Looks like little green fish. Yeah. Okay, I'll hold them out.
Walk them around. Basically, it's we got earrings coming up here on for auction. Hey, who will put up their first $5? Okay, $5. Start this off there, Sasha. $5. Come on.
Camera.
All right, dig into your pocket there, Mr. Trish. $5. Okay, it's a it's not a Chinese auction that I'm aware of, is it? No, it's whatever it is, the highest bidder. $10 all the way down here at there. Sergeant at Arms just outbid you there. All right, come on back up here. All right, who's next? $10 the high bid. Those earrings are worth millions. Okay, come on, speak up. Come on, $10. It got to be more than $10. I says, hey, just dig. Come up. $12. There's a man coming out of it. You say $12. $20 down here. Look at that man. I says, hey, $20 from Sasha. Brother Sasha says 25. Hey, now we got a bidding war. Go ahead. $25 for that wonderful pair of earrings and a good looking lady to give it to you. Okay. So come on, pick it up. 26. See that? It already starting to pay off. All right, you guys. Come on. Pick up. All right. 30 there. Hey, look at that. They're going, crowd's going wild. All right. All right. $30. I'm at. All right. $40. So, Lord, I says, you know what? I knew it. If we put a good look up there, it was going to work out. All right. 50. Who's got that? All right. $50 going down there. All right. Take a look. Take a look. $50. All right. We're looking at it. 50. $50. $50 going once. $50 going twice. Sold. Congratulations. There you go. Here. That's
Beautiful red and white earring.
red and white earring.
Should we do a set?
Yeah. There's a,
These
you
are
know,
for
really,
color.
yeah, you got.
Okay.
You tell me anything. I don't care. Don't make it.
Here, right here. These purple bead earrings, okay? Okay.
I know, but
Do a set.
we're all set here with earrings coming out our ears, right? So, oh, time's up. No more money.
All right.
Delegates, please be seated. Sergeant at Arms, can you find them? Delegates? Delegates, quiet on the floor, please. So the 10/9/2021 minutes have been reformatted, readjusted, and those were just sent to Dots, and those will be emailed to you, as the incorrect one was sent out this morning. As soon as those are ready, we will get to those. In the meantime, we will move on to the approval of the 2022-2023 A&B budget.
Go away. Will the finance committee please stand up? Please rise so you can be acknowledged. All right, thank you very much. And we now have Daphne will be given the report because she speaks so much better than me. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Eric. So I also served on the A&B Finance Committee, and if we can ask Dots to share that budget. Thank you. So with the A&B Finance Committee, this is the recommended budget. We'll move towards the income. The division of dues from the 2022 convention, we only have listed as $100, since for this convention only, we have waived the division of dues, and only the division of dues, not the registration to the host camp. For the local camp contributions for 2022 convention, we also only listed that at $100. Sales from the 2022 convention, we listed that as $0. For fundraising and donations for the non-convention throughout the year, we listed that at $5,000. Other fundraising by Grand Camp officers, $400. Regarding the committed funds from previous budget, and that would be actually our current budget, we list this at $25,000, and this is to cover the costs that occurred during convention, which affects the current budget, but still rolls over into the next year's budget. This will cover per diem, hotel, transportation, the usage of Dots, copiers, supplies, and other rentals. Regarding expenses, for the convention expense, we estimate the A&B travel and meals and incidentals to be $15,000. We increased this by $2,000 because we are hopeful that with this pandemic, things will become under control and more people will be able to attend. So we increased that to $15,000. The guest speaker, this covers expenses for the guest speaker, travel expenses, $1,000. Hybrid virtual voting and additional expenses we have at $9,500. This includes the virtual expense of the usage for our Dots voting and other expenses. Clericals rentals, $1,000. The grand ball, $1,000. Gifts for outgoing officers in the host camp remained at $500. Liability insurance, this is to cover should, as we needed for this event, a certificate of insurance. And this is becoming more common. So we have that at $250, and the host camp support remains at $5,000. Other expenses, the scholarship administration is $100. The scholarship has not been active this last year. We hope to get them to reactivate. Implementing resolution bills and actions, we lowered this to $1,000 as once we met yesterday and we saw the resolutions and we estimated the cost of those to work on the resolutions, and that would be less than the previous year. Grand President's local camps, 3 visits each. Once again, as we hope that we are coming out of this pandemic, we are hoping that the Grand Presidents are able to travel to the local camps and help encourage them and spend time with those local camps. We increase this $500 each as the cost to travel, hotel are very expensive. The A&B travel and meals and incidentals for non-convention travel is $9,000. That did not change. The A&S contribution we have at $22,000. We did not enter anything in for the memberships for AFN and NCAI. For operating expenses, we have the A&B and the A&S Grand President discretionary remaining at $900 each. This is a new line item for the next one, QuickBooks Online and Training. We have that at $800. We recommend that the treasurer move to QuickBooks Online. And then the next line is Executive and Officer Nonprofit Training for $2,000. Excuse me. For the website, webmaster, web hosting, and the domain expenses, this is we are looking to have a new website, an updated website, and we have that at $5,000. For virtual meeting platform and technology, for example, using the Zoom account that we are using today, we have that at $500. Office expenses and supplies, $300. Equipment technology for the Grand President. We are looking to get the Grand President set up with a new laptop and whatever software and equipment that he or she needs for that. Software and subscriptions to support that would be $600. And that would be not to only support the Grand President, but for the officers as well. Bank and travel fees. This is travel fees for the officers for their airline travels. We increase that to $450 as we also expect the travel next year for convention to increase. For Coogan's caps memorabilia, we have at $350. Right now, we do not have a stock in Coogan's caps memorabilia. And for the Grand President Coogana, and this is for the A&B Grand President Coogana, the caps and memorabilia, and the memorabilia being the pins and such. We have that set at $500. We do need to have a new Coogana made as this one is on the smaller side and we need to have another size available. For tax and organizational licensing and filing fees, we have at $300. This would help pay for any of the federal and state. For cloud storage to pay to scan and organize documents, we are looking to scan all our historical documents and have them one place instead of how we have them now, $1,000. The next is a new line item. This is programs. And this line item would be to help support things such as a membership drive and different programs that we are looking to help increase membership and other items that we can do to help our local camps. We have this at $1,500. The rentals, which covers the post office box and storage space, we increased to $1,400. The budget on the last year's budget, we did not include the PO box, so it was only increased to cover the post office box rental. The last item is the not-for-profit organization director and officer liability insurance. We have at $1,000, and this remains the same as the last budget. That is the report.
And I just want to add that there were camps that, although we waived the dues, 2 camps in particular, Ketchikan and Teneke, donated funds to the Grand Camp as well as Anchorage 36B. And I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
All right, For the A and B Grand Camp budget for 2022 through 2023, we recommend do pass. Is there a second? Sister Paulette?
Gonna choose ANS Executive Committee Member Paulette Marino, second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Sister Jamie Ann?
Goodness, Chief Jamie Ann Hasselquist, Camp 2 Juneau. One thing that came to mind this morning, and we did see happen later or earlier this morning after arrival, was I noticed on the budget that there was a guest speaker amount for $1,000, but it looked like zero dispersed. We had several speakers virtually and in person. And I noticed that none of them were walking away with an honorarium gift. But there were some gifts that were distributed today. And so I'm wondering if in the budget that could be noted for Grand Camp, that all speakers are given some sort of honorarium for their precious time and their communications with us here at Grand Camp. Goodness, Chief.
Thank you for your question. We've discussed that in the executive body, and I know you're not aware of the history, but that budget was primarily for those who traveled, or guest speakers for their hotel and transportation needs. And we had never in the past provided an honorarium, but that's certainly something to consider if you're recommending that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions under discussion? Thank you. Questions been called? Dots, if we can ask you to prepare a vote to approve the budget as presented.
Excuse me, and we have that ballot open now. So we'll post that information in the chat shortly, the link as well as our support information. But you're looking to navigate to your voting platform, and you'll see the link that says vote now, approval of 2022-2023 A&B budget. If you're already logged in, just click next vote. That'll refresh the page and you should see that link. And as always, if you're having any issues, please reach out to myself or Alejandro in the chat and we'll get you sorted out. And we'll stand by on making sure everyone's got their vote in before we close anything up.
Does anybody need assistance on the floor with voting? How are we doing virtually?
We've had no support requests virtually.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody need any more time to submit your vote? One more. Thank you. We just have two people who are being assisted. Has everybody in the room had a chance to vote? Is there anybody that needs any extra time? Everybody joining virtually? Do you need any extra time? Thank you. Dots, please close the voting.
Absolutely. That ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the result.
Thank you. The budget has been passed. Thank you. Well, that went by a lot faster than we expected, so we are pretty close to being on time. We are now going to move to review the minutes from October 9th, 2021. Sister Carol? They were emailed out. The second one were emailed out.
I was just told by Elias that they are currently being printed. So those of us in the audience here will have to read it on screen until we get those printed versions.
For the executive council, for executive members, are you able to see the screen? Do you need to move? And the executive members, are you good? ANS executive members, if you'd like to move so you can see the screen. Once again, this will be for October 9th, 2021. These are the minutes from the final day of convention last year. These minutes were emailed out to everybody. Sister Carol?
Just a quick commentary. Yesterday, as you know, there were umpteen criticisms on the floor, and I said I stand by my minutes. A few people wanted to slenderize them. They, I would repeat, have the action items. They are in bold throughout the minutes. And yesterday, I decided to, in order to live up to my adopted Tlingit name of a woman who serves others, I needed a decent night's sleep. So at 9 o'clock, I had not received any comments, any edits from any of the three from whom I expected them. One had spoken to me last night, but did not deliver them. And this morning she said, "Oh, do you want them in an email or in writing?" And the other two apparently sent theirs in to Tamsin around 2 o'clock this morning. So there are problems with this Monday morning quarterbacking. Thank you.
All right, we move on to the minutes. To approve the minutes of October 9th, 2021. Do I hear a motion to approve? Motion to approve as amended. Thank you. Are you making that motion? Oh, thank you. Motion has been made by Millie Schoonover to approve the minutes as amended. Is there a second? Thank you.
Janet Burke, Camp 67, Tennecky Springs, second.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded to approve the minutes as amended. Under discussion, we have Brother McCormick.
Madam Chair, this is Yesh Atuhu, also known as Ginger McCormick, Camp 14. And I was wondering if the Grand Camp just didn't have a format that they use for their minutes, and if the Grand Camp utilizes and exercises Robert's Rules of Order. Again, these minutes don't reflect Robert's Rules of Order minutes. There's a lot of extra unnecessary details within these minutes. So you can go back and read minutes, and if you understand Robert's Rules of Order, you would understand the minutes. And I was just thinking we would probably suggest for the future, maybe next year, to start working on formatting so we could have the A and B, A and S displayed on the top of the page, and maybe a little bit more professional, as we're the grandfather of all tribes and corporations.
Thank you. Thank you for that recommendation. And I do agree with that recommendation. And moving forward, we will have a format for the minutes. And if everybody is good with that, knowing that this will happen in the future, let's move on. Sister Paulette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under discussion for information purposes, I was one of the three being referred to. So I just wanted to say what I submitted, just for the record, if it is in here or not, was number one, A&S Grand President nominated by A and B, Pro Term Ground Sergeant of Arms, Chad Titel. Paulette Marino respectfully declined the nomination to serve on the executive committee. Number two, Chair A and B First Vice President Woody Watson recognized Delegate Dilbert Kadek and other delegates who expressed appreciation for past service. Number three, A&S Grand President nominated the following: Mary Marino Suits as A&S Grand Sergeant of Arms, Cindy Reeves as A&S Second Grand Vice President, Heather Powell as A&S First Grand Vice President, Paul Johnson as A&B Second Grand Vice President, Chad Titel as A&B Grand Sergeant of Arms. For information purposes, thank you.
Thank you. One moment. Sister Rhonda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I'm definitely one of the three that was being referred to. I did email Google Docs edits throughout the whole entire document for 10/6/2021 with the corrections and amendments that I had seen. And as I'm looking through this document, there's items that were not addressed. And I'm looking at the first page.
Sister Rhonda?
Yes.
So we do thank you for sending in those edits. However, they were not received until after 1 in the morning.
Yes, they definitely were. I had sat up for a very long time going through and editing those documents. There is items and action items that are removed on the current document that are not on this one that we're reviewing now. There's a motion on the first page by Bill Martin to close nominations. There's two individuals that had seconded the motion. There's items that are stricken from the first draft of minutes sent out, and that are not listed on the current one we're referencing to. As I'm reviewing these items, because I just received it again, it's disheartening to me to only have 10 minutes to review a document that is going to become a historical document for our organization. There is a format, as stated, being requested. I am very thankful for that, because this will improve future minutes. And I think that is very, very important. And these action items that aren't listed in here, I would like to make an amendment that are, once these minutes are approved, my amendment is that these amended minutes also be sent to our executive committee for further review to assure all motions and action items are listed. That's my amendment to the current amended minutes.
Thank you. Will you put that motion in, the amended motion in the chat, please?
Yes, I will need a few moments to type
Thank
that.
you. Thank you. I just want to make sure that we get it right. We are just waiting for the amended motion to be entered into the chat so we can make sure that we have that motion correct. Sister Rhonda? Sister Rhonda, if I may suggest that you list the date of 10/9/21 minutes. All right, there is a motion to amend the minutes for 10/9/2021 for the amended minutes to be referred to the A&B and ANS Executive Committee for cross-reference with original draft minutes to assure all action items are listed. Is there a second? Thank you. It's been seconded by. Thank you. Under discussion? Brother Tam?
Madam President, I was up until 3:30 this morning going through this and watching the information, the video on YouTube of that meeting. I have submitted the actions as well as the election results per Robert's rules, and I would defer or request that our parliamentarian make an order on it, because I have yet to have had my minutes asked to be amended or changed or not accepted. Thank you, Madam President.
Brother Tam, if you would clarify, you're asking the parliamentarian to make a decision on what?
Yes, I am asking our parliamentarian to make a decision on the minutes that were presented this morning at the behest, and that they be accepted as is, because all action items were put in there, motions, second, and what was passed were there. Thank you.
Thank you. Request has been made for the parliamentarian. One moment.
What? Thank you, Madam Chairman. In response to the request for a parliamentarian ruling on the proper format for the minutes, let's try this again. Back in the day, it would be, can you hear me? Over. Okay. As per the request for the proper format for the ruling of the minutes, it's very, very clear that this organization has a propensity for recording each and every activity, which can be recorded alongside of the regular format for proper minute reciting. Robert's rules is clear that the only items to be submitted for consideration by the body are the subjects and the motions and the result voting on the motions. Running parallel to that in a separate ledger is the anecdotal material, which what this organization highly cherishes in its format. So that if anyone has had the wonderful opportunity of keeping track of what the organization is doing, it's commensurate that there is essentially two things that happen simultaneously. On one page is the anecdotal material, like who made the motion, what the content of the discussions were, and what the results of the debate were, or whatever the decisions were, or whatever the decisions of the chair were to be included, and if it was appealed or not. That's anecdotal material. When it's reviewed, Robert's rules is clear that there is only the subject of the motion, the resulting vote of the motion, whether it was passed or failed, and that it would be recorded that way so that it would be in proper legal, or I'm sorry, it would be in proper form as required by Robert's rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Sasha. Sister Tam? No, I'm just making sure that that there's an understanding. Jamie, and if you don't mind, I'm going to recognize Brother Eric first.
I want to thank our parliamentarian for his loquaciousness. You want to know how to spell that? And I appreciate the efforts of the secretaries in doing our minutes. But when it comes down to it, it's up to the body to adopt or edit the minutes as they are presented to this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Jamie Ann.
Thank you, Jamie Ann Hasselquist, Camp 2 Juneau. It's only my second year on the floor here. And last year I was still learning, but I was the Sergeant at Arms for the Alaska State Senate. I've seen several minutes. I was in the President's Office, Central Council. I've seen several minutes.
But
I did
if-
send some examples of that.
Excuse me for just a moment. I want to make sure that we are focusing on the motion to amend the minutes for the minutes to be referred to the AMB and ANS Executive Committee for cross-reference with original draft minutes to assure all action items are listed. That is the only thing we are speaking to right now.
As part of the discussion, I'd like to recommend that there be training for meeting minutes and also Robert's Rules of Order. So if you gave me the chance, I would be able to contain that in this part of my speech to you. So if I could recommend that there be meeting minute training within maybe 1 month of the new elections, as well as Robert's Rules of Order training from an outside entity. Maybe it could be included in the budget. Goodness, sheesh.
Jamie Ann, Sister Jamie Ann, are you making a friendly amendment? Or is that just a recommendation that you would like? It can be either one. It doesn't have to be an amendment, but we will hear your words.
I would like to make a friendly amendment to include meeting minute training and Robert's Rules of Order training within 1 month after elections at Grand Camp. Goodness, sheesh.
The maker of the motion?
Well,
Do
thank you,
accept
Madam
that
Chair.
amendment, that friendly amendment?
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2, maker of the motion. I accept the friendly amendment. Thank you.
And the second?
Madam Chair.
Were you the second? No, one
I-
moment,
no, I'm
please.
going to.
No, that's not the question. Who was the second for the amendment? No, we are asking who seconded the amendment?
I was. Madam Chair. I
No, we
was-
did not second the amendment.
I was going to second the amendment. Madam
Thank you.
Chair.
Okay, so what, Sister Carol? That's right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I assume Sister Jamie Ann, that you agree with that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sister Jamie Ann does agree with that. This is just for our records. All right. The amended motion, if Dots, if you wouldn't mind changing this to include meeting minutes, meeting minute training and Robert's Rules training within 1 month after elections. All right. Now discussion, President Quinto.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And I think it's an excellent idea. However, trying to put it into play is going to be a little more difficult when you're asking somebody here to go into training, within 30 days. That's a difficult. I think probably, as far as I'm concerned, it's certainly in order, but there's got to be, to put it in a time frame that we're talking about, I think is going to be very difficult to do. But it is something I think that certainly is necessary and certainly needs to be done. But it's something that each camp is going to have to take on, as well as our Grand Camp. And so I appreciate it very much, and I speak against the motion.
Thank you. We have some people with our hand up online. Stephanie, I'm sorry, can't pronounce your last name. Weddle, thank you. Stephanie Weddle.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just questioning, are we saying that
We can
this
hardly
is-
hear you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Can you speak louder?
Can you hear me now?
No, one moment.
Can you hear me now?
No, one moment. We're checking to see if we can increase the speakers on this end. Okay, thank you. Stephanie, can just
Is
say
this
hello,
better?
Stephanie.
Hello?
We'll all be really quiet so we can try and hear you. And then if you need to, we may ask you to work with dots to increase your volume. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Barely, but go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that this is for all camps, not just Grand Camp participants.
No, ma'am, this
The-
is for Grand Camp at this time.
Okay, so the training would not be for all camps after elections?
That is not what this motion is referring to, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Thank you, Brother Chad. That helped. Thank you.
So that's stupid, because on one hand, they were saying all camps, and then now she's saying no camps, just Grand Camp.
Sister Stephanie, we can hear you. Sister Jamie Ann, this will be your second time speaking to this.
Can you hear me?
Goodness, Chief Jamie and Camp 2 Juno. Speaking to the last speaker that was an objection to this, it could be that the training happenings right here, right after Grand Camp. No? Okay.
We cannot
I still
determine
think
when
it's
people
possible
travel.
that training could happen within 1 month. We live in a virtual world, and the training could happen within a half an hour.
So you're
Goodness,
speaking in
Chief.
favor in the motion. State if you're speaking in favor or against. the
Yes, I
motion.
am speaking in
Thank
favor
you.
of the motion. Goodness, Chief.
Thank you. Brother Joe Williams?
Madam Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this amendment. I speak against it. We have to remember, members of the attendees of this meeting, we are in a volunteer organization. There isn't a person here today that's sitting at these tables that is being paid to be here today. This has been and always has been historically a volunteer organization. How can you require a volunteer to be educated? That is absolutely, in my mind, foolish. Who would run for a position that requires you to be educated? In my mind, the maker of the motion, if you feel strongly about it, run to be the secretary, grand secretary. And then you could make the minutes accordingly to as you were taught. So I speak strongly against this because this is a volunteer organization. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, my hand is raised.
Whose hand is?
This is Juliana, Camp 87.
I have not called upon you yet. I've called Sister Rhonda. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies, Juliana. I know I did see your hand raised prior to me. I am first requesting that the current motion be displayed for all of us in attendance virtually, so we can have a clear understanding of what exactly is being voted on, because as previously stated from the previous speaker, very confused. It's easy to get confused by individuals' comments and stating whether it be Grand Camp training, local camp training, virtual training for everyone. There's a lot of confusion being added. So if we can have the current motion being displayed for everybody, so we have a clear indication as to what we're discussing, I speak in favor of this motion. We are in a virtual world. We are in a hybrid world. Anything is possible. I am sitting in Juneau and I am in attendance and I am fully engaged and active. I am volunteering.
Thank you.
And we appreciate everybody's volunteerism, and we are getting paid. We are receiving money. We get our ways paid to be in attendance. But that is actually completely irrelevant to the current motion on the floor.
Thank you
I
for
think it's really
recognizing that.
important, and that we have these trainings and we receive these trainings, and it's access to all. We have had minutes, many, many years of minutes of Grand Camp be referred back to the executive committee due to the circumstances of not receiving minutes accurately or in a timely fashion. So having this placed in a motion will prevent future endeavors that it may cause. So this has been done before. So I speak strongly in favor of this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So for those online and for those in person, and Dots, if you would, I understand that you're not quite sure what needed to be listed. I will repeat. One moment. The first, to add to the amended motion will be to include meeting minute training and Robert rules training within 1 month after election. So the motion in its entirety now reads: motion to amend the amended minutes be referred to the ANS Executive Committee for cross-reference with original draft minutes to assure all action items are listed. Friendly amendment was to include meeting minute training and Robert's Rules training within 1 month after election. Secretaries, can you please send that to Dots? They need assistance. We'll be on hold for just a moment.
Righty. And they're not complete. The motions are not complete. So unfortunately, without that ability, I cannot submit it correctly to Dots. Thank you.
Sister Jamie Ann, who made the friendly amendment. Please add that in the chat. Yes, it is. Thank you. I'm not going to take any other comments until we have this motion up to be shared.
Is concerning the order of the vote. It is concerning the process.
We're just going to get the motion up first. Today we will also need to cover the minutes for the first day of this convention and the second day of this convention. Thank you, Dots. It's been added into the chat. Thank you, Sister Jamie Ann.
Paul White. A number.
Us attending virtually can't hear
They
him.
volunteered classes for writing minutes and following parliamentary procedures. So and salute to those gentlemen. I look for our body to also have find a number of people that are versed in this that can help our local camps as well, and so we can get back to speed and stop eliminating by eliminating personal comments and the like in our minutes. Thank you.
Dots, when you're ready, if you could share the motion as amended. The words friendly amendment do not need to be included. Thank you. I understand. The dots. Oh, I'm sorry. Or would you be able to include add this to the first amended motion? Thank you. I apologize for not making myself clear. Brother Jan?
Jan Trigg, A and B Camp 70. A motion was made to amend the amendment, and I would ask that we vote on the amendment separately from the amendment. I know that's confusing,
Yeah,
but they're separate
understand.
issues, and it's very casual to make a friendly amendment be accepted, but this is in fact an amendment to an amendment. And the amendment to the amendment is what was just shown, which if I understand Robert's rules, we would vote on the amendment to the amendment, and then we would vote on the amended amendment secondly, and that keeps those as separate issues. That would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Mr. Parliamentarian? Mr. Parliamentarian? So is that correct? Yes, thank you. All right, looks like we will be voting on the amendment to the amendment. One moment, is this in referral to the friendly amendment?
So referral to the amendment to the amendment. Could we take out the timing in there? The timeline, I mean, sorry. If we take that timeline out, then I think that's what's kind of holding us up a lot.
The 1 month?
Yeah, instead of it within a month, within the year in a timely manner.
Madam Chair, my hand has been up.
I don't see your hand up. I do see Brother McCormick's hand up, and I will recognize you in just a moment. So Sister Jamie Ann made the friendly amendment. And who seconded that amendment? No, you made the friendly amendment. Was there a second to the friendly amendment? You have an opportunity to make that change.
Okay.
Goodness Chief, thank you, Jamie Ann Camp to Juno. And I would like to retract the timeline of my friendly amendment. So now the friendly amendment would read to include meeting minutes and Robert Rules of Order training after Grand Camp elections. And I will type that into the chat.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Thank you. It's been seconded by President Quinto. Under discussion, Brother McCormick. We are speaking to the friendly amendment motion only. And if you're not speaking to that, if you want to just keep your hand up, I'll recognize you later.
Okay, you want to repeat the friendly amendment only?
Only to the friendly amendment right now. Did
And
you want to
that's
speak to
for
that?
is that just for the training by itself?
That correct?
Then I'm in support of the friendly amendment. The Fallmouth Institute has online courses that you're able to take that they train our tribes and corporations as such. And we took a DOTS training to be here so we can vote online as volunteers. So I speak in favor of it. And is there a way that I could call for a question to vote on it now?
We do have another hand up.
Okay, thank
But
you.
if you want to be prepared. Thank you. Sister Juliana.
This is Juliana, Camp 87. I understand that the beginning, they have mentioned that volunteers, some of us
Sister
have.
Juliana, are you speaking to the friendly amendment motion?
I am, and I'm supporting it. The volunteer and the skills and the training online, and as well as some of us who have those skills. So whatever it works, we want to make sure that we're not spending an hour to 2 hours on something that happened last year. And thank goodness our secretary has a good memory. Goodness sheesh on that. So I support this.
Thank you.
Goodness sheesh.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? This would be yours. One moment. Yes.
I move to previous question, Madam Chairman.
Move to previous question.
Did we vote?
Thank you. All right. Does DOTS have the correct motion for the friendly amendment? It was what you originally had showed the first time, except we are removing the timeline.
So we'll just need to have that sent to us and then we can display, but we can't exactly edit on the fly with our setup. So we need to just have that document sent to us and we can put it on screen. So we're just awaiting that. And just in terms of the ballot itself to be voted on, can you confirm what the title of the ballot would need to be for this?
Yes. It would be the friendly amendment.
Friendly
Or
amendment.
training minutes, training.
Friendly amendment for minutes training.
Thank you. Thank you, Dots. We appreciate you very much.
Yeah, you're most welcome. And that ballot is just about ready to go. So we'll get it ready here. Okay, so we have the ballot open now for friendly amendment for minutes training. So that's open for you to vote on now. So you can navigate to your voting platform and we'll put that in the chat one more time.
So the ballot is open now for you to vote. I know that we are having a difficult time hearing in the auditorium. So just for those in person, the ballot is open to vote. Has everybody in the room had an opportunity to vote? Does anybody need assistance? Everybody on virtual have an opportunity to vote or need assistance?
We do see one hand up. I'm not sure if that's related to voting assistance or if that's from earlier.
Do you need, Sister Juliana, do you need assistance voting? No, thank you. All right, if you would close the vote, please.
That vote is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Thank you. That motion passes. So Dots, if you would add that to the original motion, do you need that read? Or it was the one that Rhonda Butler had put into the chat? All right, now we are back to the main motion with the friendly amendment. So the motion is to amend the amended minutes to be referred to the AMB and ANS executive committees for cross-reference with the original draft minutes to assure all action items are listed. And then the friendly amendment to include meeting minutes and Robert's Rules Order of Training after Grand Camp elections.
Question.
Thank you. Question has been called. So Dots, when you are ready to post that vote.
For sure. Could we just sort of confirm, is this a good title for the ballot that we're voting on currently? Just approval of October 9th, 2021 minutes as amended?
Excuse me, Dots, we can barely hear you in here.
Hello, check 1, 2. Can you hear us? Hello, hello.
It's still pretty quiet. We're checking something over here.
Okay. Yeah, sure. No problem.
You want to try once more, please?
Hello, hello. Check 1, 2. 1, 2.
Much
Can you
better.
hear me?
Yes,
Excellent.
much better. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so we're just getting that ballot created. You'll see on screen that's the wording we have for the ballot title. So approval of October 9th, 2021 minutes as amended. So we're just going to go ahead, just take a moment to finalize that, and it will be open momentarily. Okay, that ballot is now open. So once again, you can navigate to your voting platform. You may need to click next vote if you're already in there to just refresh the page. Other than that, just remember to confirm your ballot. And if you're having any, you can reach out to us in chat. I'll post that information in the chat one more time as well that has our support info.
Has everybody in the room had an opportunity to vote? Does anybody need any extra time in the hall? Thank you. And virtual, does anybody need any extra time voting?
We have no support requests online.
Thank you very much. We can close the ballot, please.
Ballot is now closed. Stand by for the results, please.
Look at that. It is approved. Thank you. All right, it is 11:29. And next on our schedule, we won't have time for that before the break. All right, we're going to change the agenda a little bit. We are going to take a break right now. Also give the opportunity for the Final Resolutions Committee to meet. And if you would like to go into, Sister Charlene, if you'd like to go into the room, the boiler room, where you'll have access to have virtual attendees join with you. So Dots, if you could open up a break room.
Absolutely. Just to confirm, you just need the one break room, or will we need a couple?
Just the one. Just the one.
Just the
Thank
one?
you.
Perfect. We'll
Yes.
open one up for the boiler room.
Thank you. And we will have, if you could put 30 minutes on the clock, please.
Excellent.
Madam Chair.
Okay, sure. Attention. I'd just like to announce the entrance of the Democratic candidate for Governor, Les Guerra.
Comfortable giving them a couple minutes to speak on our break. Mr. Garrett, do you want to speak a few minutes? We are on break. We are missing some folks, but if you want, you're more than welcome. If it's okay with membership. Okay. Yeah, off the cuff here. The microphone's a little testy. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello. Hi, Daphne. Yeah, nice meeting you too. Thank you for letting me say a few words. I know you probably heard a lot of words over the last few days, so I'll try and keep it short. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Les Guerra, served in the legislature from 2003 to 2018. And I'll just tell you a little bit about myself and why I'm running, and I'll try and keep it really short. So lost my father at 6, grew up in foster care, and developed my view that everybody deserves a chance in this world. It's very much my mission, I think, is very much what your mission is, to make sure people have civil rights and equal rights. And I look at a state that where we have no confidence in public education, and I see that those who have much are doing fine, but those who have little, I don't think, are given the opportunity they deserve in this world. And I know that's one of your fights, which is to make sure people have opportunity and justice and civil rights. And those are all important to me. As we travel around the state, we still have this problem of over 50 communities without a single police officer. That's not equal justice. Mike Williams Sr. from Akiak, he called for equal justice 20 years ago with a lawsuit, and he's still calling for equal justice. That means a police officer in every community. We don't have the ability to retain teachers in all of our communities. We still have communities with no water and sewer. And I don't think that that's what we should have in the 21st century. So those things are all important to me. I'll stay a while, so I'm happy to answer questions, but I don't want to take up all your time. My core ethic, I think, developed from the way I grew up the way I grew up in foster care, which is that everybody deserves an equal chance in this world, whether born rich or poor, to a privileged family or to a family that's having difficulty. So with that, I want to thank you for all your work, your over 50 years of work, standing up for civil rights and equal justice. 110 years. That is over 50 years by 60 years. So thank you for being such a voice for civil rights and equal rights and justice.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here because we've been discussing the subsistence issues over the last few days, and as you may be aware, the Kitty John case has well been settled in the Supreme Court. And out of that case, the state of Alaska was required to make adjustments in their regulations, which they haven't done. And we're continuing to have state cases now in the Yukon in the past year in Cake over hunting subsistence rights. And now with the state, the various fish and boards and hunting boards and gaming, there are no tribal representatives on these boards, and I'm hoping that you will make the changes necessary to reflect the native rights of subsistence. Thank you.
Can I say a word on Katie John? Thank you so much. On Katie John, there's been an insult to Alaska's Native people, and that is that this administration is trying to reverse Katie John. They've hired attorneys to try to reverse Katie John. I was in Bethel this summer when we had a small king run that people on the river were allowed to fish for a couple of weekends. Of course, we don't have much of a fishery left on some of these rivers. And at the same time, people on the Kuskokwim were trying to bring in a few fish for fish camp. This governor was trying to battle Katie John and decided to try to make subsistence open to all 750,000 people in Alaska on the Kuskokwim River that does not have fish, enough fish for the people who live on that river. And there is no way that somebody from Anchorage or Wasilla or Juneau or any other city in this state has the right to those fish on the Kuskokwim when people are just trying to make ends meet and pull in a few subsistence fish for the winter. So Katie John is something that's important to me. I will work to uphold, not challenge Katie John.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Thank you for taking the time to be here. I have a comment about the boarding schools. So as you're probably aware that there are many boarding schools that have existed even here within the state of Alaska. Many Native people have went to these boarding schools and have not been treated well, to say the least. I am wondering what your thoughts are and your commitment as a potential governor of Alaska to address this. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. When I first moved to Alaska in the 1980s, very shortly after that, this national group came in to try to make English the only language, the official language of the state of Alaska. And that meant it was a continuation of the injustice, I think, that was done at our boarding schools where people were not allowed to live their own culture and speak their own language. And so this English only initiative came up here, and it required in all tribal meetings, all official governmental meetings, that you only speak English. And It was offensive to me. Just when I moved to this state, I knew that I was going to respect the people who were here before me. So I filed a lawsuit to try to get that English only law declared unconstitutional because it was a continuation of the insult of what had happened in the educational system in the state for so long. Fortunately for me, a better attorney came along, and that was Heather Kendall Miller, who is a friend of mine and who's helping on this campaign. Heather took the case over. She won. That law was declared unconstitutional. The ban, because it banned Alaska Native people from speaking their own language in village meetings. Today, I think the new civil rights issue is to make sure that people in all communities in Alaska have a good education, but we cannot retain teachers in communities like Nome and Bethel. And what I believe in is having teachers from the communities where they teach. So we grow people and teachers from Nome and our villages. It's an extra job. It's cultural relevance for the children who are learning. I think that's important. But right now we have a system where we have people who come in from other countries or from Kansas to teach our children who don't understand the culture. And I think it's crucial that we have people who understand the culture teaching our children, no matter what the community is. So I'm happy to hear ideas on addressing the injustice in the past, but I want a future of equality and a future of opportunity and a future where children get a culturally rich education. We do not have that in the state. It's one of the reasons I'm running in every community in the state, but especially in rural Alaska. We are not giving children the educational opportunity they deserve. Children in communities that are Alaska Native communities deserve to learn their own language. We know that is a rich thing for children, for them to maintain their cultural ties. I believe in that, and I will work with you also to try to make sure we expand the teaching of Alaska Native languages to our children and history. Yes, in our communities. It makes children richer. It is good for their mental health. It is good for their well-being. It is good for their ability to succeed. But I'm happy to hear other ideas on what we should do. It is wrong for me, though, to see that we cannot have teachers around the state who children get to know for more than 2 years before they leave. And especially in our smaller communities, I think those teachers should come from our smaller communities. And I will do everything I can to try to create the professionals in our smaller communities who can grow up there and work in those communities so they can stay home and don't have to leave. Sheesh.
First of all, thank you very much. My name is Joe Williams, Executive Committee member from Saxman. Should you be elected, I want you to remember who I am, where I'm from. And I say this very candidly because each time that a governor comes to Ketchikan, it bypasses Saxman. We're a community like any other community. And I would appreciate you planning to visit us in Saxman, not in Ketchikan, in Saxman. Secondly, this is a huge thing for me, and that is, I made a speech several years ago to this organization about fish traps. Early days fish traps was outlawed because they were devastating all the salmon returning because the fish traps were at the mouth of salmon streams. I stated then, and I'm stated again in front of you to state that our fish traps are back. The fish traps are the charter fishermen. I challenge you, now that you will know this, I challenge you to go to your airport in Juneau, go to the airport in Anchorage, go to the airport in Ketchikan, and see how many individuals carry boxes that are 50 pounds or more. Several years ago, I had the opportunity to take my daughter to the airport. This came to my attention immediately. There was a man there that had 11 boxes, 50-pound boxes. He said, I had the best 5 days I've ever had here in Alaska. Keep in mind, each box was 50 pounds. And yet, when our tribal fishermen end up with one too many salmon, they confiscate not only the salmon, but his gear, and then his boat. I don't know where the equality is in that. And yet the commercial fishermen, the charter fishermen that come in from out of state that are stealing our food. I'm saying that very seriously, stealing our food because of what is transpiring. Now in catch can, we can catch 1 king salmon per day. I'm young enough to know that there was never a placement on the king salmon when I was growing up. So with that, my children, my grandchildren will never know or experience the kind of experience that I had with the abundance of king salmon, the abundance of salmon in the state of Alaska. Take a close look at the Department of Fish and Game. They've had the control over the fish since statehood. Since statehood, we had abundance of food of the salmon. Today, now it's being limited. In some places, there is no salmon, and that's under the present leadership. And I say that under the present leadership of the Department of Fish and Game of the state of Alaska. And I would appreciate the same kind of scrutiny to the charter fishermen at the airport. When someone is boasting, this is the best year I've had, and I've been up here 15 years, and he's now taking 11 50-pound boxes back home. And I'm allowed 1 king salmon. If I have 2, I'm going to jail. So I don't know where the equality is in that. And I'm certainly questioning now the legality of that. So with that, I now bring it to your attention. I realize that you're just one individual, but that's where it begins, with one individual. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I could talk for an hour. I'll talk for 2 minutes. I think subsistence priority is a priority in times of shortage, and that's what the law says, and that's what it should be. And in times of shortage, we're doing the opposite in the state. I told you what I saw on the Kuskokwim, but that is the example of what is wrong in Fish and Game right now. To tell people who live in an area where there's a shortage of fish that outsiders get to take those fish first, and I think that's wrong. I think our other fish trap right now is the massive waste of fish, and Mary Peltola is right, the massive waste of fish in the Bering Sea. That's our other fish trap, is those factory trawlers that dump over 1,000 tons of halibut to the bottom of the ocean, that dump over 550,000 chums to the bottom of the ocean when chums are not going up the Kuskokwim or the Yukon. And that is our other fish trap. And I think we have to make sure fish are around for the next generation. And to make sure fish are around for the next generation, that means treating them properly this generation. So I will do everything I can to try to make sure that fish come back even in places where they're not coming back now. Some of it is science, but some of it is just logic, and you cannot dump that many fish dead to the bottom of the ocean. That has to be curtailed. I say that with sympathy to, we have some Alaskan Native owned CDQ groups that have some interest in some of those trawlers in Western Alaska and Dillingham, and I respect that, and I think we have to work with them, but this amount of waste is too much. And thank you. Yes, I will visit Saxman. I will visit Metlakatla, and there will be ferry service to Metlakatla.
Okay. Mr. Guerra, my name is Tamsin Alziut. I am the AMB Grand Secretary, but even though I am Finkit from Southeast, I do reside in Salem, Oregon, but I would like to ask a question. Last week, I was able to attend the Preserving Our Way of Life event, summit in Fairbanks, hosted by First Alaskans Institute. And this is going to be hard for all of us, and I would like you to include cake in your visit. But recently we had a murdered baby. She was left for 16 hours before anybody got to her. But yet, had it been a moose, or as Brother Joe said, 1 extra salmon, there would have been Fish and Game in there within hours, if not sooner.
I know some of this is state related and federal, but in all honesty, sir, what would you do if elected to correct this horrendous injustice on so many levels, whether it's our subsistence or the fact that it was one of our babies that was murdered? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for the question. So number one, I'll listen. So and I want to hear and learn, but it is, you know, Cake is one of the communities that does not have regular police. Cake and every single community on Lake Iliamna, not a single police officer on Lake Iliamna. It is unequal justice. Mike Williams Sr. was correct when he called it unequal justice 20 years ago. And I've stood with him this campaign to say we should have equal justice and police in every community so people are safe. And I do think, and I've heard this around the state, that when we don't have enough police, that we can even have them in over 50 communities that have none whatsoever, that we have so many police that they can over prosecute subsistence fishermen and subsistence hunters. I've heard this across the state. We don't have enough police doing the work that we need. I also believe that we should have police officers that look like the people they represent, whether it's in urban Alaska or rural Alaska. Our teachers, our police should look like the people they represent and they teach. And I think that would lead to better policing. But we do have to have police and justice in rural Alaska, just like we have it in urban Alaska. So they talk about defunding the police on the national level, and that's a slogan. We've defunded the police in Alaska. We don't have any in too many communities, and that's wrong. And I don't know about the injustice that you talked about, but I do know that Cake deserves a police officer, and you should not have to wait 2 days before a trooper can fly in good weather in Cake, on Lake Iliamna, in much of Southwest Alaska, and so many other communities.
Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. All right, we have 10 more minutes for a break. When we return from break, we will address the one remaining resolution, and then we will break for lunch. And when we do break for lunch, the ANS will be meeting today, so please give them head of the line privileges. Can we come back into session, please? Delegates, please be seated. Sister Elias, if you can just check in the break room. Dots, if you would give the people in the breakout room a 1-minute warning.
And just a note to those in the breakout rooms, they will be finishing momentarily, and we'll be closing it up. You'll have 60 seconds to get back into the main room. Thank you.
Can we please have the Health and Education Committee come to the floor? Sister Mary? Will you please ask the committee to come out? Delegates, please be seated. All right, our final action before we move on to the lunch break and the ANS meeting will be to address the final resolution. So I will call up Brother Heather Gurko. While Sister Heather, or while Brother Heather is on her way up, please ANS members, we'll have head of the line privileges for lunch, and then we will meet in the boiler room for our meeting. This is our final meeting for the convention.
Thank you, Grand President Albee. If I could please have the Health and Education co-chairs come up to the podium. We will be looking at Resolution 2217, the Alaska Native Sisterhood to work with local camps to improve literacy. And Dots, if you could please bring that resolution up. Thank you.
The resolution that we're looking at is 22-17. The title is Alaska Native Sisterhood to work with local camps to improve literacy.
And our motion is, our suggestion is to do pass with the additions placed in the final, therefore it be resolved. And we listed Central Council navigators, all tribes, State of Alaska, Department of Education, Early Development. And then also there's a book out on Alaska Transforming Schools framework. It's a trauma engaged approach and policies, and put it in the appropriate, and if you would put it into the appropriate spot, because we couldn't figure out where it needed to go. I think this is really important. Like I spoke on it yesterday, I do work in the schools. I sub every single day in Craig, and if I'm not there, Yakutat pays my way to Yakutat to sub up there. And so many of our students are being left behind. We have kids in high school that don't even know how to read because we have this no student left behind. And it's so sad to watch because, like somebody mentioned today, of how some of the kids walk into school with their heads down because they don't know how to read. They have to have other students read the questions to them. And to me, that hurts me. So I'm very proud to be here to ask that this 22-17 be passed.
Thank you. You've heard the motion for 22-17 to be passed with additions. Do I hear a second? Second, Eric Morrison, discussion. If there is discussion online, I did not bring my computer, so if somebody could please let me know. I recognize Brother Eric.
Eliminated. And you know, we're beginning to speak gooder English than we used to in the Brotherhood. So I think we could speak. And I want to address Camp 87 as the first president. The first thing we did as a Brotherhood, we formed an after-school program in each of the high schools and middle schools, which was so successful that Cook Inlet Tribal Council took it over from the Brotherhood. But we have a history in helping our children as well, and so I hope we won't be left out. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Eric. So would this be an addition? Are you asking for an amendment? Are you requesting an amendment to the motion to include the A and B? Thank you. Does the committee who submitted it and it is seconded? Thank you. The question has been called. Well, first of all, I'm so sorry. We did not recognize online first. Dots, is there anybody online?
So we're seeing no hands online currently.
Thank
Oh,
you.
actually, sorry, hold on. Sorry, I just scrolled up. My apologies. I made a mistake. We do
Okay.
have 2 hands online.
Thank you, Brother A. Tuwu.
Madam Chair, just a quick question. Does Dot still have no view on the camera on our end? Thank you.
That is correct. We do not have the camera currently.
Thank you. So Brother Yes Tuwu.
Yes, I just wanted to speak in favor of this, but I don't know if it was necessary because the way this is written is just speaking that each camp ANS would help facilitate this program to be active. And I'd hope that each camp's ANS is coinciding and working with their A and B. So I don't know if the friendly amendment is even necessary because it's just being guided by the sisters, but it doesn't necessarily neglect the Brotherhood.
Thank you.
But I
Brother.
am
That
in
has been
favor of
addressed.
this. The Ketchikan School District only has 30% students that are Alaska Native, and 67% are off track for graduation. So I uplift this resolution, and I commend Cecilia Tavaleros for submitting it. Kunakchish.
Thank you. It has been addressed. Thank you. And the other person online was Juliana, Sister Juliana.
Yes, this is Juliana from Camp 87. I'm in support of this. One is we used to be a tribe where we had an audience. As the statehood came along, we became readers. So with the virtual reality, with the social media, it's important that we have this also to include mathematical language. We need to make sure that our tribe is speaking, reading, understanding, comprehending not only the English language, but mathematical language. And if our brotherhoods and sisterhoods can work together to ensure that each child is not left behind and not look at it as someone else should make sure each child is not left behind. So
Thank you, sister.
Goodness chase.
Thank you. I'll recognize Brother Jan.
Jan Trigg, A and B, Camp 70. I would like to ask to add at the very end of that, now therefore be it resolved, that it would add, and to encourage A and B and ANS members to participate in the programs which support this.
Brother Jan, can you please put that in the chat? So you're asking for an amendment to the you're asking for an amendment to the resolution that's being recommended do pass with amendments.
Yes, and in addition, I would strike international. United Way is normally referred to as United Way.
Thank you. That will be caught probably during the Grand Secretary's review. Just ask them to fact check that. Thank you. So does the motion maker and the person who seconded, do you agree to this on the original motion?
I agree. Yes, I agree. Thank you, Brother Jan.
And who made the second? Was it President Albee? On the original, yes. So it has been. So the motion now shall read.
So the resolution reads, do pass with our additional amendments. Right?
Yep. Thank you. So I would ask that all the amendments be given to the Grand Secretaries, please. Question has been called. Dots, could you please prepare the ballot?
Absolutely. I'm just going to make a couple quick edits here. So just to confirm, we're doing resolution GC 22-17 as amended.
Correct.
Excellent. Okay, and that ballot is now live. So once again, just log into your voting platform and you'll be looking for that blue link that says vote now, resolution GC 22-17 as amended.
Has everybody on the floor been able to cast your vote? Is there anybody online needing assistance? We
We
are
are
pausing
seeing-
for,
Oh,
oh, thank
sorry.
you. Go ahead, Michael, sorry.
I was just gonna say there is no support or hands online.
Thank
Oh,
you.
we
We'll
do.
pause.
Sorry, one just popped up from Juliana Smith.
Okay, thank you. We have one on the floor too. Thank you.
I'm good. Thank you. Ganesh.
And we do have a hand from Cecilia as well.
Thank you, Executive Community Member, Committee Member. Cecilia, do you have a question or is it needing assistance from DOTS?
No, I have already voted. Thank you. I did want to thank those who support this resolution. It's been a long time coming. And also, as an FYI, there is a United Way International as well as our national United Way. Just saying.
Thank you so very much. DOTS, all votes have been cast. Can you please prepare the result?
Excellent. That is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Resolution 2217 as amended passes. Thank you. On behalf of the Resolution Committee and my co-chair Beverly Russell, I want to thank each and every one of you for contributing to the resolutions at this Grand Camp. This is why we're here. Thank
you. Thank you, Resolutions Committee. Thank you to all the committees that checked out the resolutions, made decisions, made recommendations. We appreciate that very much. So the Grand Camp has more work to do. And now we are going to break for lunch. Please give the ANS members head of the line privileges. ANS will meet in the boiler room in 15 minutes. Thank you. When we will come back to order in 1 hour.
Good afternoon. We will now start the afternoon portion of the Grand Camp meeting. This meeting is called to order. At this time, like to call Brother Joe up to start with the candidate speeches.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First Vice President Wood Watson. I appreciate the opportunity to serve in the capacity of which I was asked to. And to the delegates, once again, thank you very much for being here, for those who are in person, as well as those who are online. One of the things we should remember as to what we're about to undertake as far as officers. There was this young lady several years ago. Her husband told her that it was, or she told her husband, it was either me or the VW. And she was really sad that when he was still in the driveway trying to start his VW. So know when you make your selections, okay? And one of the things as far as sisterhood is concerned, you should know this, is that men are like fine wine. You start out as grapes, and it's up to the women to stop the crap out of them until they become acceptable to have dinner with. So sisterhood ladies, you need to remember that when we're voting. So today we do have on the agenda speeches from.
So this is going to be for presidents.
Okay, good. We have first person we'll call to give a 3-minute campaign speech will be Paul Johnson. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, A&B brothers, ANS sisters. First of all, I want to say I'm very honored and humbled by the nomination. And I'd like to take the first part of my campaign speech to thank our current Grand President, Marcelo, for always answering the phone and always being supportive of the initiatives I want to talk to, as well as ANS Grand President Daphne Elby. First thing out, I don't want to talk about what I've done. I want to talk about what I would like to do. Most organizations start out with a 100-day plan. 100 days is roughly about a quarter of the year. The first 100 days, our goal will be to have all banking records, state records will be updated to reflect any changes to leadership. Lead the effort to reaffirm and draft our mission statement and vision statement for our organization. All committee and role assignments will be made. We'll restart the Grand Camp newsletter to allow us to share updates on our tasks and monitoring orders, our marching orders, as outlined by the resolutions we just passed. We will update all camp records for active and non-active camps, but who are operating, but who are not yet active, and we will work to get them in good standing. We'll refresh or create our social media presence, including our website and other forms of communication. We, as I keep saying we, will identify key points of contacts and engage affiliate organizations such as AFN, First Alaskans, Native Movement, and NCIA. We will establish a camp mentor program, which will pair established active camps or individual officers who can mentor non-active camps who are operating that may want to get back into good standing with Grand Camp. And finally, we will identify means and methods where we can establish a phone service where somebody who calls us during the week, during normal business hours, will have some way to be redirected to the right officers and or committee chair people. The other portion of it, I've been asked about outlining my vision. A vision I foresee our organization with active camps in all communities that traditionally had camps, but also new communities as well. I envision A&B ANS Grand Camp working hand in hand with AFN, First Alaskans, Tlingit and Haida, Native Movement, Get Out the Native Vote, Rural Cap, and other affiliate organizations. I envision A&B ANS Grand Camp having meaningful engagement with our local, state, tribal governments, as well as our congressional delegation. I also, in closing, envision the day when we thank each other in our convention in the many native languages of Alaska's first people. Gunas Chish, Hawa, Nueksin, Anabasi, Anamasi, Kunagasagat, Koyana, Tegu, just to start. That is my vision. Gunas Chish for your vote and confidence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson.
I would continue on with A&B.
Oh, okay, okay. Our next speaker will be Marcelo Quinto. Mr. Quinto?
Testing. Well, first I want to thank you basically for the past year. As being your Grand President, it's been an experience I've never had before, and it certainly has opened my eyes in many ways. I think the other thing really, when you're doing this job here, is you have to really thank the people that support you, because it really doesn't take, you cannot do this job by yourself. You have to have an awful lot of help, and I have had a lot of help, and I appreciate it very much, because as it takes, as I said, we have a long way to go, and we can't do it without all of us working together. When I first started this job here last year, I indicated the one thing that I felt really needed to happen, and it still is today, and that's to grow this operation, to gain young leaders, who will carry this on for another 100 years. We're not there yet, but we have set some ground rules. As you listen to that young man that was here talking about our fisheries industry, just an amazing thing. The young lady who has been given her time here for years, another person. But those things really are things that still need to be carried on. Our commitments really basically by our past leaders are really, really necessary, because we had a lot of our leadership drained when the corporations first started. We need to get those people back with their commitment. They don't have to meet with us every day, but they need to have a commitment that says the A&B and the ANS was a starting point, and we need to maintain it. Now, I think that those things basically are still necessary. You know, we need to work together. We need to respect each other. And we need to try to grow our organization with younger people. And thank you very much. I hope you'll consider me again. Thank you.
We'll hear now from Mr. Woody Watson.
Thank you, Joe. Like Marcella was saying, we made a very good step when we had these two young people this morning. This gives us a feeling that we are moving in the right direction. With their help, we can get more people in and have them step up when it's necessary, because we need the technology that these young people have for all this laptops and computers. Sometimes we have to have them show us how to keep it going. And this is what getting these young people in here, having these technology for them to use. Like was said before, we need to thank those that helped us. We have two grand secretaries that have done outstanding work this past year. We have sergeant at arms that are doing excellent jobs. And everybody here is stepping in to help. We need to bring the people back. A lot of you remember that when 2019, this room was full. Look at it now. We need to bring back the camps. Need to bring the young people. I want to thank everybody for a wonderful year. And thank you for those that have the confidence in me. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mr. Sobolov, Sasha Sobolov.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's such a wonderful opportunity to talk with you on the potential that we have achieved as the A&B and ANS. But before we do that, there are some things we have to remember. Madam President, Daphne Albee, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wonderful, oh no, that's a different story. Marcella Quinto, President Emeritus Richard Jackson, President Emeritus on the sister side. Yeah, Evelyn. Grand officers of the A&B and the ANS. My name is Sasha Sobolev, and I'm privileged to carry the name that the chairman has here. We're both called Auguste, given to us by Andrew Hope. I'd like to thank my mom and dad. God rest their souls. Mom was Eagle Frog on the Howcan side of the family. And my dad, Dr. Sobolev, was Raven Dog Tamil AD from Killisnoo. That's one of the wonderful things we pack with us. Aside from that, you know, we're all faced with being able to put food on our table. Number one, we're without food, without taking care of our family, without taking care of all their needs. If we didn't do that, we wouldn't be here. Secondly, our culture is absolutely essential to what we have to do. You sitting in this room who have the DNA of being Alaska Native, no matter how small the DNA is, you are a seeing, hearing learner. You learn and process everything but what you see and hear and taste and smell and touch. That is where we live. Coincidentally, our clans and our families have taught us to do that. And so that's where our primary concern falls. Just take a look at what happens when we lose our precious loved ones or even our precious young ones who have been through death's door. Our family becomes paramount. Last of all, it's our service to them and to our families that really has to take place. And in true form, the ANB and the ANS is the sole originator of how we do our work on this earth. So as you serve one another, thank you for giving me the opportunity to work and love with you. Goodness, geez.
Next, we hear from past Grant President Heather Ketko.
So I'm not nervous usually when I'm up here in front of you doing resolutions or talking about things or advocating, but I'm nervous now because I have so much love for each and every one of you. So Banal Chish for nominating me, Banal Chish for those who believe in me. During my first term, when you all elected me to serve you and all of our people, I had a few months to visit local camps, work for and serve our people and encourage membership growth. I was part of providing food to communities affected by the lack of ferry service to our relatives in Southeast. And I was able to advocate alongside ANS Grand President at the time, Marino, on the Hill in Juneau, and participated in many meetings with Indigenous leaders, political leaders, and then COVID changed our world. It took us time to pivot as an organization. And during that time, we faced many internal challenges and we addressed them and we moved forward. We continued on. Advocacy continues to lead us. If elected again, I will serve and continue my service to the ANB and the ANS. I will focus on our civil rights. Civil rights is inclusivity is at the core of civil rights. Lifting up who we are and who we plan to be in the future and how we do it makes the most important impact in the world. We want to make space for others to lead and advocate for our Indigenous ways of life. While we also make space to lift up the visions of those who walked before us and our younger generations to guide us as we keep our organization and people growing into the future. I want to focus on inclusivity. How can we continue to make space for everyone? We are such a beautiful and multifaceted people. And the more we see each other and lift each other up, the stronger we become. We need to move forward with a sustainability plan. We need to look at what we have done well, and then what do we need to do to keep moving forward? We know that our leadership can change from year to year, and we really need to have a strategic plan in place. We need to have that blueprint. So we know when the leadership changes, we know what's happening. So there's not a steep learning curve for the next leadership when they come in. We want to be culturally relevant, worldly relevant in the 21st century. And I believe we can do that. Additionally, I'd like to focus on how we can be more appealing to younger generations and provide more space for us to see and hear them and to share with them learning opportunities, because their leadership and caring for their education as Indigenous peoples and their advocacy should be our priority. Current leadership is a priority too. We need to continue to learn and grow as well. As a civil rights organization, we should also look inward. How can we lift up healthy people and healthy relationships. We as leaders need to work on healing. FAI has offered us that opportunity through Truth and Reconciliation, Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Programming. I would be honored to be chosen to serve you all again, no matter who is chosen to lead. My dedication to you and as an A&B, excuse me, as an A&B executive remains steadfast and will always be part of my inspiration to be healthier and stronger for not only myself, my family, but for each and every one of you. Ganachtish Hawa.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be for the office of Grand President, Alaska Native Sisterhood, Daphne Halby.
Thank you. My name is Daphne Alby. My Klingon name is Yaktushe. I am Nanyai, AMB and ANS Grand Presidents Emeritus, AMB Grand President Quinto, AMB and ANS Executive Committee members, delegates and officers. Let's see, I am running again because I would like to continue the work that we have been that we have started this last year. We managed to have a lot of progress. The first being, at this time, I think the most important being the 501c4. This provided an opportunity for us to work with the AMB to address the endowment. This is a huge project, and this has been something that the ANS has been working on for years, and we did it, and I'm so thankful to everybody that had a part in that. We also have been working on the handbook for the Grand Camp, and this is something that I would like to see finished so we can have a handbook for not only the Grand Camp, but for our local camps. Our local camps need more direction, and they have been asking for it, and this is something that we would like to provide for them. I'd also like something that we have been working on is equipping our officers with the tools that they need in this day and age. We have been able to, as many of us have been working online. Some of the people who live in the villages have difficult time with internet or may not have the equipment that they need. So this is something we've been working on. We've managed to do it for almost all of our officers, and we continue to move forward in that direction. I'd also like to make sure and walk through building our website. We want to make sure that the ANS has their own tools to use to promote the issues that we are working on, and that address sometimes just the Alaska Native Sisterhood. You know, something that we do not want to have to work through another organization, even though we are technically a part of that organization, but something where we can use our own voice at the time that we want it. This is important for the Alaska Native Sisterhood. We are moving forward and we want our voices heard. We're also engaging in using our social media. This is something that is important to all of us. Many of you I see on Facebook. We have started that one, and we want to continue to grow with that and not only have that available for the Grand Camp, but for our local camps. Another thing that is important is to, now that the pandemic is, you know, we're starting to level out. It's something that is encouraging. We want to meet at the local camps. Sometimes we have to meet in person, but no matter what, it is good to engage with the local camps, to touch base with them, to just re-engage with them, and starting to hear your words and starting to share what those concerns are and how can we help at the Grand Camp level. Would also like to increase our activity in advocating for others. And this is something not only with our resolutions, there may be something else that we have, but we need to continue to work, and that in turn, once we share that information, will help our membership grow. So I encourage you to continue to work with your local camps, and I thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Rhonda Butler, who does not have the opportunity of which I shared with all the previous speakers. I have on our time clock here of 3 minutes. So please welcome Rhonda Butler for the office, campaigning for the office of President of Alaska Native Sisterhood. Rhonda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, A&B ANS Grand President Emeritus, A&B ANS Grand Presidents, A&B ANS Grand Officers, delegates, members, esteemed elders, and guests. My name is Rhonda Butler, and I am humbled and honored to receive the nomination to run as your ANS Grand President by Sister Anne Marie. One of my first items is to honor my mentor and our beloved past executive committee woman, Dolores Cadiente. Dolores taught me to never decline a nomination. A nomination is an action and an act of love and trust that is given to you from your fellow brothers or sisters as an act of showing that they have faith that you are here to roll up your sleeves and to do the extra hard work. I also want to share a quote of mine that I have on my mirror. Every good leader knows that significant accomplishments come from a team working towards a common goal. I believe our organization needs to work as a team with our brothers and our sisters to follow in suit of our arrow indicating forward progression. I would like to focus on the envisions of our sisters and brothers that have been expressing their concerns for many years now and working towards providing the tools for growth at a local level and also at our Grand Camp level to ensure our resolutions are completed and there are marching orders for the next year to work towards growth for our next generations of leaders. We as a people face our indigenous ways of life being erased from the Western civilization. And we as an organization of 110 years are here to continue to fight that elimination. And we need to work harder to provide that space for all of our people. I promise, if elected, to continue to serve my brothers and sisters, to making a difference, regardless of the outcome today. I am completely honored to be here in the presence of each and every one of you, and I will continue to do my work for each and every one of you and for our next generations. And I respectfully ask for your vote. Gunesh Chish, Hawa, Doiksen Newsom.
Thank you very much. We'll go on to A&B First Vice President, Mr. Peter Narbles.
Grand President Emeritus Ethel Lund,
Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, President Quinto, President Albee, Executive Committee, delegates, officers of Grand Camp. My name is Peter Nalrose. I am with Camp 70 Glacier Valley. I had come to talk to you about why I wanted to be first vice president. I'm hoping that my credentials, my past experience with the A&B through Camp 70, my past experience as one of your grand officers in two capacities, one as a secretary and one as your second vice, will be providing enough information as far as my experience. What I'd like to tell you today is about why I'm interested in continuing to serve and working as a first vice with the team that you will be choosing today. There are excellent people who will be working next year, and I look forward to having a chance to work with them. And I would like to thank the person that put my name in nomination, even though I did not seek it. I too was told a long time ago that if you're asked to run, you have no choice but to run. So with that said, to the story that I'd like to share with you, why I'm here in Alaska and why I'm here with you. 25 years ago, as a Virginian, I put my name in the hat to work for the Alaska Permanent Fund, the premier investment company for the United States and for the state of Alaska. It takes our oil money invested in real estate, stocks and bonds. And that's what I did with them. That's what I wanted to do with them. It was approximately twice the size of the portfolio I had in Virginia. So anyway, I'm flying across country, go to Seattle, spend the night, plan to fly to Juneau for an interview. Fly up to the interview, and I'm in one of those configured planes that has a cargo up front and just seats in the back, a small section of seats. And there's this man next to me. He's blowing his nose. He's got a cold. He doesn't want to talk to me. I want to talk to him because I want to know what it's like in Alaska. So I keep bugging him. And finally, I say, well, where do you live? And he says, and he points down. He points down. It's like, where? And he goes, it's a town called Angoon. So the first time I know of a little town in Alaska, it's over Angoon. We fly on. We can't land in Juneau because the weather's bad. Do a couple of circles, go up to Yakutat, and then all of a sudden decide to go back. So I go back, we land, and I'm late for the interview, of course. Have the interview, goes okay. And they say, oh, the executive director wants to see you. So who is that? And why do I have to meet with them? So I go and meet Byron Malott. Byron's sitting there and says to me, yes, my friend Albert Kukesh called me to tell me that my boy was here. So without going any further into that, I did get the job. I did work with Byron for 10 years. And I did work for Albert for 10 years. So that explains my passion for the organization and the people of the A&B and the ANS. And I thank anybody who would choose to vote for me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and ask for your vote.
Our next speaker is Alaska Native Sisterhood First Vice President candidate Heather Hawk.
Chish. Can you hear me?
Yes, keep in mind, it's 3 minutes in front of you. So watch that, please. Thank you. May begin.
Chish. First of all, I apologize for not being in person. And also my internet is not very well. But thank you for the opportunity. Chish to all those that are both local and community delegates for being present both virtually and in person. Atlang Chish to the executive committee and to our president emerituses for their continued help. to help guide us in this very important work. Ganesh Chish to both A and B Grand Camp President Quinto and ANS Grand Camp President Albee, and to our Grand Camp officers that work so tirelessly year round to help make Grand Camp a meaningful and vital event for our communities. I'm both honored and blessed to have spent the last year serving as the ANS Grand First Vice President, working with our dynamic team. I have also learned so much and continue to learn, and look forward to being able to bring the voices of our communities forward. My focus has always been on our future generations, and I spend each day giving my all, trying to help share those things and a very important knowledge for our grandparents through our language, song, dance, and hakusiyi, our way of being. The mission of our organization has been to uphold our communities and the issues that come before us. My goal is to help strengthen our organization, to increase our membership with knowledgeable people, and to provide space and service to continue supporting our communities. Atlanganachchish, for those of you that have worked so tirelessly to get us to this space and time, I thank you for the opportunity to address the body. I look forward to serving you. Ganachchish Tlain.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Second Vice President Andrew Roberts.
Timers going here. Once again, people, welcome. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Andrew Leslie Roberts. I'm the son of Irene Roberts, lifetime member, and I'm sorry I have to read these notes. My Tlingit name is Gutshua. I'm the Yanyedi clan. I'd like to recognize the fact that I'm on Dina Ina land, and also like to recognize all the grand officers of the AMB present and online. I'd like to also recognize the Grand Camp officers of the ANS present and online. And I'm running for the second vice president position. And like they were saying, once you're nominated, I'm running. See, I have 35 years of experience in subsistence fishing for herring. I've seen much change and mostly not good. And it's one of the things I like to advocate for. I've got 20 years plus in healthcare. I've been working at Search. I'm also a veteran of the Vietnam era. And I think it would be a good presence as an officer for Grand Camp in this position. And may the blessings be. I would like to ask for your vote. Gunas Chish.
Thank you very much. Next, for the second Vice President of Alaska Native Brotherhood, Frank Albee.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Albee. My native name is Oyanguk. I'm of the polar bear clan from the Snow House. I'm running for the position of second vice for the A&B. I've held this position once before, probably about 10 years ago. And I always told myself I'm going to retire this year, but somehow I keep coming back. Today, I'm honored to address the A&B ANS Emeritus, A&B ANS Grand Officers, A&B ANS Executive Committees, and the local camps and delegates. Thank you for this opportunity. I've been a A&B member I'm a lifetime member. First joined the A&B in November of 1957 in Sitka. I've also been a member of the A&B in Juneau and in Heidelberg. And I'm proud to be one of the founding members of A&B Camp 49 in Portland. When they moved to Portland 21 years ago, I noticed that there's no A&B camp. And I missed all my brothers and sisters. And I happened to attend a meeting one time. It might have been a Sea Alaska meeting. And I found out there's a whole bunch of Alaska natives down here in Portland. So my wife and I got together and we put up a sign-up sheet, and lo and behold, 35 people wanted to join the A&B. And so we got that camp started. We've been active, very active camp ever since. And in fact, we had Grand Camp Convention down there, 4 years ago? Something like that, 4 years ago. It was a very active, 5 years ago, it was a very active camp. And so I feel like I still got a little time to go, and I still want to do a little more. I love to come to Grand Camp Convention and see all the people that I saw last year and the year before. And so I figured that I'd like to do that. You know, as when I left as an officer in Camp 49 in Portland, I told all the new officers, you are not elected to lead. You are elected to serve. And so I put that before you today. You know, if you elect me as your second vice, I will do the best I can to serve you as well as I can. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. Koyana, koynapak, koynachish, hawa.
We'll now hear from Ginger McCormick for the office of Second Vice President, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Ginger, keep in mind you have the 3-minute clock in front of you. You may begin.
Gunakchish Joe Williams. I would also like to say Gunakchish how I'm currently in Choctaw territory. So I'm down here in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. After Grand Camp convenes, then I go down to the Native Indian Education Association conference. I'm running for this position because I truly believe that I attain the dedication for this seat. I have done many things, but nothing for myself. It's all for the community, whether it's the younger generation or women or men. I've served on multiple missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, boys, and men areas and helped advocate for them by marching into different capitals, whether it's in Portland, Seattle, and as well Juneau. I as well sat on multiple boards for the Oregon Indian Education Association as their historical parliamentarian. I as well ran for the school district within Ketchikan. I like to build memberships even within my local camp, and if people aren't located in Ketchikan, I encourage them to join the camp that's closest to them, whether that's Seattle, Juneau, Anchorage, Hoona, Heidelberg. I am a science major out of Portland State. In the fall, I go for my master's in environmental law at Lewis and Clark. I serve on the election board for the Ketchikan Indian community as the vice chair. I as well sit on the Our Way of Life committee with Keenan Sanderson and multiple others for the Ketchikan Indian community, as well as the at-large member. I am currently the vice president for Camp 14 Alaska Native Brotherhood. And I have pure dedications in intentions when I write resolutions, and I like to see them through. One of the biggest projects I've been working on is getting Ward Lake redirected to the tribes so it can have correct signage and representation, as that's an internment camp, not just a lake. And people need to stop having big celebrations out there and acknowledge that there's burial sites, unmarked burial sites. And people don't really know what CCC is. They don't understand that that's a conservation camp for the Aleuts. They don't understand why our Aleut population in Ketchikan is so large, because those are direct descendants. I'd also like to backtrack and introduce myself. My name is Ginger McCormick. I'm Yesh Atu Raven, who teaches. I'm Cleany D Raven Dog Salmon out of Kuyu Kwan. I am the direct descendant of Matilda Kushnick. That's my grandmother. And I don't have to say that I'm just related to her. I got to sit with her and learn from her and her leadership. Some of my biggest mentors
I will have to call your time at an end. You've exceeded the 3 minutes. Thank you very much for your participation. And further, I would like to apologize to Grand Camp for unintended overlooked candidate for the office of First Vice President. We'll call upon Mr. Paul Young.
Good afternoon to the President, Executive Committee, delegates, friends. Kastang Hinodi Kayan. My name is Paul Young, and I've always felt that you needed to be prepared for these positions. I have served in many other capacities, but I was always told you don't walk away from a nomination. But I've evaluated my condition and how I could serve, and I would hereby remove my name from the ballot and apologize to Peter for the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. to the office of Second Vice President, the Alaska Native Sisterhood, Charlene Wolf. Madam Secretary. Just a moment. Can give her microphone.
I apologize, Charlene. I just need to clarify, sir. Did Mr. Young just withdraw from the ballot? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, a question and clarification. None of the nominations were officially closed yet.
That's correct. That is correct.
Okay, so you're still accepting nominations?
That is correct. We'll call for additional nominations once the speakers all have completed their speech.
Goodness cheese. Thank you, sir.
Goodness cheese to all of you. ANS Grand Camp President Emeritus, Grand Camp ANB and S Grand Camp Presidents, ANS Grand Camp Officers and Delegates. My Haida name is Jat Gigang A, and my Tlingit name is Kase. I'm Kushkadi of the Eagle Frog clan. My grandmother comes from Heidelberg. My grandfather comes from Cake. My grandmother was Lydia Nix James from Craig in Heidelberg. Very involved with the Alaska Native Sisterhood, as my grandfather was with the ANB. I was one of those kids that was raised under the table. And I did that with my children also. My kids were right there too. And if some of you guys know Ralph Wolf, that's my baby boy. Some of you know Donna Ray James, that's my baby girl. They're very powerful in their politics. They take a lot after their mother. They're just as verbal as I am. My mother was Evelyn James. My father was Joseph K. Samuel of Saxman. My grandfather, his dad was from Maui, from Hana. My grandmother was Martha Casello Harris from Saxman. And a lot of you guys know Esther Shea. That was my grandmother's sister. I have 3 children. 1 boy, 2 girls. And like I said, they're all very powerful in their politics also. I have 5 grandsons. I have my oldest grandson that's following in our footsteps very strongly. I'm very proud of that. I was a sole parent with my kids. And the things that they're doing in this world amazes me. They're 100 steps further than where I was at their age. And yet I accomplished a lot. It was great to hear our speaker today speak about the VPSO and the police department, of how important it is to have them in our communities. I'm a past VPSO city cop of Craig, Alaska. I still work a lot with them in our community. It's so important that we have them because of all our opioids and stuff that we have in our community, due to the fact that with all the overdoses and everything. Now they're making a lot of big busts and stuff. And I thank you. I'm here. I offer myself with strength, support in everything that I can do. Ganeshtish Hawa Mahalo.
Thank you very much. One of the things I remember attending conventions as a young boy, I remember Patty Paul from Sitka. Patty Paul said, "You want to judge a speaker, how long he's going to speak? Check out the color of his hair. Because if he has really gray hair and still in your heart and mind, you're going to be here a long time." So when we have our speakers today, remember that, judge them by the color of their hair. Okay, so with this, and then there's some of those that spoke so long they don't have any. Thank you very much. Just wanted to insert some humor. A&B Grand Secretary. Pam? Gosh, I get his L's. I'll pay the $10. You come forward, please. How's the youth? Let's hear it. How's the youth?
Good afternoon, Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, Grand President Emeritus ANS Ethel Lund, my fellow ANS brothers and sisters, A&B Executive Committee members, and community delegates. I'm not going to sit here and say who my grandparents were, or who, if I'm the descendant of a founding father or mother. I would like to think the legacy and how I was raised will speak for itself in how I serve the A&B as well as co-work with the ANS. It will be in just 3 short days. My husband had to make a decision because 3 minutes could mean life or death for me. I shouldn't have been here. We were hit by a young man, probably under the influence, going over 90 miles an hour up to 100. Our car was airborne and rolled 5 to 6 times across 4 southbound I-5 freeway, across the southbound oncoming on-ramp and into the parking lot of a truck stop. I was asleep. They had to ask my husband to please move because they needed to get to me with the jaws of life. I will cry and have cried, why am I still here? Until a precious beloved uncle said, quit asking why and ask Creator, what is it you want me to do? I am here because all of you, Brother Joe, prayed for us, prayed for my family, rallied around my children, checked in, called. So I'm here because of you. If I continue to serve, I will do my best in all aspects. And with that, I wish to thank you all for your love, your prayers, and your support in any means and capacity at this time. Ganeshtish Ha'a.
We will hear from ANS Grant Secretary Melanie Rodriguez. I was just informed that Melanie is unavailable, but Sister Beverly has her speech and she will deliver that now. We'll hear from Beverly.
Just one quick moment while I locate it. A&B, this is Melanie Rodriguez for ANS Grant Secretary. I am reading her speech that she is unable to deliver at this time. A&B ANS Grand Camp President Emeritus, A&B ANS Grand Camp Presidents, A&B ANS Grand Camp Officers, delegates and guests, Melanie Rodriguez, and I apologize, I cannot read her Tlingit names. I completely apologize, Melanie. My parents are Audrey Begoya Marvin from Juneau, Peter Marvin from Sitka, and the late Rolando Rodriguez from the Philippines. My grandparents are Audrey James Begoya from Juneau, Lillian Fawcett Marvin from Hoona, and Harvey Marvin from Sitka. Great grandparents Bert James from Cake and Alice Roberts from Sitka. I humbly request your support to serve as Grand Camp Secretary. I believe I have the necessary experience and drive to help bring this great organization into the future. Recently, Melanie has served as the Finance Committee Chair, Audit Committee, website, and social media planning, assisted in securing ANS Grand Camp nonprofit status, grant writing for ANS and elected ANS Camp 36 president. Melanie is excited to reactivate her love and determination to advance the civil rights and for generations to come since moving from Juneau to Seattle. Prior, Melanie has served as ANS Camp 2 president, vice president, and has been an active member in the Juneau community since 2005, also attending the 2018 convention with her daughter, Kasia Guthrie. She received a master's in public administration in 2019 from the University of Alaska Southeast and possesses about 25 years of public service working directly with families, administration, accounting, and management. Your support and trust in Melanie's commitment and service will empower herself and her generation, along with her daughters who watch every step she makes to ensure the organization's success. If elected to this role, she will make a commitment to boost communication and bring camps together to strengthen this great organization. Gunesh Chish, for your time and consideration. Apologies for Melanie not being present for speeches as she is out of service starting at 11 a.m. this morning. Melanie asks for your support for ANS Grand Camp Secretary.
Thank you very much. A&B Grand Treasurer Eric Morrison.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the emeritus of the Brotherhood and Sisterhood, particularly Ethel. Ethel, we want you to know we miss you as I know you miss us. The officers, presidents, and executives, and certainly the delegates, both here and at large. It's been a very unusual year in that we didn't even get on the account, the president and myself, for Grand Camp until February of this year. And now here we are in convention, a day before it ends, we received some funds to operate. So, but what has occurred is that I think we're making momentous steps. One that I've been kind of curious about, in that I grew up, we all grew up in a matrilineal society where we as men, sons and husbands, we've gone to our wives for spending money. And for the past 100 years, it's been the opposite. So I apologize to the sisterhood, but hopefully within this year, we'll correct that error, where you can be the commander of your own ship and give you the freedom to do what you need to do without having to ask us. And so I'm looking forward to a good year. We've also lost a good deal of money because of this year being COVID, and the recession has impacted all of us. So I'm looking forward with all of our prayers. I'm sure that we can rebound and work. And it just reminds me of, I remember in 1932, they gave out a pin for the AMB, and I thought it was a gold pin, but it was a pin that represented a fire bowl that they brought to the AMB conventions. And in that, there used to be money, and that at the convention, the Grand Camp said, whoever needed money, take it out of this bowl. That started in 1932. And with that, I want us to go forward with open hands in support of each other. Thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear from Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Treasurer candidate Elias Chase. So I told all other speakers.
All right. Gunachish. I apologize. My mom's speech got me tearing up because it has been almost a year. So I apologize. But to get this started off right, AMB Grand Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Grand Emeritus Ethel Lund, AMB Grand President Marcelo Quinto, ANS Grand President Daphne Albee, and then AMB is executives and officers, ANS officers and executives, local camps, delegates, and our esteemed guests. For those who don't know me, my name is Elias Chase. I am the grandson of Benjamin James Sr. and Danila Hope James, who you may know as Danny. I am the son of Tamzin Al-Ziyut, our AMB Grand Secretary, and Ali Al-Ziyut, who you may know as Major. I am also the uncle to Nayeli Wynn, who is our AMB Camp 49 junior member, presently here for her second convention ever. I am also the nephew to our very first female AMB Executive Committee member, Heather Gurko, and our ANS Executive Committee women, Millie Schoonover, Mary Guthrie, and Mary Brown, may she rest in peace. That is to name a few. If I listed all of them, we would be here all day. I want to state that I have been extremely humbled and honored to serve this past year as your ANS Grand Treasurer. I have thoroughly enjoyed serving alongside our wonderful executive committee women and men, officers, and amazing leadership of our amazing Grand President Daphne Albee. Grand President Daphne and I have made an excellent team with accomplishing getting ANS Grand Camp's 501c4 status, nonprofit status, reinstated as it was in revocation status. We were able to get that updated. And I have personally gone through and made sure that our financial records were orderly for the past couple of years, in addition to updating those records to digital records, along with our physical records. With my dedication and organizational skills, I kindly ask for your vote so I may continue to serve you on the Grand Camp level, as well as serve you on the local camp level. I look forward to working with you all. Gulnachish, Hawa, Guyana.
Alaska Native Brotherhood, Grand Sergeant at Arms, Chad Titio. Hightel. I'm sorry, please excuse me.
Goodness, geez, Sister Mary Moreno. My name is Yonda Kanil, Yuchatu Asok, Yech Nachatsati, Ganach Tedi Ayachat, Kagwantan Yadi Katachkan, Ishkahit Dachsatin. I am from Klakwan originally. What I have explained to you is my Tlingit name. I am a flying raven of the Raven clan. I am of the Ganach Tedi clan out of Klakwan. I would like to continue serving as your Grand Sergeant at Arms and continue learning how to be a better Sergeant at Arms. I'd like to recognize all of the current and past Grand Camp executives and council. Gunashchish, Koyana.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from Sean Garkle. Is he online?
Yes, I'm here.
Sean, as you have in front of you 3 minutes, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Sean Gurko. I'm A&B Camp River 49. I am also a veteran. I've been an active member for over a decade and have served not only at our local camp, but I was also the Sergeant Arms when Portland had a convention, hosted a convention. I've also been a supportive A&B Sergeant Arms at multiple other Grand Camp conventions by learning from our past Sergeant Arms, Charlie Shuley. I'm also I am honored to be nominated and selected. I will serve you guys all tirelessly. Thank you again for considering me for this position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Sergeant at Arms, Josephine Johnson. Josephine is online.
This is Michael from DOTS. We're not seeing Josephine in the participants list currently.
We'll move on to our next candidate, Joey Kita.
Mr. Chair, did you say Joey Kita?
Joey Kita, yes.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
You have 2 minutes. You begin.
Okay, Ganesh Chish Hawa. I would like to extend a special Ganesh Chish and Hawa to Heal to her English name, Ginger McCormick, for reading my entertainment of nomination via the chat the other day when this position came up and no one wanted to put their name in or accept a nomination. I thought maybe this is something that came to me and said I would like to have the first time experience of being a part of ANS Grand Camp Executive Council. So thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. I would like to say Ganesh Chish and a great gratitude to the current ANS Grand Camp President, Daphne Albee. She has been doing a lot of work this year, as well as she was a great mentor during the time that I was our local Camp 36 president and now vice president. I've learned a lot through her and our former president, Grand Camp President, Cecilia Tavalero. Our camp has done a great job of mentorship of about ANS and AMB, and especially during convention. The importance of our organization to continue moving forward in our new marching orders that are before us with the resolutions, as well as our soon to be newly elected ANB and ANS grand officers are important to this march of moving forward our civil rights as the Indigenous people, and I believe with the exercising our sovereignty rights for all Alaska Native, especially Tlingit and Haida and Tsimshian people, that we are representative in our local camps. I've served in the local Seattle Puget Sound area ever since I've been like 8 years old, or ever since I could remember. A lot of young people here, as well as people, all of ANB and ANS people have a calling to serve or have been brought to multiple meetings and events, activities, and have that natural tendency to want to serve our people. I've also served as a Tlingit and Haida Washington chapter delegate since 2013. I have served our Washington chapter in various capacities on our executive board, and that's been president, as well as treasurer, trustee, as well as an active committee member on our various committees that we have within our organization. With ANS, I joined back, I believe, as early as 2017 that I can recall, and have held the president's seat as well as now the VP seat. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak before you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker for the office of Grand Sergeant at Arms for Alaska Native Sisterhood, Kathleen Johnson. Kathleen John.
This girl was talking. They got somebody up there already kept.
Goodness, geez, my name is Kathleen John. My Tlingit name is Sla'e. I am Ak Kwan from Juneau. Thank you to our A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Ethel Lund. Thank you to our A&B Grand President Marcelo Quinto, our ANS Grand President Daphne Albee, and thank you to our A&B ANS executive members. Since I'm fairly new here, I'll just tell you just a little bit about myself. I am new to convention. I am not new to ANS. I had been vice president of Camp 16 in Petersburg for 2 years, but that was back in 1999, I believe. So I freshly came back to ANS 4 years ago and have been strong since. I am the great granddaughter of one of the A&B founding fathers, James Watson. I have my great grandma, Ellen Harris, is a lifetime member. Same with my grandmother, Elsie John. And instead of going through the whole list of all of my aunts who are ANS members, I'll just quit at that because there is a long list. It is an honor, and I am very humbled. Thank you so much for the nomination for Grand Camp Sergeant of Arms. I'm still learning, and so what the Sergeant of Arms is. And since I do have arms, I think I do qualify for that position. All right, sorry, all jokes aside. I'm ready to commit. I'm ready to commit to this organization. In the past, I was a parent committee volunteer for Head Start. And now that my kids are older, I do need to repurpose myself. And I believe ANS is one way of doing that. I do want to be a part of the organization that does uphold our values and stands up on the issues of our civil rights, our land, and our subsistence, our way of living. I do believe there are strength in numbers, and the growth of our organization is vital to that, especially with our youth. And I was very pleased to see all of our youth speak at this convention. It gave me smiles in my heart. I would like to thank you for your support and everything. So thank you so much for your time. Ganesh Jish.
Thank you very much. Chair will now reopen the nominations for the office of Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Heather, just a moment, please. Get Heather a phone or a mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AMB Executive Heather Gerko. I believe we need to hear from Josephine Johnson still. Thank you, sir.
Stand by one. Second call for Josephine Johnson to the office of Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Josephine Johnson, excuse me. Is it?
It's Josephine.
Josephine?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much. You may begin. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Josephine Johnson. I am Kagwantan, and my cap I wear proudly is from my late grandmother, Ann Keener. My Kugana is from my great grandmother, Lottie Peters, which I wear with a lot of pride to each one of our functions. I have been an active paid up member in good standing since 2015. In a short time, I've held these office positions: secretary, treasurer, first vice, president, and now treasurer. These positions that I've held, I am very confident I would be able to fulfill this position as Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp Sergeant at Arms, as I have arms too. Thank you to Alaska Native Sisterhood for their nomination, and also a huge thank you to Sasha Sobolov, who has given me very sound advice throughout. Thank you very much. Good luck to everybody.
Go back to the nominations are now open for the office of Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Second call. Nominations are now open for the office of Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Third call. Hearing none. Hearing none, we're going to request for Dot to prepare a ballot.
And we're just finalizing that ballot. Will just be a few moments here.
While that's being prepared, I just want to draw your attention to the fine speakers that addressed you today. I really appreciate them stepping up to the plate and addressing you. What's really important about doing this, that is oftentimes people are very afraid of all the people that are in front of them. What was stated is that you don't have to be worried about who's in front of you, because you know there's only 25, 30 people in front of you. But the speaker said, but if there's 25 or 30, that means that there's 60 pairs of eyes that are looking upon me. So for that, I am very nervous. So speakers, I really appreciate you stepping up to the plate. We do have now in front of us the ballot.
And yes, I can confirm the ballot is now open. So you're looking for that ballot that says vote now, election A and B Grand President. Just one more reminder, we've put our support information in the chat. The link to the voting website is also in the chat. If you need any help virtually, please message us. We've got dots in front of our name, myself and Alejandro, so we can give you a hand with anything.
Madam Secretary, please get Madam Secretary microphone.
Rhonda Butler has her hand up.
We'll call upon Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, I also just placed my question in the chat. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. Was it declared the proceedings for our elections to be by majority? And if so, can we have the credentials and the number of votes declared to receive the winning ballot? Thank you.
Call on Mr. Albee. Please get Mr. Albee a microphone.
Frank Elby, Camp 49. The history on this is that we, and I think it's written somewhere that the election, to win the vote, you have to have 50% point plus one, rather than just a simple majority. 50% of the vote plus one.
Thank you, Mr. Albee.
And the percentages will be shown, you know, as a thing is shown. So you can't really predict, you know, the vote until you see the numbers on the screen.
Thank you, sir. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Another question over here?
Jan Trigg, A and B Camp 70. So last year, we had established before we showed the first vote, whether the lowest vote getter would be dropped off and then there would be another vote. Is that the plan for this year?
Mr. Albee?
Yes, I should have mentioned that when I was speaking first time. Frank Elby, A and B Camp 49. We would hold, if we don't have a majority plus, if we don't have the 50% plus one on the first vote, we'll have a second vote for the same thing. And if we have no winner on the second vote, then we go to the two highest vote getters. The two highest vote getters will have a runoff on the third vote.
Thank you, Mr. Albee. Does that answer everyone's question in mind? Thank you.
Sorry, I just have a point of clarification from Dots, just so that we know what we're doing with the ballots here and that we don't make any mistakes. For the second ballot, are we removing the lowest vote getter of the first ballot, or are we leaving all of the candidates on that ballot?
You keep all the names on the second ballot. It isn't
Okay.
until the third ballot that you remove everyone below the top two.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Has everyone in here voted? Is anyone present that have not voted? Anyone online who has not voted? Last call. Anyone online who has not voted? Thank you for voting. Okay, Mr. Dot, you can officially close the ballot. And please share us the percentages. See the numbers before you. As you see, no one received the 50% plus one. So go into the second round. Please let us know when it's available.
All right, we'll just be a few moments with that. Okay, and apologies for the delay. That vote is now open. You're looking for election A and B Grand President round 2.
Is everyone present who has not voted? Is there anyone who has not voted that is present? Anyone online who has not voted? Anyone online who has not voted?
And Dots can confirm there are no hands up and we have no support requests.
We have one present who has not voted.
Okay, Dots will leave that ballot open.
Final call. Anyone present or online who has not voted? Okay, let me display the results, please.
Okay, we are just closing up that ballot. Please stand by for the results.
What we have in front of you now is Paul Johnson, 28%. Heather Gerkel, 28%, will be on the next ballot for the office of Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood.
And Dots is ready to go with that whenever you are. Just confirm and we will open that up.
If you would please open the ballot for Heather Johnson, excuse me, Mr. Johnson and Ms. Garko.
And Dots has opened that ballot up. So the ballot for A and B Grand President, this is round 3. That ballot is open with the 2 options.
Anyone present who have not voted? Anyone present who have not voted? Anyone online who has not voted? Anyone online who has not voted?
And Dots can confirm there are no hands and no support requests.
Last call, anyone online or present who have not voted? Seeing no hands, hearing no online, please close and show us the results. Online members, I hope you're as excited as we are. Please open the ballot for an additional vote for the office of Grand President.
Okay, so sorry, this is Dodds. Just to confirm that we have everything right here, we're going to run another ballot with those same 2 individuals, correct?
That's correct, sir. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We're just creating that ballot. It will just be a couple of moments. Okay, and that ballot is now open. So once again, please navigate to your voting platform. You'll be looking for round 4 of that same A and B Grand President ballot.
Any delegates present who have not voted? Any delegates present who have not voted? Online, any members, any delegates who have not voted? Any members online who have not voted?
We have no hands up and no support requests.
Officially close and show us the results. our newly elected officer of the Office of Grant President, Heather Carco.
Ganachshish, how so when I came to convention this year, I was so excited to continue to serve as an executive. And that was my intention. I'm grateful to have been nominated, and I'm equally humbled and even more so to have been elected again to serve you as the A&B Grand President. We have a lot of work to do. I believe that we have the momentum to keep going and moving forward into the 21st century and beyond. With each one of you here, each one of you online, we have the ability to make our ancestors proud. We have already, and we need to continue to do that. So Ganachchish, Hawa, and thank you, everybody. Ganachchish.
Chair will recognize Millie. Please get her a phone or a mic. Thank you.
Thank you. I, Millie Schoonover, ANS Executive, would like to nominate Paul Johnson to first vice.
Comment was made to make the election for the ANS first. Is that comfortable? Okay, thank you. We now open the office of ANS Grand President, Alaskan Assistant Grand President. Okay, if you'd post that so we can vote.
No, that'll just be a couple moments here. And that ballot is now open. So if you're looking to go back to your voting platform, you may need to click next vote to refresh your page, and then you're looking for vote now ANS Grand President.
And Chair was corrected that I have to open the nominations for ANS Grand President. Chair is opening the nominations, reopening the nominations for Grand President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Again, I made an error that we need to reopen for the office of ANS Grand President, which I did not do. And I'm attempting to correct that so that we can do that now.
And just a note from our end, this is Dots. We've just gone ahead and closed that ballot. We will null that ballot until the nominations are finished.
Thank you very much. I'll start over. 3 calls is first of the 3. Any nominations for the office of ANS Grand President? Is there any nominations for the office of Grand President? Final call. Anyone online or present wishes to make a nomination for the Grand President, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Hearing none, seeing none online, officially make the ballot? Thank you.
Okay, and that ballot is now open. Once again, even if you voted previously, please remember to vote again. That previous ballot has been nulled, and we are going ahead with a new ballot now that nominations have been finished. So please go back into your voting platform and cast your ballot for ANS Grand President. Thank you.
Any delegate present who has not voted? Any delegate present who has not voted?
We are seeing
Any
no hands
delegate
online, sir.
online who has not voted?
We're seeing no hands and we have no support requests, sir.
Officially close and give the result, please. This is one of the few times that I can safely say that my niece, newly elected president of the Last Canadian Sisterhood, she now is able in the position to tell her uncle what to do. And I want you to know she got that training from her mother.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Joe. Thank you, Uncle Joe. Thank you to everybody for making that happen. First, thank you so much for placing your trust in me and giving me the opportunity to once again serve you, to serve all of our Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood as we work together. Thank you for just making it possible for us to continue to grow, to sharing your words of wisdom, to sharing your ideas, to helping participate and support Grand Camp so we can move us forward. I congratulate Grand President-elect Heather Gurko on your election. And I'm excited to work with you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the ANS executives for your support, for your guidance. I look forward to working with you even longer. And I appreciate you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President-elect. Yeah, we do. Yeah.
So we are on to Vice President, so we'll need to open it up again.
Chair will now open the nominations for A and B first Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Any nominations at this time? Any nominations for the office of first Vice President?
Mr. Chair.
Hand here, if you get her Get her a mic, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Paul Johnson, please.
Paul Johnson has been nominated to the office of First Vice President. Any additional nominations to the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Final call. Any nominations to the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Hearing none, we'll have it
Mr.
officially
Chair.
closed. Before we officially close, we have a hand, Ginger McCormick. Go ahead.
Ginger McCormick, Camp 14. I just have a question with rollovers. I understand that Paul was nominated by Millie, but would, just for questions and clarifications, would he automatically be rolled over just as Rhonda Butler would automatically be rolled over for vice? Instead of them being nominated, they should have already been placed in that seat. Is that correct? As the election procedures go for rollover votes?
We'll hear from Mr. Albee.
Frank Albee, Camp 49. No, it is not an automatic rollover. You must be nominated for the next position if you want to run. You must be nominated on the rollover.
Thank you, Mr. Albee.
With that being said, Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Woodrow Watson.
Mr. Watson has been nominated for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Any additional nominations to the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Any nominations to the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Final call. Any additional nominations to the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? Hearing none, if you'd officially close and present our ballot.
Okay, that's just putting the finishing touches on that. Will just be a couple moments. Okay, and that ballot is now open. So just a reminder, we will post that in the chat one more time shortly. And you're just looking for the ballot that says vote now, election, first VP of Alaska Native Brotherhood. And a reminder for those online in the virtual world, if you're having any issues voting, please don't hesitate to reach out to Dots in the chat.
Any delegates present who have not been able to vote? Any delegates present who have not been able to vote? Any delegates online who have not been able to vote?
And we are seeing no hands and no support requests, sir.
Officially
Oh,
present.
correction, we do have a hand from Rhonda now.
Okay, stand by one, please.
And that hand has been lowered. There are now currently no hands and no support requests.
Any delegates online present who have not been able to vote? Final call. Any delegates online are present who have not been able to vote? Hearing none, seeing none, officially present the ballot.
And that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the result.
Thank you, sir. I will be brief. Thank you very much for your trust and honor. And I'm going to correct a mistake and oversight that I did earlier. A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Grand President Emeritus Ethel Lund, A&B Grand President Marcelo Quinto, A&B Grand President-elect Heather Gurko, ANS Grand President Daphne Elby. I can just say that once. Fellow A&B executive officers and fellow ANS executive officers, I briefly want to, again, really want to appreciate the work that I've been able to do. And I hope that my nomination and continuance on any of these ballots is not a reflection that you believe that I didn't agree with what you've done and what you've taught me. One lesson I've learned is that you go full on when you're called upon to do your best. And I greatly appreciate that, President Quinto, for your time. And I understand the value of time. And this commands and demands respect to everybody who volunteers their time. Ganesh Chish for your faith in me. Thank you.
Chair will open the nominations for the office for Alaska Native Sisterhood. First Vice President. Chair will now recognize nominations for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Final call. The chair will now recognize nominations for the office of First Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Go ahead. Go ahead. You see that she gets a mic. Would you please state your name and the
I'm Vivian Holt. I'm A&B Camp 1. I'd like to nominate Lynette Marino Hines for First Vice President. Thank you.
You heard the nomination? Lynette Hines for the office of First Vice President of Alaska Native Sisterhood. Madam Secretary. Ginger McCormick, go ahead.
Ginger McCormick, Camp 14. I'd like to nominate Rhonda Butler.
Rhonda Butler's name has been nominated for the office of First Vice President of Alaska Native Sisterhood. Second call. Any nominations for the office of First Vice President of Alaska Native Sisterhood? Final call. Any nominations for the office of First Vice President of Alaska Native Sisterhood. Stand by one, please. Chairman.
Mr.
thank you.
Chairman, Mr. Past President, okay. Mr. Chairman, question to the parliamentarian. Can a non-seated delegate or alternate, okay, so someone who is not attending either as an alternate or elected delegate, if they are paid up and in good standing with their local camp, are they allowed to run for a grand office? Please and thank you.
To get the parliamentarian mic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response, so to make sure I heard it correctly, the question is whether or not an alternate who is paid up in full that is not here or not online, all right? If they're here, they're paid up in full and an alternate as designated by the local camp, yes. Oh, if not designated? Oh, the answer is no.
You've heard the parliamentary's ruling.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. To get her mic, please.
And I'd like to appeal the decision of the chair. Our Constitution does not speak to an officer having to be, a candidate having to be present at Grand Camp in order to run for an office. So if we're going by our Constitution, it does not speak to that. It would have to be a member, a fully paid member in good standing, but our Constitution doesn't speak to having to be at Grand Camp. There may have been a time in past constitutions where it did that, but this current one does not speak to it.
Thank you. Call upon Jan Butler. Excuse me, Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also rise in appeal to the decision of the chair. It was clearly stated under discussion yesterday, this exact topic, and the understanding was, and it came from our parliamentarian, that a member in good standing, as long as was able to verbally declare the acceptance of the nomination, is allowed to be nominated for a grand officer's position. So I would like to adhere to the decision that was made yesterday and declared to us at the point of discussion. Thank you.
We'll hear next from Millie. Please get her a mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like this opens a can of worms, and I'll tell you why. All of our local camps have to be credentialed in order to vote. Now, is this fair? I could have some of my camp members say, hey, get on there, you can vote too because you're a paid up member. So let's be realistic about this. Thank you.
We'll hear next from Cecilia Tavalero, Executive Committee Member, ANS.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to echo woman, and it has been our practice to
Just a moment, Cecilia. There's a way that you could turn up your mic. We would appreciate it because we could barely hear you.
if someone is nominated and they win, and then they hear about it later and decide they didn't want to be in that position, what does that do to the election of a new willing candidate for that position? It has been our practice to have folks be present and, as Sister Millie stated, credentialed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your chair will make this decision following our parliamentarian that where a person is not seated as a delegate cannot be nominated. Last and final call for the office of First Vice President, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Hearing none, if we present the ballot as
I'm sorry, we do have one remaining hand up from Rhonda.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I make a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair.
You've heard the motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, we lost audio and visual, but I second the motion.
No.
This is Michael from Dots. We're just trying to rejoin the main room. Just stand by here. Hold tight. We seem to have lost the main room, so we'll just try and reconnect shortly. We won't be holding any votes or anything, obviously, so we're just going to get in touch with them through the back channel and see what we can do to help reconnect.
Right.
Amazing husband, Sean Gurko, my three amazing children, Jacelyn Lowley, who is 17 and is now online as a delegate for the first time, and my daughter Messiah and my son CJ, and each one of my family members in this room. Ganachjish, if I could have the Sergeant at Arms, please give this $50 for my family of 5 to the Grand Treasurer for the Scholarship Fund. Ganachjish.
Thank you very much. Do we hear from Jan? You get Jan a microphone, please, Jan Trig.
And just to let everyone know, we still have no image from the main room.
Mr. Chairman, do we want to wait until we're online?
And we are back now.
Again, we'll continue recognizing Jan.
Jan Trigg, A and B Camp 70. I apologize. I was able to find in our Grand Camp Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood, Grand Camp bylaws. On page 13, GC 2.00.A states a local camp member in good standing has paid dues for the current office year in order to vote or hold office, including grand office.
What we have before us now, delegates, is the motion to challenge the rule of the chair. And again, once again, please know, I am reverting back to our parliamentarian.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And look like closing at the fine dotted line at the lower left-hand corner of Robert's Rules, which contain about 800 pages. The decision of the chair and the appeal is to reverse the decision of the chair. A second is required. It is not debatable. And the vote is a majority vote. Again. Yes. The appeal, a decision of the chair, which means the purpose is to reverse the decision of the chair. A second is required to the motion. It is not debatable. And it has to be by majority vote. Over.
Madam Secretary, did we get a second to that motion? Please get Madam Secretary a microphone.
Are you referring to the discussion yesterday, Mr.
I'm
Mr.
referring
Chairman?
to the motion to challenge the
No,
the ruling
there,
of the
if
chair.
there has been, it has not been voiced here or seconded in the virtual, sir, at this time via Zoom.
It's going to be.
Oh,
he's going to be the guy.
Wait. Did you, Brother Narrows, did you second the appeal to the chairman's decision? Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Thank you.
So that, Mr. Dot, if you, gosh, if you'd prepare a voting for that motion repealing of the chair.
Absolutely. So we've just finalized the ballot now, and we're just opening it up. It's so you're going to navigate to your voting platform and look for motion to appeal the verdict of the chair.
Mr. Chair.
Have the motion in front of you. Motion has been made and seconded to repeal the verdict of the chair. And what the chair had decided was to follow the guidance of our parliamentarian.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
You have the ballot before you, so now is it ready for vote?
And that ballot is now open.
The ballot is now open. Yes. Please get the secretary, grand secretary, a microphone.
We need clarification because, Mr. Chair, you were not here yesterday, and there was discussion because one of those nominated to a position yesterday was an alternate. She was an alternate, but she was with her delegation for her camp. And she had been
If I can
credentialed.
interrupt you, please.
Thank you, sir.
What I believe is you're doing right now is discussing, this is non-debatable. What is before us is that the appeal of the chair. Voting on your chair took sides with the parliamentarian. Please understand, delegates, we appointed a parliamentarian as the final say on what's being stated. So for that, I look to him for his guidance. And he had stated that, no, this individual cannot be. So that is what's before us right now. I voted, or I moved with what the parliamentarian stated. What was requested is that to appeal. That's what we're voting on now. You vote in favor of the appeal, that means that I'm overruled. And please understand, this is not debatable. We cannot debate this any further. So please vote.
Mr. Chair.
Please vote.
Isn't it Robert's Rules of Order that we get a voice, and when you second it, it's up for discussion?
This is non-debatable motion. Please vote. Any delegate present who has not voted? Any delegate present who has not voted? Any delegate online who has not voted?
And we have no hands up and no support requests.
Please close and officially report the outcome. Vote was in favor. Your chair and parliamentarian has been overruled. We're now back to the initial question at hand. And the question is, can this young lady be nominated? Mr. Albee.
Frank Albee, A and B Camp 49. The same question came up yesterday during nominations. And the ruling came up, or it came up, I think, from the parliamentarian, is the person who was nominated, is that person present online or in person to accept the nomination? That's a question. Is that person online or here to accept the nomination? Okay.
And the answer to that question, Mr. Albee, is yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Here, please get the mic.
Charlene Wolf, Camp 19. Just a question, because I want that clarified, is we have to pay credentials in order to be here. We have to pay credentials in order to vote online. If you're not credentialed, we can't vote. We can't run as delegate, even if we're at home, if we're not credentialed. This is what I was told last year. This is why I'm questioning it. And I didn't do this here to cause all this here. I just wanted to know if she was seated here, if she was a delegate, if she was credentialed. Thank you.
Jan Trigg, A and B Camp 70. It's my understanding that as a body, we follow our constitution and that guides our actions. In our constitution, it states in our bylaws that a local camp member in good standing has paid dues for the current year in order to vote or hold office, including grand office. If I understand this correctly, that doesn't mean they have to be a delegate or an alternate, and that they don't need to vote on their own nomination or election, but that they have the ability as being a member of our great organization to run for an office. Very similar to the way it is in the United States. You don't have to be a legislator to run for office. To be nominated and to be on that ballot. So I would hope that we would follow our constitution in allowing any member who is in good standing to run for our grand office as according to our constitution. which was voted on and was actually, I'm not even gonna go there. 2016 is the date on this.
Thank you. We hear from President-elect Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my point. We abide by our Constitution and it is clearly written in there under GC 201A, right? I'm sorry, 2.00A. If you have your Constitution in front of you, GC 2.00A and the bylaws. Thank you.
So with this, the chair will rule that this young lady can be nominated according to the Constitution. Any objections to that ruling? Are you objecting to the ruling? No, I didn't ask for a question. Are you objecting to the ruling? Please state your objection. Get to her mic, please. It's for Grant Secretary.
My objection, Mr. President, is if that is the case, then it doesn't matter if we're a delegate, an alternate, or a visitor, we can nominate anybody. So my question and objection is only seated delegates are allowed to nominate, or are alternates allowed to nominate someone? Because that will determine the ability to see if her nomination can be accepted, because it was not done by a seated delegate. Thank you.
That requires a constitutional change, which we're not prepared to do at this time. The Constitution, in my mind, was very clear. Unless there's someone is objecting, this young is seated to the nomination of the office of First Vice President.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Are you objecting to the ruling?
Yes, I object. I think each local
Please
camp
state your
voted.
objection, please.
I think each local camp voted in to have their delegates and alternates come to represent and to hold a grand office seat in their local meetings. If they wanted one of their camp members to be a grand officer, they should have voted them in as a delegate or an alternate.
Yeah.
We cannot just have anybody, every camp has numbers. We cannot just have anybody sitting in. And I was last assumed that a grand officer seat can only be open to adults. I object. I'm not in favor of this at all. You want him seated as a grand officer, then you vote him in as a delegate or alternate. Thank you.
The chairman has made the decision that she is seated according to the Constitution that has been read to me today, not once, but 3 times.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if you were listening at that time, but that has been read, and we are following the Constitution.
But
This
sir,
will end the
but sir,
debate on the issue of whether this young lady will be seated.
she was
So we'll move on
nominated
to-
by
move
an
on to
alt.
the next.
I'm sorry, sir, but ANS Grand Secretary Carol Dewis, she was nominated by an alternate, which is not allowed. Vivian Holt from Sitka.
Mr. Parliamentarian, stand by one, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I believe the question before us is, can an alternate nominate to the office of, to the grand office, either in, for the ANB or ANS?
So if we take a look at the discussion going now, this is a preliminary discussion of something that has been ruled on twice, or actually ruled on once, but has been overruled. And now you're wishing to go back to settle the issue. And if that's the case, you cannot do it at this session, because in order to reconsider, where that would be a motion to reconsider, the purpose of which is to consider a defeated motion again. It requires a second. It is debatable. It is not amendable, and it must be by majority vote.
Mr. Parliamentarian, the question was, can an alternate nominate to the office of a grant office? That is the question.
Okay, clearly, if it's written in the Constitution, that what you just said is the case. If it is the case that it's written in there, yes, but if it is not written in there, as I am hearing and seeing, then it is not permissible. Mr. Chairman. And you can't have one without the other, because if you choose to bring it back, you've already ruled on it and voted on it. You can't do it again during this session. I wish Robert was different, but
you get Grant President Mike.
Mr. Chairman, and Sasha, my understanding that if it was really not legal to have that particular way of getting someone to vote, it seemed to me like that nomination doesn't be voted on. It's just totally out of order. And I think that if it's out of order, then it essentially was not here. And then that I think you're taking a look at it, because that's holding us up, and I don't think that's right either, because if it's out of order, it's out of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. The chair will rule the nomination out of order.
Mr. Chairman, you do have
rule the nomination out of order. We'll move on.
Mr. Chairman, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
State, go ahead, please state. Are you objecting?
I am objecting only on behalf of Juliana
Would you
Smith.
please make your motion to object, please?
Mr. Chairman, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I am objecting in behalf of Juliana Smith. Juliana Smith has not had an opportunity to address the floor and speak. You've been only identifying individuals on the floor the opportunity to speak in regards to the discussion. I have already spoken in regards to the discussion. I have stated my opinion, my
chair
point.
has already ruled on that.
I understand that, Mr. Chairman, but we as delegation
we do not
have a right. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I am stating my.
Folks who are not a delegate address the floor.
Mr. Chair, I am a delegate. I am a delegate. May I be
I'm not
heard?
referring to you, young lady. I am referring to who you asked to address this body.
I am
She has been
addressing.
waiting.
I've been waiting. My hand's been up, and maybe people online have noticed my hand up, but I need to be heard. Okay, I'm here for the tribe. I need to be heard. I am a delegate. I'm not an alternate. I am a
Point
delegate.
of order has been addressed, called. Go ahead.
Okay, for our grand.
Stand by one,
for-
please.
The chair has made.
Okay, for Camp
Put on to the
87,
next.
for Camp 87, we have 3 delegates. We
have,
paid our dues.
we have
I'm
the
sorry,
ballot
but you
the
have
office of
interrupted. You have interrupted it,
Alaskan Native
and you have
Sisterhood
silenced
First
us.
Vice
You have
President.
silenced us, and that is wrong. You do not get to silence us.
I am ruling you out of order.
And I'm ruling you out of
And
order.
what's going to happen here
You are out of
is if you
order
continue
yourself.
this, we will mute you.
The tribes will not mute me. You remember that. They will not mute me. Ganesh Chief.
You can only speak when the chair addresses you. We're moving on to the next item is the Alaska Native Sisterhood First Vice President Heather Powell and Rhonda Butler. Nominations are now open. Nominations are now open. Nominations are now open. Please get Grant Secretary microphone.
I hope it's pertaining to the nomination, sir, but we do have a hand up in the Zoom. Thank you, sir.
Who's that?
There is a hand up.
Stand by one, please.
This is Juliana. And I know that you've all had that you have silenced me. So I'm going to be heard during this time. And if you're going to silence me in front of the tribe, so be it. But I need to
Is
let
not
you know.
recognizing you. Stand by one, please.
Can you hear me?
Stand by one, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Juliana, they can hear you. Just give it a second.
Okay. Welcome, Grand Camp, to Anchorage from Camp 87.
Stand by one, please.
I will go ahead and speak and let the online delegates that are here and paid their dues.
Stand by one, please. The chair is not recognizing you.
We have 3 delegates. Can you hear me now?
Stand by one, please. I will call upon you when we have what we're in front of us is not working. When it gets working, we'll call upon you. So please stand by one. Okay, we're back and running. We'll hear from Juliana. Camp 87.
This is Juliana from Camp 87. I have been muted by the host and so far, so I'm going to speak my mind. I'm sorry, I'm Clinkett first. I'm ANS second. We have three persons, three people, three adults on our camp, and each one of them is a delegate. So that is why I needed to speak up, because you were discussing something about an alternate and voting for something else. We only have three. We did the proper work. We did everything that we are supposed to do. We followed the bylaws, the Constitution, and I needed to let you know that I'm opposed. I'm opposed to it. Okay. It doesn't matter how many persons are in your camp. It could be 3. It could be, 20, 30, 40. Following the bylaws and allowing the delegates to be spoken, because that's what I'm here for, to speak for my camp and my tribe. Ganeshtish.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please get her a mic.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair. We are not disputing the delegates of ANS Camp 87. We are discussing an alternate who has from a separate camp who has not been seated and their ability to either nominate or not nominate. And that is the issue. Thank you, sir.
The chair has made a final ruling on that, and we will now go with the nominations for ANS first vice president of the Alaska Native Sisterhood.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to address Madam President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood of Grand Camp.
Are you making a nomination?
No, I'm making a motion to censor our chair. I'm making this
Chair will
motion
not
because
recognize that we are
I'm
in
making a
the
motion
midst
to
of
censor
voting.
the chair
We are in the
because he
midst
is
of
not
voting.
allowing the membership to speak in
We are in the
opposition.
midst of voting, and I'm ruling your motion out of order.
You can't do that. I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing the Grand President to censor you because you're not allowing the membership to speak into opposition. So I'm calling for a vote. All I need is a second.
I second it.
I have a
Your motion
second.
is out of order, as we have in front of us now the ability to vote for first vice president of the Alaska Native Sisterhood.
No,
of who we
I'm
have
making a
two
motion to
candidates
censor
for.
the chair.
And your motion is not in direct line with.
I need a ruling
our
from the
voting.
parliamentarian. I've made a
Therefore,
motion.
The
I need a
chairman
ruling
is
from the parliamentarian
overruling
about
your
censoring the chair.
motion.
Again, you're neglecting the
So
word.
with that, have any final nominations for the office of first vice president of the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Hearing none? Mr. .com, if you could please prepare the ballot for voting.
Yeah, so we'll just be preparing that momentarily. And we now have live the ballot for election first VP of Alaska Native Sisterhood. We will post that information in the chat one more time, the voting link, as well as our support information.
Any delegates who have not voted, who are in this room, any delegates present who have not voted? Any delegates online who have not voted? Any delegates online who have not voted? Final call. Any delegates online or present who have not voted?
And we do have one hand up online from Ginger as well.
Okay.
Other than that, we have no support.
We'll wait for the vote to be made.
And so we have one more hand up from Juliana as well. We will await confirmation from the chair to close the vote. Juliana has lowered her hand.
We have one hand up online. Ginger?
I'm waiting for the ballot to be casted so I can be in order. Thank you.
Final call. Anyone online or present who has not voted?
And we have no support and no hands raised other than Ginger.
Thank you. If you please prepare the ballot and share with us the percentages.
Okay, ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the result.
Heather, are you online for a few words?
Absolutely. Ganesh Chish, thank you to each and every one of you. What an honor it is to have another year to be able to work hard for our people collectively. And Ganesh Chish to Rhonda for all the work that she does year round, and to put her name out for that is an amazing thing. I'm thankful to be here, and I look forward to helping to make some changes. Ganesh Chish.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Yes, we do have Brother Ginger McCormick with her hand raised, and she has written a motion in the Zoom chat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Call on Ginger McCormick online.
Again, Ginger McCormick, Camp 14. I would like to make a motion to censor the chair due to the fact he is silencing the body and not allowing for proper debate. I did have a second. The chair called my motion out of order. If that's the case, I'm appealing to the parliamentarian to the ruling of the chair.
Once again, Ginger, keep in mind at the time that you made the motion, I ruled it out of order because it was not related to the present at hand of what you were discussing, which was we were discussing, which was the election of first vice president of the Alaskan Native Sisterhood.
Okay, then. I would like to make a motion to censor the chair due to the fact that he is silencing the body and not allowing for proper debate.
Could you please, Madam Secretary, if you have that before you, read the motion?
Brother McCormick asked that that she make a motion to censor the chair due to the fact he is silencing the body and not allowing proper debate. I do have a second, and the chair called my motion out of order. I am appealing to the parliamentarian to the ruling of the chair. Is that correct, Brother McCormick?
Yes, it's just minus the appeal because now I'm in order. So I'm just making the motion to censor the chair.
We'll hear from the parliamentarian.
It has already been seconded.
Stand by one, please. We're hearing from the parliamentarian. Could you get a mic to parliamentarian, please?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
under Robert's Rule 6.27 bracket 4, if in the same session that a motion has been voted on, but no later than the same day or the next day on which a business meeting is held, the new information or change situation makes it appear that a different result might reflect the true will of the assembly. A member who voted with the prevailing side can, by moving to reconsider, which is number 37 in Robert's Rules, the vote, the purpose that the question come before the assembly again as if it had not been previously voted on. So yes, if they want to, if the maker of the motion was on the prevailing side, wants to readdress it again, they may, and it has to be now rather than later.
Mr. Parliamentarian, I'm not sure that was the question. Once again, we can ask the Grant Secretary to read the motion.
Tamsin Elzey, Grand Secretary. Brother McCormick said, I would like to make a motion to censor the chair due to the fact he is silencing the body and not allowing for proper debate. I do have a second, and the chair called my motion out of order. I am appealing to the parliamentarian to the ruling of the chair.
So that did answer my question. And again, I'll restate my motion so the
Would you
body can
please
second
read,
it and you can
get
bring
the
it to a
microphone
vote.
to the parliamentarian?
Mr. Chairman, if it is the case that they would file a motion with a proper second to appeal the decision of the chair, they may. It required a second, which they have. Is it debatable? No. Is it amendable? No. And it has to be by majority vote.
You've heard the motion. You could put that in the ballot form, please, so that we may vote on it.
Okay, so Dots is just preparing a ballot that reads motion to censor the chair. We'll just be a few moments with that. And that ballot is now open. So once again, please navigate to your voting platform. You'll be looking for that vote now motion to censor the chair link. We'll post the information one more time in the chat here. That has the voting link as well as our support information.
Any delegates present who have not voted? You? Stand by. Any delegates present who have not voted? Stand by. Any delegates present who have not voted? Any delegates online who have not voted?
And we have no hands raised and no support requests, Mr. Chair.
Any delegates online who have not voted?
We did just
The
get a
vote is
hand
officially
raised from
closed. If you
Juliana.
prepare the results, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we did just get one hand raised from Juliana. Oh, and that hand has been lowered. Correction, that hand has been lowered.
Thank you. Prepare the ballot as presented. You have the motion in front of you. If the motion has failed, moving on to the next opening the nominations for the Alaska Native Brotherhood second vice president. Nominations are now open. Nominations are now open for the office of second vice president of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Final call. Nominations are now open for the office of second vice president of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. No hands online. Please prepare the ballot.
Okay, and that ballot is now live. A reminder that you're looking for the ballot that says vote now election second VP Alaska Native Brotherhood. We'll go ahead and post the support information as well as the voting link in the chat one more time. And as always, please feel free to reach out to us. We have dots at the start of our name if you're having any issues voting whatsoever.
Any delegates present who have not voted? Any delegates present who have not voted? Any delegates online who have not voted?
And we are seeing no hands raised and no support requests.
Final call. Any delegates who have not voted online are present? Hearing none, seeing none, prepare the ballot, please.
That ballot is now closed. Please stand by for
The results. Mr. Frank Albee, congratulations. Right? I'm sorry, I misspoke. We have to go to a second ballot for Andrew Roberts and Frank Albee.
Sorry,
And
this is
don't forget Ginger, I'm sorry.
okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Just confirming that. We'll run a second ballot with those same three candidates. And once again, this is Dots, and that ballot is now open. So please recast your ballot in round 2 of election 2nd VP Alaska Native Brotherhood.
Any delegates present who have not voted? Any delegates present who have not voted? Any delegates online who have not voted? We have one online. Stand by one, please.
Mr. Chair, we do have Sister Rhonda Butler with her hand up in virtual. Thank you.
I recognize that. Yes, we're waiting for her vote. Any delegates online who have not voted? Any delegates online or present who have not voted? Hearing none, prepare the results, please. We still do not have the 50% plus one. So if you please prepare the ballot for Mr. Frank Albee and Mr. Andrew Roberts.
And Dots has gone ahead and prepared that ballot, and we're just opening that now. And it is now open. You're looking for the link that says vote now, election 2nd VP Alaska Native Brotherhood, round 3. Thank you very much. And just a correction, Alejandro, it's still 2nd vice president. It's just the 3rd round. Thanks very much, Alejandro.
Any members present who have not voted? Any delegates present who have not voted? Any delegates online who have not voted? Any delegates online who have not voted? Any delegates present or online who have not voted? Hearing none, seeing none, prepare the ballot, please, with the results.
Ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the
Thank you, delegates. Mr. Avi?
Frank Elby, A and B Camp 49. I'd like to thank all of you for your vote of confidence. And I assure you that I'm going to be a team player. Many of you have watched the voting going on today and some of the issues that have come up. And I think that we'll work as a team, to try to address these issues, before we go through it all again next year. Thank you all for your vote. And let's hope for a good next year. Thank you. Koyana koyanakpak kunuchish hawa.
Thank you very much. Vice President-elect, we'll move on to ANS. Second Vice President is now open for nominations. The Alaska Native Sisterhood. Nominations are now open for the second Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Stephanie from Camp 4, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Stephanie Weddle, Camp 4, Sika. I would like to nominate Rhonda Butler for second vice.
Rhonda Butler's name has been put forward for the second Vice President of Alaska Native Sisterhood. Any further nominations for the office of second Vice President, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Any further nominations for the office of second Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Final call. Any additional nominations for the office of second Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Hearing none, please prepare the ballot for vote.
Okay, and this is Dots. We're just about ready with that vote, and it is now open. Please navigate to your voting platform and click Next Vote to refresh your page. And you're looking for the link that says Vote Now, Election Second VP, Alaska Native Sisterhood.
Any delegates who are present who have not voted? Stand by one, please. Any delegates present who have not voted? Stand by one, please. Any delegates online who have not voted?
And we have no hands and no support requests, sir.
Any delegates online who have not voted?
No support requests online, Mr. Chair.
Stand by one, please. Any delegates present or online who have not voted? Final call. You all seem to have voted. Please prepare the results.
Okay, and that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for.
Congratulations. You have all the time in the world.
Ganesh Shawa Mahalo. AMBANS Grand Camp President Emeritus Richard Jackson, Ethel Lunn. I had this written out, but I threw my papers away. ANS AMB Grand President Heather Gerkel. Oh, Marcelo, you're still our president. Marcelo. Okay. Marcelo Quinto. So who's that one? Still Daphne. Daphne Albee. ABANS Grand Officers and Delegates. It's a great pleasure to stand up here before you. I know my grandmother is watching everything that I'm doing. I know I brought a lot of ancestors in here with me because I can feel them. And I always follow their guidance. It's a real pleasure to be here with each and every one of you guys and watching the steps that you guys are taking to make us better people. I'm honored that I'm going to be on here and be able to help fight for the rights of our people as our people did in the past. My Aunt Elizabeth Pradovich, I know, is very proud because I was one of her babies. My Uncle Frank, my Uncle Roy. I'm very privileged because they were my mentors. I have a lot of those mentors out there because I was 17 and 18 years old. 18 when I was first nominated to be 6th Vice President. And you can see I'm shaking in my shoes today. I reneged. And from that time on, Leonard Cato said, you never renege when you are voted or asked to do anything. So I've always followed through. It's a pure joy for me to stand up here and to know that my children are going to follow in my footsteps. I pray that my son becomes a strong member of the AMB and that his children follow after him. My daughter, Donna Ray James, has started the AMB-ANS in California. I pray that she continues to keep that going. My youngest one has one of my grandmother's ANS and AMB Kugenas. When she comes back to Alaska, I pray that she gets strong, but I am going to pay her dues so that she is still involved. Goodness cheese Hawa for all of your guys' votes. And it's going to be a privilege to serve with a lot of my nieces and nephews and relatives on the Grand Camp level. Goodness cheese Hawa, mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Grand President ANS requested for a 10-minute recess. Remember I told you earlier on, she's in a position now to tell me what to do. So the chair will declare a 10-minute recess.
Alejandra. If the delegates in the virtual world were wanting to visit or chat, does everyone in the room hear us?
I'm not sure. This is the only place that we aren't silenced.
I feel like if they
Yeah.
get to talk in the main room, we should be
So-
able to talk in the virtual room.
Yeah,
I
no,
miss my side conversations.
so they are able to hear it for
So
sure.
can you mute us in the main room so we can talk among ourselves
No,
in this room?
I don't have control on that side, right?
Oh, it's nice to have no control on this side.
Well, I guess we can chat among ourselves. It wouldn't be out of order since we're on break anyway.
That's very true. Very true. Hi, everybody. I haven't got to talk to anyone else.
I was like, my resistance is getting really strong here. I'm not able to say anything.
This is Legend, our youngest camp member in Camp 14. Hi, Ann Chilton. I miss you.
Hello, Rhonda, Juliana.
Hi,
For all of you on the
Oh, Bessie, we miss you in person.
Oh, I know it.
Does anybody have a virtual raffle?
Yeah, this is my second time to not be able to be there. So, yeah, I like seeing everybody.
It's definitely good seeing you anyways, as long as we get to see you on here. Say hi.
How old is
Hi.
she?
This is Legend. He's 14 months.
Oh, wow. Beautiful little boy.
Yeah.
And Rhonda, how's your family?
Oh my goodness, my boys are growing fast, very,
Yeah.
very fast. Yeah. My little guy is 3. Richard is 10. And they're just doing amazing. They sit at all my meetings and all the meetings with community council. They elected me this year for Juneau Clinton Haida Community Council president. So
wow.
Yeah,
That's great.
it's been an amazing journey and such a pleasure. It's a very great stepping stone for learning and continuing my journey. So it's been wonderful.
Good, I'm glad.
Goodness, she's for staying awake till 1 something in the morning to ensure everything is correct. I hope that was in the minutes.
I sometimes my resistance comes across as rebelliousness, and it's not. And I think a lot of the longtime sisters and members know that, but it's all, I'm such a policy and procedure person. That's why I have the job that I have during the day.
Oh, well, I retired from working at corporate about 6 years ago, and it has taken a lot of getting used to, not being able to go to the store every day and see everybody that I know and what have you. So during the summer, I spend my time glamping with my friends. I pick the berries, make the jellies, all that kind of good stuff. Hi.
Folks, we can hear you. You're not muted, so we can hear you here on the floor.
We're visiting each other since we are silent in your room. So this is our room.
We want to chat with you too, Jamie Ann. We wish that we could hear everyone's conversations.
Well, you guys can find your little rooms, but our room is right here in the virtual room.
Say hi to all the brothers and sisters.
Hi, brothers, sisters.
Say, I'm a junior ANS.
Hi. Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah.
I know.
They're adorable. else can we talk to?
Who else is on here that wants to say hi? Let me scroll
Yeah.
through the names.
Wish I could get Millie or Adeline.
Millie would be the perfect one to be on here.
Yeah. I don't know if I can get her or not. Well, I'm going to wish you all a wonderful night. Get some rest, clear your mind. Get all this away.
Yes.
Yeah. Enjoy tonight and tomorrow.
Sheesh, how
And sheesh.
Well, I'm glad that we got a moment to chit chat while we had a break.
I think we needed it. I think we did.
We should have thought of this a couple days ago.
Oh, it took a lot of silencing a lot of us before we.
Are there any last call for bidders on any of the auction items? We have moccasins, the Raven silver bracelet, journal and necklace called a grandmother's life, lovebird earrings, Kugana, red large glass book.
Can anyone online bid on the Kugana?
Yes, the highest bid so far is $85
I'll make it 100.
for
Rhonda Butler, A&S Camp 2.
Can someone share that link in chat, please?
I
Is that
wasn't
an
able
ANS
to
or AMB
hear.
Kugana?
I didn't hear you. $100 to
A&S Camp 2, Rhonda Butler.
okay.
And I'll look for that link in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. I have brothers and sisters in my family.
So
Is it an
$100 to
ANS?
ANS Camp 2.
Is it an ANS Kugana or is it an ANB
ANS
Kugana?
Kugana.
Awesome.
Do we have it? Do we have an A and B Kugana up for bid?
Do we have a ANB Kugana up for bid? No. No. There are some for sale here though from being sold to personally.
Millie, it's good to see you, Millie. Ginger, Camp 14.
Hi.
Your voice.
Bessie Singletary, ANS Camp 19 says hi too.
Hi.
Juliana Camp 87 says hi too.
Can I get the details of the cap and
t-shirt?
for the
Oh,
Brotherhood
sweatshirt.
details in
And a
chat?
sweatshirt is the highest bid is $60 so far for the ANS sweatshirt. The highest bid is 100 so far for the ANS sweatshirt.
Could we get the link for that, please?
T-shirt, ashtray, sash. There's a bid for $50. A seashell candle for $10. ANS cell phone holder, highest bid so far is $20. So last call for bid. I will be closing it in 5 minutes.
Can I get details on who's selling the cap and Kuganas for the A and B? Should we get legend one?
Yes, we have to. We got 5 more minutes.
Okay, I will put my name back in for the slippers.
Okay.
That's him. I could do a whole lot.
Frank Albee said that he has caps and kuganas for sale.
Oh. No, my Uncle Frank is. Do you have any more?
There.
Yeah, there's two in there, right?
Yeah. So there are two A and B Kuganas for a size small and a size large. Huh? No, those are for personal. Are the and also college.
I'm interested in, this is Sister Heather. I'm interested in the size large one unless Ginger is. I'd like to get one for my oldest son.
Excuse me.
I've had too much seal grease to order a large, but thank you.
Hi, this is Sister Stephanie. Could you please share that link again in chat for the auction before it closes?
Fundraising for, yeah, what is it? Oh, I'm raising raffle for, oh, yeah. Look at it. Oh, yeah.
Okay, delegates, we'll call the meeting back to order. Call the meeting back to order. The chair is now opening nominations for the office of A and B Grand Secretary. Chair is now opening nominations for Grand Secretary of Alaska Native Brotherhood. Presently is Tim. Final call. Any nominations for the office of Grand Secretary for Alaska Native Brotherhood? Hearing none, Madam President and Grand President.
Thank you, sir. I rise and ask unanimous consent for Brother Tamzin Alziu to be seated as A and B Grand Secretary.
You've heard the nomination request. Any objections to the unanimous request? Any objections to the unanimous request? Hearing none, congratulations, Madam Secretary.
I'll reject that remark.
At least I look like it. No, Mr. President,
Oh,
I mean,
Madam-
Mr. Chairman, okay, I find myself,
Madam Secretary,
I
Madam Secretary,
find myself, whatever that is.
Madam
Daughter.
Secretary. you
Yes,
need to come
Mr.
forward,
Chairman.
so those folks who are online need to see you. You come up forward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tam. It's an honor and a pleasure to serve you, and I look forward to serving for the next year. Thank you. Gunishish ha'a.
Thank you very much. The chair will now open nominations for the Grand Secretary of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Chair is now accepting nominations for the office of Grand Secretary of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Final request. Chair is now recognizing nominations for the office of Grand Secretary for Alaska Native Sisterhood. Hearing none. Madam President.
Mr. Chair, I rise and ask unanimous consent for Sister Milani Rodriguez to be seated as ANS Grand Secretary.
Any objections to the unanimous consent? Any objections to the unanimous consent? Hearing none. Congratulations, Madam Secretary.
Was not available as she was traveling out of the country, so she was not here to get an acceptance.
Melanie, right at this point, is on travel status. So we'll move on to the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Treasurer. The chair will now accept nominations for the office of Grand Treasurer of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. The chair will now recognize and accept nominations for the office of Grand Treasurer for the office of Grand Treasurer for the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Hearing none. Madam President.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I rise and ask unanimous consent for Brother Eric Morrison to be seated as A&B Grand Treasurer.
Any objections to having Mr. Morrison be the Grand President or Grand Treasurer? Any objections? Any objections? Hearing none. Congratulations, Mr. Morrison. Please come forward and have a few words.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I could say I'm honored. I can't say with great pleasure though, but I'm hoping that in the future we will have a number of candidates because we will make this path pleasurable as well as honorable in the next year. So with the work of all the executive officers, I want to tell a story about my first physical crisis that I had. It was in 1979. I went to Alaska Federation of Natives, and Roger Lang was there to greet me. I came from Washington, D.C. To address the body on behalf of the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, and he said, "Hang out with me." So, okay. So the first place I went with him was to AFN executive lunch. 14 guys, and I didn't know that they have a tradition that they do a bunch of straws, and the one with the shortest straws buys the lunch for everybody. I can't tell you how much I was sweating. So that was my first physical crisis. So I got over that, and thankfully with the help of you and particularly the Sisterhood, will make this a better path in the future. It's had its ups and downs over the last 10 years, and I'd like to apologize for that, even though I've only been here for a year. But I promise you, we will all work to make this a better office and more inviting for people to serve. Thank you.
And Chair now accept nominations for the office of Grand Treasurer for the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Chair will now accept nominations for the office of Grand Treasurer for the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Chair will now accept nominations for the office of Grand Treasurer for the Alaska Native Sisterhood. And Madam President.
Mr. Chair, I rise and ask unanimous consent for Sister Elias Chase to be seated as ANS Grand Treasurer.
Any objections to the unanimous consent request? Any objections to the unanimous consent request? Hearing none, congratulations.
Good night, Mr. Chair. I gotta say, brothers and sisters, you have a lot of faith in Camp 49. I gotta say, you have 4 of us officers now just from Camp 49. So I want to say high props to our camp and Camp 49 for being as active as we are. And I want to say congratulations to my family who is here serving as well, especially to my mom, my Uncle Frank, my Auntie Heather, and my Auntie Charlene, who I'm so greatly honored to serve alongside with you on that ANS Executive Committee. I am very eager and excited to serve all of you, and I can't wait to work with you for another year. I am enthusiastic. My ultimate goal is if my auntie can make the first A&B Grand President, then I can make the first male to hold the position as ANS Grand President. So that is my ultimate goal. And through the guidance of our amazing and wonderful Grand President Daphne Albee, as well as our phenomenal executive committee women and their generous support, I greatly appreciate all of you putting faith into me to fulfill this obligation, and I promise I'll never let you down.
Thank you very much and congratulations. Mr. Albee.
Thank you, Frank Albee, A&B Camp 49. I think it'd be nice if we could ask Sister Elias if he would shave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair will now open nominations for the office of Grand Sergeant at Arms for the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Chair will now accept nominations to the office of Grand Sergeant at Arms of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Final call. Chair will now accept nominations for the office of Grand Sergeant at Arms, the Alaska Native Brotherhood.
Mr. Chairman.
Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Butler, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Brother McCormick.
McCormick has been nominated to the office of Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Brotherhood. The chair will continue to recognize and receive any nominations to the office of Grand Sergeant at Arms, the Alaska Native Brotherhood. The chair will accept and receive nominations to the office of Grand Sergeant at Arms of Alaska Native Brotherhood. You need, Mr.com, you need to add McCormick on that list.
Yeah, we're just working on getting the correct spelling here, and we'll have that up shortly. And we're also just editing the ballot, so please stand by for a couple minutes.
Be sure that you have Ginger McCormick on that ballot.
Yeah,
No,
we're just
not
adding.
Rhonda Ballard. Not Rhonda Butler. She's the one that made the nomination for Ginger McCormick. Thank you for the
There we go.
correction.
And we do have that on the ballot as well. So we have Chad, Sean, and Ginger.
Thank you. Please prepare the ballot.
Okay, and that ballot is now open. So please cast your vote. Once again, you may need to click next vote to access the ballot. That will refresh your page. And we're just going to paste the information in chat one more time here.
Any delegates who have not voted that are present? Any delegates who are present who have not voted? Any delegates online who have not voted?
And we have no hands and no support.
Any delegates online are present who have not voted? There are none. Prepare the results, please.
Ballot is closed. Please stand by for results.
Congratulations. Mr. Tatel, if you'd step forward, please.
Chief, thank you for allowing me to continue to learn. I look forward to working with our current and our executives. Chief.
The chair will now receive nominations for the Office of Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Sergeant at Arms. The chair will now receive nominations for the Office of Grand Sergeant at Arms for the Alaska Native Sisterhood. If you would please remove Char Wolf, please. And just reading what's up there, okay? I know who you are, but I'm reading what's up there. The chair will now accept motions for the nomination of office of Grand Sergeant at Arms. We hear from Jane. Get a have a nomination.
This is a Jan Trigg, A&B Camp 70. Is there a correction to Catherine John? Is that supposed to be Kathleen John?
Thank you for the correction. Final call. Any nominations for the office of? We have a nomination here. Will you please get her a microphone?
Cindy Reeves, Camp 87. Camp 87 nominates Lynette Haynes. Lynette Hines.
Say that one more time, please.
Camp 87 nominates Lynette Hines.
Lynette Hens has been nominated for the office of Grand Sergeant at Arms, the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Any further nominations to the office of Grand Sergeant at Arms of Alaska Native Sisterhood? Final call. Any nominations to the Grand Sergeant at Arms for the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Hearing none, please prepare the ballot.
Sorry, this is this is Michael from Dots. We just want to confirm there was one additional name added there. We have Kathleen, Josephine, and Joey, but there was also a Lynette, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, I see. We just got it in the back channel, so we're just going to go ahead and add that into the ballot as well. It'll just be about 30 seconds or so.
Nominations have closed. Yes, go ahead.
Mayor Marino Suits, Camp 87, requesting nomination speech for the candidate that was just nominated, Lynette Hines.
The request is that we have the person who's just nominated to be able to do a campaign speech. Any objections? Any objections? Hearing none, come forward.
Thank you, A&B, ANS Convention delegates, Emeritus, Grand President, and the Brotherhood and Sisterhood, and all the past presidents of the Grand Brotherhood and Sisterhood, all the delegates, all the staff, all the helpers. And I'd like to just say that my name is Lynette Marino Hines, and you might recognize the Merino part of it. But I lived in Anchorage most of my life and have volunteered for many, many, many different things with the Anchorage Clinket and Haida, was past president, was past delegate, also Alaska Native Sisterhood, past president, past delegate. I have met a lot of you And I remember you. I remember the first convention we had here in Anchorage. We were so excited and we worked hard. We worked very hard. So I will work very hard if I am elected. That's what I do. And I'm a fighter. As you can see, I am a fighter. I am my mom's daughter and my father's daughter. My father was quiet. His name was Phil Marino, but my mother was the fighter, Harriet Belial. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I have ran before in political positions and I was always shut out by the media. I am so happy that Mary got in there. I am so happy this Native woman is representing us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is the ballot completed?
Yes, the ballot is ready. We're just finalizing it, and there'll be one moment. Okay, and that ballot is now open. So please navigate to your voting platform. The link is still there in the chat as the last message. So you're going to want to click next vote. It'll refresh the page and you're looking for the link that says vote now, election ANS Sergeant at Arms.
And the delegates who have not voted that are present. Any delegates present who have not voted? Any delegates online who have not voted? Any delegates online who have not voted?
And we're seeing no hands and no support, sir.
Any delegates online are present who have not voted? Hearing none, seeing none, prepare the results. Thank you. Are the results before you? Kathleen John.
All the time, he said. Goodness, geez. As I said, these arms are here for you. They will serve ANS. Goodness, geez, for your support and your faith in me. I will do the best I can. And I'm here for your guidance. I will learn from every single one of you. Goodness, geez. Thank you.
I was counseled, be careful how you extend that take all the time you want. Especially when you're addressing a Tlingit woman, she'll take all the time in. My thought on that is I judged her by the speech that she made, and it was 1 minute and 10 seconds. So I knew it wasn't going to be a very long one. So the chair would like to congratulate all the recipients of all the executive offices of which you have received. And it's been a long, laborious day. And I want to, first of all, thank Elias for his guidance as far as myself is concerned, keeping me online. And I appreciate your folks' support in this evening, this afternoon, and of the election process. So with that, Madam Chairman, do I turn it over to you? Do I turn it over to Mr. Chairman? Oh, Mr. Woodrow Watson. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Joe. Once again, give Joe a hand. It's been a very busy day. Do we have the minutes?
You're very welcome.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the minutes have been sent out to all the delegates virtually and in person via email. Unfortunately, in the attempt to get them printed, we were not able to accomplish that. And that's even going outside of the building and looking at options locally. So I do not have, DOTS does have the minutes that they can present. Thank you.
At this time, the chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Sister Rhonda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve Thursday, October 6th, 2022 minutes for purpose of discussion.
Second.
We have had a first, we've had a second.
Under discussion,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a correction to the minutes on page 1. Hold on one second. On page 1, where it states Camp 49's bylaw amendments, there is no motion maker's name. Are the minutes able to be displayed? Page 1. Okay, sorry, page 2. I'm sorry, it is page 1. Nope, it's the third from the bottom, Camp 49's bylaws amendment on inclusivity. A motion was made and went to vote of 33 in favor. There is no motion makers. Can we get the names of the motion makers, please? And have them included? That is the only correction.
Do the secretaries have the name of the motion maker? Yes, Jen.
Jan Trigg, A and B Camp 70. The maker of that motion was Peter Nowrose, seconded by Eric Morrison.
Thank you.
May I also just the spelling corrections, I'm assuming Frank Albee will have his name spelled correctly and do pass. Is that DO pass to actually do something? I'm not sure.
Is that okay? Rhonda?
That was my only correction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. What's that? Yeah. Grand secretaries, do we have the corrections in place? Corrections are in place. What is the wish of the body?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Ginger, Camp 14. I just wanted to say that I appreciated that the Grand ANS president for assuring us that there'd be formatting in the future. The correction I just like to see is that we voted on the motion yesterday that it would be action items only. And from the draft that I received earlier, I don't see that on the minutes, and Dots removed the minutes before I could read through it again. I just want to make sure that there's action items only within these minutes, since that's what we voted on. For clarifications, it was Carrie James Dotson at a Camp 14 that had made the motion.
Can we have a mic to the secretary, please?
As always, it is best and simplest to put things in writing. So I would suggest that Ginger submit this either in the chat or in an email to Tamsin. We don't need to take up time here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Carol.
As the secretary is there to be recording the motions, so I'm just confused why it wasn't on the minutes.
We need to move on here. We have some more business to take care of, and it's getting very late.
It's called the being of emotion. Legends say it introduces people's hearts to feeling and sadness.
Mr. Chairman, I'm typing an edit in the chat. This is Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Rhonda?
I'm trying to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to pull the existing minutes that I had submitted in writing early this morning at like 2 a.m., I believe, is to my recollection. And that did include the motion that we requested the minutes to reflect action items. And that is not in the minutes. So Ginger, if you could give me the names one more time, that would be great. I did submit those, I believe, in an email, but I'll type that in this again.
Carrie Jane Dotson out of Camp 14 made the motion, and she even typed it in the chat. And I'm not sure who seconded it. I just know that we voted in it, and there's also records of the voting polls in Dot's records as well.
Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe the point they were talking about were the minutes from last year, that they wanted those amended and those corrected. Now, again, the original person who asked for those amendments was emailing me at 12 and at 2 in the morning, as well as other members of delegates. I am doing the best I can. I am not answerable to them and their version, but only what I can find on the YouTube from last year. And another thing, that the person that wanted those amendments made, she wanted things brought back from us the day prior that cannot be done per Robert's Rules of Orders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sasha, can you step up here, please? Rhonda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
We
Mr.
have
President.
held this up a long time, and now, you know, what I'm going to ask is that if those minutes could be corrected to you the way you want it, I think we need to move on. We have been playing around here too long. It is getting late. We have to get this ceremony out of here, and we have people who have to leave and take care of plane reservations and everything else. So I would appreciate that we will get those corrected minutes sent to you, and we're going to move on. And that's why I really thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the acknowledgement of those corrections being made. That is all we ask as delegates. We greatly appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
Will somebody call for the orders of the day? Thank you very much. Pardon?
Call for the question.
What, that's what we're just going to the orders of the day. All right, that's non-debatable. And we could move for a
Call for the question.
all for the
We have a
question,
motion on
voice
the
vote.
floor.
All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion's passed.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2, make a motion to approve Friday, October 7th of 2022 Grand Camp meeting minutes.
Rhonda, you're out of order right now. We're going to the orders today. Thank you.
I believe that is, Mr. Chairman, the minutes for Friday, the 8th is now on the agenda.
We are getting ready for the president's presentation right now. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm confused, Mr. Chairman. We were just under minutes.
The president has made a ruling.
For orders of the day, which is minutes is on the agenda.
Negative. I announced it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sister Millie, if you may join me on the stage. Thank you. So this evening we have a presentation to recognize the dedication and service of Sister Carol Duez, serving as ANS Grand Secretary for 10 years. Sister Carol, if you would join us on the stage, please. ANS members, if you would please rise. Thank you, ANB members, for joining us.
Hey, Sister Carol, this is a very, very special gift. It was carved by Ed Kuntz. They are their earrings, the Alaska Native Sisterhood hearts. And this is for all your hard work for the past 10 years. We love and appreciate you. Thank you.
Sister Carol, thank you so much for all your guidance and for just helping us throughout the years. Thank you for all your years of service. It's just outstanding, and you've given us something to work toward. We thank you.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. I truly appreciate this this occasion and this gift. I hope that you will treat Tamsin with kindness, because both of us have tried our best to do what we know in spite of some carping. And in 10 years, I have to say that the past 2 years have been the roughest in that respect. But this is my sayonara, because I am moving to Tacoma. Actually, I had an apartment there 2.5 years ago because my granddaughter was going to be born. And so I became a grandmother. And this summer I had the joy of moving directly across the street from her. So 3 weeks ago, this has been a grueling month, I went to Haynes and closed up my 2-bedroom apartment. I made $3,000 off the garage sale because I only kept 1 bookcase and 1 end table. And I donated that $3,000 to my local Haynes Camp 5 ANS because they consistently give out scholarships every year between $1,500 and $2,000. So It was my farewell to Haynes, and I got a small farewell party there too. So thank you very much.
Sister Carol, can you and Sister Millie come and stand here and we can have a picture taken? President Quinto, if you may join us. Oh, those are my notes.
Pardon? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
I was explained by Brother Eric that I was supposed to have gone out to buy some gifts, but obviously I didn't listen to him, but that's not unusual for me not listening to him. But I do want to say thank you to a few people. To be honest, I says, Tam, I want to say thank you to you. You put hours and hours trying to keep me straight over the years. And I know that that's a real challenge, because my wife's told me that for 57 years, there was a challenge, and you took that over. But I want to thank you for all that hard work, and really appreciate it. And knowing that I'm sure I put a strain on you many different times. But again, I want to also say thank you to Peter and Jan. Both of you put an awful lot of work to try to make me not embarrass myself. I guess that's probably the best way to do it. They write great speeches and great thoughts. And so I want to say thank you to them. And they're not the only one, because I've learned from all of you, things that, I like to Paulette, and to, Harvey Kitka about the herring row and the times that we had to spend with the Fish and Game Board in Anchorage. I learned an awful lot from those people, and that was enjoyable. My dear friend at the end, well, actually Heather, and Sasha, thank you for coming up and helping me get, prepared for this convention. I appreciate it very much, and I say thank you to my sister Jan. She's, I went through a difficult time earlier, and it took a lot of you people here and a lot of my friends here to get me through this past several months. And I don't know that I could have done without it, because you mean an awful lot to me, all of you. Even my friend Eric down the end, who gives me grief about every 30 seconds on the phone, he is a brother, and right truly to the sense, he has been part of my family since the day I met him. And obviously was part of my family before I met him, because he was very close with my brother Frank and my brother George. But again, I want to thank everybody for this past year, because I think it's been a real learning experience for me, and I've been around here for a day or two. And I think probably the only one I know here right now that's been here more days than me is LB here, Frank. And so anyway, thank you very much. And I appreciate all your time.
Thank you, President Marcelo Quinto. It's been a pleasure to serve with you this last year. Thank you for your inspiration that you have given us. You have shared with us so much of your knowledge, and you speak so eloquently. And I've learned a lot from you, and I have certainly, you have my respect for life. Thank you, sir. So I would like to also offer my thanks to everybody here, all of the officers and delegates. I would especially like to thank Mr. Paul Johnson and all of Camp 87 for all your hard work that you've done to host this convention. Thank you. Yes, they deserve a standing ovation. This took a lot of work.
Thank you. I'm part of Camp 87. Appreciate it. One that you get silenced, don't forget it.
Before we move on and before I forget, Brother Paul, if you wouldn't mind coming up here and sharing once again who our sponsors are.
Thank you, Sister Elby. Our main sponsor was Sea Alaska. They were very generous this year. Secondary sponsors were First Alaskans and the Kanik tribe, which Brother Theo represents, one of our members, and the Alaska Pacific University. And I do want to add that we couldn't have done all the technical work without one of the staff members, Alistair, who's here outside of his normal work week. So a lot of credit goes to Nana Management Services, which is the food catering. I especially appreciate the native flair of the food, but thank you very much. From the host camp side of things, just really want to say that how much we appreciate the wisdom that Brother Heather has shared and called, and Sister Elby and many others that were here. And I know our president, of our local camp wishes he could be here. He's at home dealing with his day job. But thank you very much for this opportunity to recognize our brother here was solely responsible for getting that program book out to you. And that was a lot of work. So I want to acknowledge him and his tribe. Thank you very much. Ashish.
Madam Chair.
One moment, I am going to finish speaking and then we'll open it up for comments. Thank you. And thank you for your patience. So I would also like to thank the members of the Alaska Native Sisterhood executive, all the executive board all the executive members. Thank you so much. Thank you once again to all our executive committee members, correct title. Thank you. And we have Sister Paulette, Sister Millie, and we have Sister Jackie Martin, Sister Janice Jackson, thank you. And I'm missing somebody. And Cecilia Chapelero. Oh, I'm sorry, Cecilia. She's going to get me when I get home. Thank you to the executive committee members. Thank you to the ANS Grand Officers. Your work has been exemplary. Thank you. We will start with the ANS First Vice President, Heather Powell. Heather Powell is a treasure. Her cultural knowledge is so helpful. She is very kind and loving, and she is such an inspiration and working both with youth and elders with all of our people. For our second vice president, Cindy Reeves. Sister Cindy, thank you so much for all the help that you've done. Cindy has been the person that we look to when we have any technical issues. She has helped us on the Elizabeth Paratovich Day event, and of course with all the raffles. And she has been my right-hand person here today, or this convention. And Sister Cindy, thank you so much. I appreciate all the work that you've done. Thank you. We have Sister Carol Duez serving as the ANS Grand Secretary. As you heard earlier, we thanked her so much for her years of dedication. Thank you so much for always giving us some historical knowledge, which has been very helpful. I appreciate that so much. Next, we have Sister Elias Chase. Elias has been wonderful. Thank you so much for allowing him to serve once again as the treasurer. This year is going to be a lot easier for Elias because we already have everything built. So we are going to move on to bigger and better. That doesn't mean that you're not going to stop working. Did I leave anybody out? Oh, there you go. She's just right here. Thank you. Sister Mary, thank you so much. So you weren't here the other day when I told people how lucky that they were when you called them, and I knew that they were, when they finished speaking with you, that I knew they were smiling because you are so happy and so cheerful, and it comes through whether you're on the phone or in person. Thank you so much for your loving attitude and for you're just sharing your kindness. Thank you much for your service. We appreciate it. We hope that you are able to come back and spend time after with both you and Sister Cindy for taking time away to care for your family. We wish you both the best. We thank you for your service. Thank you so much. And thank you for Sister Madison. Sister Madison, if you would stand, please. I know we're making you stand up. Sister Madison, thank you for being such an inspiration for us. We appreciate all the work that you do, not only here at Grand Camp but everything that you do off of away from Grand Camp, working with the Girl Scouts. That's a huge job. Thank you to your mother too for working with the Girl Scouts. You may not realize it now, but soon you will a little later, that what you're doing will make a huge impact. It's going to make a huge impact on your life and to others. And we thank you so much for that. We pray that you continue on with that. All right, last, I would like to thank all of the A&B officers. It was a pleasure to serve with you as an A&B executive. I learned a lot in every single one of those meetings. Hopefully you didn't get tired of hearing me because we have another year. All right, I appreciate you all. I will absolutely do my best to continue to serve and to help move this organization forward. Good. Oh, Brother McCormick, you had a comment?
Yes, I'd just like to make a motion to adjourn.
Brother McCormick, we still have business on the floor. So before we adjourn, we will be doing an installation. We will take a 20-minute break for whoever is prepared to change into their installation whites. We will return here in 20 minutes and have the installation ceremony.
Madam Chair, a friendly reminder.
One moment, please. Brother Heather.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our ANS Grand President and I would like to meet with all elected officers and executives of the AMB and the ANS after installation for our first meeting. Thank you. And all of the elected officers and our executives will be signing our code of ethics before they leave today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will take a 20-minute break and we will return for the installation.
Are we, Madam Chair, Rhonda Butler?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Madam Chair, Rhonda Butler.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
Will we be discussing a host camp for 2023 during the installation this evening? As orders of the day was called, there is not going to be able to be a transfer of the convention paddle without us electing a host camp.
So when we opened nominations for our host camp, there were no nominations. So this will move to the executive committee.
Thank you for that clarification and it going on the record that the host camp will be going to the executive committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, we will return in 20 minutes.
So I thought Sitka was listed in the chat. Wasn't Sitka listed in the chat that they wanted to?
I thought so too, but
Yeah, I thought there was like, Sitka wanted to. I'm not sure if anybody over in the real world is checking through the virtual world and making sure we have a voice.
I don't know. Can Dots take us off looking at the timer and having the ability to see the participants that are talking?
What? Thank you, Dots. Goodness, geez.
Ah,
Thank you.
You're part of our world. We really appreciate it.
Dots are the real MVP of this whole convention.
We have 42 participants out here. So how many is actually in that room?
Well, if there's 42 participants and how many people are voting?
55, you gotta have 55. Yeah, that room was filled.
Just to let you know that we can hear you and
I understand. We could hear you too. So, and I wasn't even acknowledged and I'm 87.
The host camp.
That's right. I am the host camp and I appreciate everyone on virtual reality. Goodness, geez. I'm sorry you were all silent.
oh yeah, you can have Pikachu on.
Charlene looking so elegant in that scarf.
I know, she looks so beautiful.
Oh, gorgeous.
It is. Wow.
I appreciate Anchorage hosting this year again. It is great. I wish I was there in person. But no matter what, I'm going to be here virtually or in person.
Well, you know,
Anchorage
it's
is absolutely amazing for stepping up and hosting as fast as they did. Just great to be able to have the ability to open up space for the convention to be there. Good cheese.
we just had our election and most of our people are gone. There's just 3 of us.
Oh,
there's 3. All our members. We have a president, a treasurer, and a sergeant at arms.
Oh, there's Frank Albee. I wonder what he's snacking on. Sure looks delicious.
I want some.
I wish I could have had some of that catering. It's 9:30 over here, so
it's 6:28 here. Not bad.
Oh wow, look at her earrings.
So pretty.
Stunning.
This is Mona Stevick, ANS Camp 70. In regards to the host camp, I was just going to chime in on that for future host camp. I think in 2019, we were in Anchorage because that was the unveiling of the Elizabeth Pradovich coin.
Yes.
I think it was rumored that Sitka or Wrangell possibly, but I think Sitka was in the running as possibly being the host camp for 2020. Then COVID hit. And then in 2021, I think that Sitka was considered again, but they declined. And Juneau A&B Camp 70 Glacier Valley stepped up and bravely accepted the nomination to host the first virtual last year. So I'm not quite sure if Sitka is ready, but it seemed like they had declined the past at least a couple of years.
They were in the chat, so if someone can scroll through there to see if Sitka had mentioned they would like to. Yeah.
I wonder if they just got nominated and declined it. I didn't hear Sitka come up though. I did see it in the chat though.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, is to acknowledge that someone had requested to be the host. And then we can go from that. That way the whole, both, you know, those that are present and those are online can, you know, acknowledge that. Because right now there is nobody, and they're stating that nobody had come forward to say they would like to host. And that's incorrect. If it's in the writing, it's still part of it.
Yeah. That may have been a little bit premature on my part, so I apologize. That would have been me.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You got a bunch of readers here. I know. I saw.
Mystery solved.
I was like, woo, go Sitka.
I want
I
to go
also
to
nominated Ketchikan, just saying.
Oh no, our
but-
100-year anniversary is coming up for our camp, so we're gonna hold off until then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have a big, I think 2026, I believe we have our big anniversary, 100-year anniversary. So
Well, you could do it again then.
oh,
Just
everyone
saying.
loves Ketchikan. I'm sure I got enough space on my couch for all of you. We can all attend virtually together.
Grand Camp was in Ketchikan in 2018.
Yeah, it was 2018.
Yes. I was
I got
there.
family I can stay with. It's all good. I just want to go to DS and get my lumpia. It'll be good.
A little bit of lumpia,
I promise to
strawberry
behave.
Fanta.
I promise to behave.
In Ketchikan, are you sure?
Promise to
Well, I
behave.
just won't tell you who my family is, and we'll be okay.
No
Now
Teneke Springs.
now I
No
wanna
Teneke
know.
Springs.
No on Teneke Springs. Yeah.
I ain't
No
got
on
no
Teneke
family.
Springs.
As Sister Mary Guthrie, I quote Sister Mary Guthrie, I don't want to sleep in the bushes.
Now I really don't want to
I
tell you
miss
who my
her.
family is.
Going back to old ways.
Oh,
Hello.
who's that?
Hello.
Is
It's
that
Jamie
Jamie
Ann.
Jamie Ann finally joined in on the
Yeah,
chat.
I said, is this the virtual oppression room? I don't know which one of these microphones work, if any.
You just have to unmute it, Jamie Ann.
Say hi, Auntie Jamie Ann.
Can we see Jamie Ann at the podium, please? We need to see. We need to see you talking to us.
Hello, Juliana. It's nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi, it's Bessie. Camp 19, Craig.
Check.
There you go. You're on, man.
It's good. It's good to hear everyone's voice.
Hello.
Really
Well,
good.
let me see, because I can't see me.
I feel like Dot's muted our faces now. We can only see them. We can't see each other.
I can see like 4 people in the corner over on the side.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have
where I'm at.
Juliana, myself, Betsy,
Bessie, the
Stephanie.
boiler room. At the boiler room. What's going on in the boiler room?
Somebody's in the
That's where
boiler
we
room.
should be.
That must be their chat room. No.
Maybe that's where they all went.
Maybe
There's-
we all need to move
there's
over
Dot.
to the boiler room.
He says, if you
I'm good.
switch to gallery view, Michael from Dot says, if you switch to gallery view, you can see all of the projectors
you
are
do that?
displaying the pinned room. We should be
Not on
requesting.
my iPad.
Yeah, I can't do that. I've
He
been trying to
put
figure
it
out.
on direct view. So if he switches it to gallery view, then we can see everybody.
Oh, can Dots do that?
Yeah. Dots.
Can you,
Alejandro.
Had dots.
we give you the control.
All I can see is who's speaking when they speak, and that's it.
Can we get Mr. Chair Dots to get us in gallery view, please?
That's funny.
So my husband handed me his phone, so now I can see who's speaking on his phone, but that's it. Like, other than that, I'm out of luck.
I think my iPad's gonna die before installation. So.
There hasn't been people here. We killed 2 iPads the first day of reality.
I know I've been jumping from one device to another to another.
I have 3 devices. One to
Yeah, mine
vote
is
on,
3.
one to text for Facebook, and one to
We have 2 iPads, a dinosaur laptop. Everybody has a cell phone.
more cell
phones. Like, I don't know. We were still trying to figure it out for most of the first day. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm getting old. This is just wrong. Just don't know anymore. I need to get one of my grandkids down here to show me how to work it all.
Yeah, I'm curious. I guess I should ask Jamie Ann to do a head count of how many participants. Ooh, how many people are in person versus online? That'd be a good one to see.
Well, we did have 43, but I think that someone said 50 something. I'm not in present, so.
Oh, let me see the votes. Well, we had how many? Hold on,
we had 48, right? 48 people present. And if we have 43 online.
So the common number of voting was like between 50 and 52. I was taking screenshots of like the results just because you have to.
It went from like 47 to 50, 52.
Yeah, I think the highest was 52.
So most of us were online.
Well, but that's voting. So everyone had to vote online.
Have alternates online too that didn't have.
Okay.
That'd be my guess.
Okay.
Well, that would be voting was done all virtually, to my understanding, right? So it would reflect everyone in the room too.
Yeah.
I would say voting is a lot electronically was a lot better because I was there when I was running around making copies 2019 trying to get it all and then recount. Oh boy, I was sweating and trying to keep a straight face.
I remember, and the box coming out.
Oh my gosh, I was like, but we did it. We did it, and that's why we stayed up so late. You know, we had time to hear everybody.
As much as I would love to stay and figure all this out and watch how this ends, I am supposed to be at my granddaughter's 18th birthday party right now. And I'm getting messages every 30 seconds asking where I'm at. So
well, if you do the mute and the stop video, you will still be present.
Can we do that?
Mute and stop video. Okay.
Mute and stop video.
The the installation is preliminary for just ceremonial purposes.
And then there's a dance.
Yeah.
A
But
dance?
it's really a nice.
Well, yeah, they have a dance late at night. Sometimes they don't get out till like 12
You
or
would
1.
have really nice having hot dinner for the first time in 3 days.
Oh.
Sister Rhonda, do you know if you're actually going to have a dance tonight?
You know,
I don't know. There's not many people.
Yeah, we didn't last year in
Juliana.
Juneau. We didn't, I don't think it was in the budget either.
Juliana, your host camp, did you guys put it on the agenda for that?
This just happened. Whatever's going on, it just happened. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm surprised that, we're able to do this far. But I definitely would have.
I'm going to mute and stop video.
It's been
Have
nice
a good
talking to you
evening,
all.
Stephanie.
Bye. Have a good evening.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Bessie, if you need to go to a birthday party, you should go too. Yeah. Take us with you.
To bed.
She said bed. She's like, no, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I'll be ready for bed here in a few minutes. See, I got my.
It's not like I got my pajamas from here down.
It's the virtual world. This
That's
is
right.
the new
You
attire.
only need to be from here up. Present. Give me pajamas.
Oh, Bessie.
Have a good evening.
I'm not gone yet. I'm trying to stay awake to see the deal.
The finale.
Yeah.
The grand finale.
I think that was it. Maybe Dots can put some virtual fireworks up for us.
That's right. Next time.
I think
The
for
last
our
15 minutes have been a blast.
You know, I love listening to other people talk. I don't care if I get to say a word or not. I don't hear everybody else. So tell me, shut up. Oh,
I love hearing your laughter, Bessie.
oh, thank you. You know, it's been several months since I've had a good laugh.
Well, I've been hearing it tonight.
That's right.
Well, if you don't know, I lost my mama back in April to COVID. She and I were both diagnosed at the same time. I was sent to catch can for nearly 2 weeks, and my sister came to stay with mama for that time. And like I say, we lost her in April, which we were there whenever she passed, us and our dear friends, and we sat there and talked with her till she drew her last. And she didn't suffer, you know, like a lot of people do. And she's not suffering now. And so we're okay. My sister and I are doing good, and the brothers. Yeah.
You are fun.
My condolences, Bessie.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. It means a lot for me just to, like I said just a minute ago, just to be able to say hello and to talk with friends, you know, that means a lot to me.
Well, that's how it's supposed to be, that we're supposed to talk, get
Yeah.
together and share, especially through the COVID. That was like 2 years of being on lockdown and
I
being
know.
silenced. Yes.
Yeah. And you know, the hardest thing for me during that whole time was being confined at Cape Fox in Ketchikan with no way to talk to anybody except on the phone, no personal contact, no nothing. I had to call out for my food, when to get garbage picked up and all that good stuff. And even though I did FaceTime with people, it was getting to the point of, I don't know the exact word, but it was borderline depression. And I've never felt that way before. And if it hadn't been for my sister and other friends, I don't think I would have made it. I really don't. But it's just by that and by the grace of God that I did. because he's not doing me yet. He's got a lot more to do.
And we're thankful for that. And we're very thankful for that.
Thank God you're still here with us.
Just for sharing your story. Just.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Mona.
Hi.
Welcome to our little chat room.
I've been listening in and chiming in a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the timer's up.
Oh,
Okay.
All right. Let me unmute.
All right, shush now.
Let's go.
I know.
I love you all.
We got time for one more.
That's my cue to go. Love you, ladies.
I'm gonna get some Uber Eats, huh? I'm starving. They got fish over there at the convention. They got some native inspired.
They got fish over there.
Let's crash it.
Cause I'm in Oklahoma. You ain't eating no fish down this way. I ain't even seen no water down here. I ain't eating no fish out of here. Do they have fish here? What kind of fish?
It depends on what type they bring.
Where
It could
where
be.
are
it
you
could be-
at, Ginger?
Oklahoma City.
I don't know what kind of fish they might have in Oklahoma. It might be a little freezer bird.
Don't eat the fish. Have your relatives send you fish.
Well, I was just down here for the conference. But
Be like, I want fish from up north.
I didn't see no body of water, and I was like, I ain't eating no shrimp. I ain't even seen no water since we've been here. Where are they getting the shrimp?
Sounds like a bad
Shrimp.
country song.
Farm shrimp.
Yeah, don't trust the farms.
Hey, but I have seen some buffaloes here, so I'm down for some.
Woo. Jerky.
Yeah, I'm okay with eating some beef. I ain't eating
Oh, that beef is indigenous.
What you call buffalo meat then? What do you call buffalo meat? They call cow's meat beef. Is beef neutral term?
Oh, are you silly?
What do they call that? We don't know.
We're in the virtual world. You might as well just ask Siri.
I know.
Don't talk to you.
Look this up.
You want to silence you?
I don't see anybody's face, but we're talking away.
Hey, Dad.
My cheeks are starting to hurt.
do they have crayfish in Oklahoma or?
I don't even know if we got any fish. I seen a puddle, like a pond.
Or crawdads? They call them crayfish or crawdads. Just a puddle? Just like just a puddle?
Hi.
Holy.
Hi.
We're coming
Sounds
into
pretty
the
dry.
I see Juliana and Bessie in the windows now. Oh, God loves us.
Where I come from, they're called crawfish. I'm from Texas, Louisiana border area, down in the swamps.
They got trout here.
Yeah, frogs, crawfish, crawdads. Yeah, mud bugs. Yeah. Catfish, which catfish are good.
A tadfish?
All right, I wasn't wrong. Buffalo meat is known by various names, and red beef is one of them. So it is beef. Why do they call it though?
I was playing with you. It's more indigenous. You just go check out the meat and say, well, one's beef, one's indigenous.
Oh, okay.
Oh, French terminology. All right. So they didn't have a name for it either. So we can come
That's
up with
right.
a duplicate name right now
That's right.
for buffalo meat.
That's right. We can make it really hard so they can't pronounce it too. And just say, it's in English.
Oh, oh, good. Now I've gotta reset my brain toward fruitcake.
You got fruitcake, Bessie?
Yeah, I got fruitcake on the brain.
We need to reconvene this virtual house.
I make fruitcake to sell around Thanksgiving and Christmas. And yeah, so I gotta retract my mind and get off of this and go to that. So,
Well, I could give you Facebook Pay around that time for some fruitcake.
oh, really? I'll send it to you. Just go on to my
I get some fruitcake. You're not that far.
She can walk. She'll be there in an hour.
I could have it made tomorrow.
Indian time, you know it.
What
I'll
I do
for some buffalo beef.
I make my cakes to order. I'm talking to Ginger, and you tell me what you like in your fruitcake and
Well,
what you do not like.
Bessie's signature fruitcake. So you don't need my altercation. That it's gonna come just as
That requires everything, and I make a big bundt cake size, about like so, the big bundt cake. Or I make big loaves, or little loaves, little bunts. I make all sizes.
I'll take a cupcake. With all the berries and nuts.
I'm gonna try one this year, talking about the berries, instead of the raisins and all that stuff, mix some blueberries or red berries in there with it. I bet that would be good.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Not the store part. Nope.
I know don't got no fruit. Now I'm gonna be hungry until I get home.
Oh, you folks are a bunch of you're a hoot. All of you. Oh, well, how much longer do we have?
They need more time to dress.
Our
Come in.
timer went off, gosh, like 10 minutes ago. They don't even have a timer for us now. So I don't even know what to
I
say.
remember wearing tennis shoes with the long dress. So I can
We
get
need
out of there because
full
it's done.
break. So we can all go change.
Yeah, I could be dressing out the door in 5 minutes.
Yep.
That's talent. That's talent.
We're going back into session, I think.
Are we?
She's at the podium, yep. In her beautiful white.
Woo, beautiful.
I like
Oh, wow.
All right then. Huck's done.
Dots, have you received the file that we sent?
I did, I think.
Thank you.
I feel like you just twisted my ankle.
Thank you.
Because Aunt Charlotte's name is.
Can I have your attention, please? I have been just informed that Sitka has decided they would like to host the convention next year. And we certainly want to thank them very much for that. So appreciate it very much. So I think, and I believe that it is during the ceremony that the paddle is changed. Done? Yeah. Okay. Where is the paddle? Yes. Oh, yeah, unanimous consent has been asked for. There are no objections. So ordered. Thank you, Sitka. Do we have the paddle to be?
The paddle's coming.
Okay.
Um,
And who will accept?
Jessica?
Can we ask Sitka to come up to the podium, please? Can we ask Sitka to come up? What? Pardon? Okay. All right. Online, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Paul Johnson, you here? Paul. Okay. All right. It's 20 minutes. Yeah, excuse me. Hey, Paul, can we gather here with the Sitka people, please? Eric, you want to join the Sitka people? Morrison. I know what I'll call you. Straighten them out, would you? Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Paul, you ready? All right. You want to come forward, please? I know it is customary that the host camp passes on to the next host camp, and we really again are thankful that Camp 87 took the time to take on the convention this year. It was very appreciative. I know it was a lot of work, and you came through with flying colors, and we thank you very much for that. We also thank Sitka was know that for the past number of years, finding a host camp is not an easy task, and it's certainly the challenge is great. And I know you people are up to the task because we've been there before, and you've done a wonderful job. And I want to thank you very much for accepting the paddle and accepting the challenge to hold the next convention. Thank you. You can pass it on, please. Goes to India. I think I give them a hand. I think those people are their job. Great job. Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, shall we line up and do this, get this transfer, please? All right.
Thank you. If we could line up to the right for the processional.
Well, you're gonna go like this. Okay, Jan, I got a new girl.
And woman, and then yeah, women. Tasha, Ariel,
Alaska, my home and my land. Alaska, I place in your hands the richness, the beauty. It's all from you, Lord. I claim this land for you. From the mouth of the Yukon on the Bering Sea, the villages and towns all along you will see. The Yupik, the Athabascan people, I plead, Lord, I claim this land for you. From the top of the world, from the Kuskokwim Mountains to Alaska Brook Range, all the lake, rivers, tundra, all which you have arranged, the edible animals and plants that we eat, Lord, I claim this land for you. Alaska, my home and my land. Alaska, I place in your hands the richness, the beauty. It's all from you, Lord, I claim this land for you. From the Dixon entrance to the Yakutat Bay, the Tlingit, the Tsimshian, and Hideaway. Variety of natives and the non just the same. Lord, I claim this land for you. All the veterans that served our nation, Lord, I thank you. Territorial Guard, Coast Guard, Army, Air Force, Marine, and Navy too. Lord, I claim them all for you. Alaska, my home and my land. Alaska, I place in your hands the richness, the beauty, it's all from you. Lord, I claim this land for you.
Testing. Call this meeting to order. Here, they changed new officers, A and B Executive Committee, Joe Williams. What it says here. Oh, the new officers? I said I'm charging the new officers. No. Amelia's got to do the. Yeah.
So you have the new officers step forward here, please. Call on Sasha. What? Oh. In that case, Sasha. Right.
A reading from the Old Testament. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup runs over. Surely in goodness shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the landlord ever. Amen.
Grand officers elect, thank you very much for stepping up to the plate and leading this great organization, A&B and ANS. I hear the comments that was made to me when I was just a 16-year-old boy representing our small community of Saxman as the president of the local camp at a convention when the delegates were saying, "Kakishka, don't forget your culture. Don't forget your heritage. When you go back to your village, make sure you tell your generation how great this organization is, A&B and ANS." So that's my charge for you that has come from back in 1960. the charge that was given me as a young boy, and I'm passing that charge on to you. Don't forget your culture. Don't forget your heritage. Tell your generation how great this organization is, A and B, A&S. You'll be called to do things at odd hours of the day and times that you don't want to do it. Remember, please remember your campaign speech, because that time, that'll be a very difficult time for you to fill the position of which you had applied for, ran hard for, and was elected to by this body. Remember the faces that are here today, because they're counting on your leadership. They're looking to your leadership. Their desire is that your leadership will once again, in 20 years, 15 years, tell your generation how great this organization is, A and B, A&S. So I'm charging you with that tonight. And I will be around for a while to see that that has occurred. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
What an awesome honor it is. Trying day.
Today was a trying day, a tough day, but look at the end result. Amen. Amen. It is my honor and privilege to be one of your A&S executives to give you the oath. So I will do that at this time. If you would all raise your right hand. Sister Heather Powell, will you raise your right hand also, please? Everyone is standing. Do you solemnly promise and swear that you will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States, and that you will support and abide by the Constitution and bylaws of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood, and that you will set an example for all members, walking before them in humility and love and subordinating yourself to the wishes and the welfare of this organization? Say, I do. Do you take this obligation, promising to look to your Heavenly Father for wisdom and strength to keep you steadfast? I do. Congratulations.
I do.
Oh, my.
Here. We're going to transfer the green up. Please.
You put it on. Let me walk out with you. We meet once again. If this looks familiar, it is. What a gracious and wonderful opportunity to share with us, but especially your beloved family, whom has supported you beyond belief. It is with great pleasure and distinction that we bestow upon you the garment for which you have been so duly elected, and wish you Godspeed.
Okay, Daff. What an exciting evening. Daphine's grandmother was one of our ANS grand presidents. So Daff, I know that you will wear this with pride. You know, our arrow is always going forward. Even when that kugena gets heavy, the arrow is always, always, always going to go forward. No matter what your challenges are, no matter what your blessings are. So again, Daff, wear this with pride.
Madam President, I present you with this gavel that represents your power over this body. It's a power that requires a mature and thoughtful leadership over this body. While we all wish the best for the organization, sometimes it takes the slam of a gavel in order to put things in order and to put things right and forward with the arrow. So I give this to you, and I'm sure you will use it rightfully.
Come on, choose.
Alaska Native Sisterhood, Grand President LB. It is with solemn honor and pleasure that I come before you at this time as Alaska Native Sisterhood Executive Committee woman to present to you the symbol of power. Power is not loud or aggressive. Power is timely, discerning, and strong. The gavel is to be used when needed for your people, always for your people, for civil rights for all, for kindness, but above all, love. Love one another, as I know you will. There will be times you'll need to bring order into disorderness. There are times that you will need to be firm and strong. You will be given what you need at those times, including words. Do not worry, take heed. These are positions that are ordained and blessed for hundreds of years. Your grandmother will be with you. Listen closely to her. I present to you the symbol of humble power and of service. Be wise as I know you are.
Yes, there's a closing prayer by Janet Sobloff. Burke.
Our gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this past few days that we've had together, making decisions and doing what we do for our people. We thank you for all the blessings that you have bestowed upon us and helping us to make the right decisions. We ask that you be with those who are in sorrow, be with those who have heavy burdens. Make sure that they have the grace to move forward. And we ask that you be with all our ancestors as they are watching down on us and watching all the moves that we make. And we ask that you bless all of us as we travel to our homes. Thank you so much, Lord, for this day. And we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
I've been looking around and it says the next is an invitation for those of you to join the Alaska Native Brotherhood or the Alaska Native Sisterhood. And I'm not certain. I think everybody here belongs. Oh. Okay. Pardon? Oh, you have to, okay. Looks like we either have misprint or something, but we have to pass the Bible.
Brothers and sisters, as much as we are interfacing with our history of those who have been before us, we are also facing one another and those who are wondering what our work is. If you haven't got it yet, it's not necessarily what you say, but it's what you do. And we get that information, that inspiration from something I'm holding in my right hand. And whenever there's darkness, if you need some comfort, this is where you go. If I could ask both grand presidents to come here. Hold your hands out together. On behalf of the 110th Convention of the ANB and ANS, I bless and give you this book that should you need some inspiration or something that's not going right, you'll find it here. Thank you very much and Godspeed.
Again, I would ask if there's anybody here that would want to join the Alaska Native Brotherhood or the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Or if you want to fight or reaffirm. No. Then you have the oath then. Millie, could you do that for them, please?
Okay, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly promise and swear that you will support the Constitution and laws of the United States and that you will support and abide by the Constitution and bylaws of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood, and that you will set an example for the members of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, walking before them in all humility and love and subordinating yourself to the wishes and the welfare of this organization? Say, I do. Do you take this obligation, promising to look to your Heavenly Father for wisdom and strength to keep you steadfast? Thank you. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for your presence this evening, Lord. We're thankful for the new officers. We're thankful for the outgoing officers, Lord. We pray that you will be with each and every one of them throughout the year. Give them strength, give them peace, and give them love. These things we ask in your precious name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Will you now entertain a motion to adjourn, sine die?
Sister Jamie Ann, will you come up and offer an invocation also, please? Before we adjourn.
Chish, Creator, ancestors, we thank you for this time here on Dana Ina lands this past week. As we return to our homes and we sign off virtually, we ask that you look over us as we move forward like the arrow on our cap and kugena. We ask that you guide each camp and officer in welcoming and respecting all members and non-members as we ensure a safe and respectful environment, inclusive of all faiths, religions, and spiritual beliefs. We ask our shaman, who were taken first by colonialism, to guide us as we continue to decolonize and heal from the influences of the past. As each of us continue the advocacy of civil rights for all races, ethnicities, ages, gender expressions, religions, and spiritual beliefs, as well as members and non-members with disabilities, differing economic statuses, and other diverse backgrounds. We ask our ancestors to guide each and every one of us in addressing the bullying in our educational systems, child removal systems, institutional systems, the advocacy of our subsistence rights, missing and murdered Indigenous peoples, the revitalization of our cultures and our languages, and bring those practices to the forefront of our lives as we continue this work and address the lasting effects of the trauma. Keep us all safe as we return home and sign off virtually. Chish.
Thank you, Jimmy. Yes. Who's that? You want a Elias, you want a
With great honor, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent of this body. Unanimous consent of this body to adjourn. The 2022 110th Annual AMB ANS Grand Camp Convention. Sign Dine.
Thank you very much for this year. They got the vote. We did, I think we don't need. Pardon? Yeah, without objection. So ordered. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'd like to ask the outgoing officers if you could meet over here in front of the ANS exec tables.
You look beautiful tonight. Awesome job.